You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? I feel like my camera is, I think I moved it. Oops. Hold on. There we go. Move it over a little. Oh, no. See, the thing is too. Hold on. See, I bumped my camera earlier, and that messed it up. Hold on. All right. Already having technical difficulties. Hold on. What's going on Instagram? Of course, I'm live on Instagram too right now. Come on, connect to the computer. We got it. All right, here we go. Jeez, sorry about that, everybody on YouTube. But yeah, or everybody YouTube and Twitter. But yeah, I bumped my camera, and it could be a little sensitive at times. So, you know. But anyways, welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. Of course, I'm live here, live on YouTube, live on Twitter, and I got a second, of course, angle right here for the opening of this on Instagram, which has been kind of fun to do that. So, hey, everybody on Instagram, tried to reach out about jumping on the Vodka stream. Oh, what's going on, Devin? Good to see you. But yeah, so live in 3 different places. Crazy, right? Technology, gotta love it. So cheers, guys. Hopefully you guys had a good week. I had a pretty decent week, and let's have a good Vodka stream. I got the GeekVerse guys coming on tonight. Of course, Travis, who's a regular panelist. He's going to be coming on with, of course, Kirkland and Taylor, who have been on before too. And they're going to talk about their short film that they released that they've been working on for a bit. Travis has been talking about this for a while. And yeah, I was lucky enough to watch it earlier today. Well, he sent it to me yesterday or something like that. I just didn't get around to watching it till this morning. And you know what? It's pretty great. And there's a reason why that I really enjoyed it, that I want to praise Travis, because he directed it, co-wrote it. And yeah, it's called Adrenochrome. Interesting title, but yeah, also a good little short film. And I love it when, you know, friends of mine, creator people, make some short film stuff. It's great stuff. What's going on, Kryptonian76? Good to see you. But anyways, we're here. We're having fun. Hopefully you guys crack open a drink right here, and let's get the show on the road. What's going on, James Noel? Friday is not too shabby. I do hope the Crow movie isn't plagued with disaster. Well, yeah, I don't think it's, not quite the disaster of the 93, 94. I always forget. It was a 93, 94. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you, buddy. Everything's doing pretty good. We got Max Wolf Night Danger right here. Dave, what up? It sucks that the Batman Part 2 movie got delayed, and I don't know why John Cena was naked. Because he had no shame. John Cena has no shame, and hey, man, the guy's freaking, muscles all over the place, so why not? And the Crow Reboot trailer looks okay, but lots of people are saying the hair is hard to get used to. What's going on, RJ? Good to see you. We got Gilmore right here. We got Snyder Bros. What's up from Las Vegas? It's Travis. Okay, so that's who you are. Travis, good to see you. All right, we also got Mr. Fear Jason. Good to see you. Bennett. Hi, everybody. Happy Ides. Oh, that's right. It is Ides of March right now. We got Tyler right here. Wow, it's been so long since I've been here. I've left this community when my hours shifted and life got crazy free on this night. Hey, well, good to see you again, Tyler. Always good to see you. And we got Nikolai Vega, Mr. Vega. Good to see you. We got Axel right here. Good to see you, buddy. And we got Phil. Always good to see you. Mr. Nobody, happy Friday. Who would you like to see Nicolas Cage play in the new DC universe? Hero, villain. I'd like to see him play a villain. I always want to see people more play a villain now. I don't know why. It's like, we always think the heroes, but I want to play a villain. I don't know which one, though. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. We got Tet right here. Always good to see you. Dave, you still stream with Chris Wong? Like I said, you know what? Chris Wong kind of just went, he's doing his own thing. Chris has always has an invite on the Vodka stream, but he kind of went he changed it up a little bit, and power to him. Chris Wong, like, he was, when it came to all the Snyder cut stuff, and that's where we touch base. And he had his channel. I had my channel, two different voices that talked, and we talked in the early days of it when I just did I did the film junket podcast. And, we became friends, and he was regular on the Vodka stream during those days too. But, after the Snyder Cut came out and then everything started to shift, he kind of just took his attention more towards the Power Rangers stuff. He's very into Power Rangers. And that was actually really working for him. His channel blew up, really, doing all that stuff. So now I think he has two different channels where he has the main one be about Power Rangers, and then he also has a DC one. But I haven't seen him post on Twitter in like a couple of months. I don't think he's even posted this year. So I haven't talked to him, but I think he just got to a point where it's like, hey, I'm just going to do my videos and just stay away from all the noise. I think he just got tired of the noise of like social media and stuff like that. So, but if he ever decides to come back, he always has an open invitation on the Vodka stream. So do miss the guy. What's going on, Shamagic? They're moving so fast on the DCU. So many projects have been planned and so many things gearing up for production. Teen Titans movie sounds awesome. Hope to see Donna Troy, Cyborg, Raven, and the team, Nightwing, and everything. Yeah, that was interesting because there was that scoop that came out not too long ago. And it's pretty interesting because that scoop, it was like, all right, is this really in the works? To me, I'm like, do we need a Teen Titans movie right off the bat? Maybe not, but maybe so. After thinking about it, if they do it, they bring, obviously, we already have a Blue Beetle that could be a part of it, which is good. We already have a Blue Beetle, and then of course they're already going to be establishing a Damian Robin, so Robin can be a part. That Robin can be a part of it, as opposed, and I don't know how they're going to approach that, but could be. But James Gunn hasn't confirmed nor denied it, right? I mean, I know he's busy right now, but yeah. What's going on, Dave? Just want to say Reds are sweeping. Thank you, sir. Always love some sports talk. I mean, hey, that might be the case. Might be the case when it comes to my Giants. The Giants are in a huge rebuilding year. New manager and a bunch of new faces. There's like really all the OGs from the dynasty era are gone now because they traded Crawford. They couldn't just let Crawford fucking retire as a Giant. God damn it. So stupid. Hey, but what can you do? It's all business stuff and everything. But anyways, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have any confidence going into this season. So you might be correct. You might be correct, Dave. Oh man, but good to see you, buddy. Yeah. It's all just been crazy. What's going on, Brandon? Good to see you. But yeah, ask questions, guys. This is the Q&A portion of the stream right now. Cheers. Leave it on Instagram. Don't be shy, guys. Don't be shy. I know there's not that many people here on Instagram, but figure, like I said, got the other angle of the Vodka stream, so. Well, considering how some of the Snyder fandom have gone after Chris, I don't blame them. Yeah, I mean, I think that was a huge part of it. They went after him pretty good with certain things, and yeah, I think he just got tired of it. Twitter just wasn't worth it anymore for him, and yeah, I noticed that a while ago, like a little bit ago. I was like, man, Chris, I have not seen anything tweeted from Chris. And Chris is just a full-on nerd. I mean, yeah, he loves DC, and he was all into the Snyder cut stuff. But he was into, Godzilla. He's big time into Godzilla and Power Rangers. So, he wanted to just really change it up. And he found a niche because the Power Ranger stuff, if you have a strong channel and you're covering Power Ranger stuff, there's still Power Rangers news that comes out. And he blew up when it came to all that. So I don't blame him. It's like, especially if he's not really digging. He's totally optimistic about the DCU stuff. He's not a hater in any stretch of he's not a hater at all. when it comes to that. But I think that good for him. Get away from the noise. Jarden on Instagram on the Batman killing topic. If Batman kills, why does he keep Joker and Harley Quinn alive? Because you can't kill them. Well, technically, though, if you think about it, look what happened in the first Batman movie. He killed the Joker. So, I'm just saying. Tim Burton was like, yeah, let's kill this motherfucker. But at the same time, it's like, you can't kill the ultimate arch nemesis kind of thing. It's just like one of those things. But if like I said, if you take the idea that Snyder was going for in BVS, is that all of a sudden now, when who knows if now at this stage of Batman, he's just like, fuck it all. It's like that line that he says. I mean, so many lines in that movie just explain why he's just killing. Is the fact that it's, like when he's talking to Alfred, he's saying that he's a hunter. They've always been hunters, the Waynes. And then, of course, saying just pull one weed out, another one grows in its place. I mean, he's really just cynical. So cynical, So Kryptonian rumor is Cavill is playing a version of Wolverine and Deadpool. Yeah, I saw that. That sounds dumb. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't really like that so much, but yeah, we'll see if that's the case. Bennett, my perspective is that I'm worried about the Batman 2 being delayed because the length of the time between movies is what hurt Aquaman 2's time. Yeah, I mean, we live in a different time now. We were spoiled. That's what I said when I was talking about it. We are definitely spoiled because there used to be a significant gap in between sequels, and now we all want a sequel next year. We want the sequel to be like automatic. So do the studios. But you know what? Like I said, I am waiting for Matt Reeves to be like, yes, this is happening, but guess what, guys? I am not just writing Batman Part 2. I am also writing Batman Part 3. And hopefully they could do a thing where they film them at the same time, because hopefully that would be cheaper. That'd be cheaper. And they could release within a year of each other or something. I don't know. That's what I'm hoping. That's the hope that I have right there. Braden, what's happening? Hey, Dave, are you and Scott going to do the DCAU animated films? Yeah, we're doing everything. We already did. I mean, we did both of the Batman animated series films. We did Phantasm and we did Sub-Zero. So we plan on just covering just the entire DCAU. So yeah, we'll be talking about all that. Versus the Fatal. Yeah, we'll do all that. Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, all of it. Yeah, we're doing all of it, man. We're definitely doing all of it. So we got Oak okay right here. Make sure you hit the bell. Yes, do all that. What he said. Walking to get Domino's. You're going to make everybody hungry for pizza again there, Axel. Super excited for Superman 2025 shot in IMAX. Yeah, I know. The whole thing's being shot in IMAX, so that's good. That's good. I mean, I figure that most of it would be. Jacob, of course, wanting to cancel me. How dare you? And we got Stephanie T right here. Great to see you as always. Cheers. Quantum of Gamel. Hey, Dave. 2.15 in the UK. Oh, it's 2:15. I was like 2.15. I'm like, what is that? But I don't have the energy to watch live. We'll watch in the morning. Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hi. No problem with that. Bennett, I'm curious, Dave. What are you most excited to watch? Godzilla? Oh, I'm 100% more excited to watch Ghostbusters. I'm a big Ghostbusters fan. Been a big Ghostbusters fan for a while. So since I was a kid. So, I've liked Godzilla and I dig it. I'm still going to watch it, but I think it's going to be, after watching Godzilla -1, like I said, this one, Jesus Christ, this one's just going to be one of those again. I don't know. Yeah. The human story is going to suck butt. Come on. It will. It's going to be dumb. Jarden8 on Instagram said, if James Gunn Superman movie flops, is that a bad sign for things to come? I would say so. Probably is a bad sign. But hopefully, it doesn't have to make $1 billion. If it crosses $500 million, I would say that's a success. So they would probably look at it as that to continue. Who would you like, Mr. Nobody? Who would you like to see cast as Flashback? See, I can't do that right now. Anytime that I think about casting, I like my brain. I like have to think. I'd have to like sit down and actually think. But maybe one of these days, as time goes by, I'll do like fan castings and stuff like that. It's just difficult, like on the spot, to think about that. Okay, I want to direct Timothy Chalamet Batman, but for Disney. What? You want to direct Tiffany Chalamet Batman? That's horrible. I already have permission to take Warner Brothers properties over to Disney. Things like Journey, Center of the Earth, Dune. What? Not sure exactly what you're saying there, Oak. You want to direct a movie with Timothy Chalamet as Batman, but for Disney. And you already have permission to take Warner Brothers properties over to Disney. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Shane on Instagram, you think Gun Superman flying going to look similar to, I mean, it'd probably be some kind of similarity. Hey, what's going on, J Fizz? Darkseid is multiversial. What if James Gunn's resolved Zack? Hey, that would be something interesting. Are we as a fandom still upset? Oh yeah, there's some people that are still very upset. Even if he ended up doing that, people in the fandom would still be upset. But wouldn't that be crazy if they led into something like that, where it was Zack Snyder's Darkseid, Ray Porter comes back, Zack is involved a little bit. Wouldn't that be insane? Probably won't happen, but hey. If the engineer leak is real, I thought it looked all right. Well, it's not a leak. It's just a set photo and it's real. And, I know some people are already like complaining about like, wait, she's supposed to be all silver. Well, if you look at her costume, you could see that there are mocap sensors on it, which is interesting. When it comes to the face, I'm not sure. Maybe this is like pre that. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the character, but I know she hasn't always been fully silver. It's like a thing that happens to help her health. So, hey, there's Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. And speaking of Mama Film Junkie, I finally hung up this picture right here. So Mama Film Junkie made this picture for me. It took her a while because I can't take it off the wall right now. But if you notice it, if you notice this picture right here, and I'm sorry, Instagram, you can't see it, but there's a bunch of different like, little, I guess you could say like little fake little jewels or whatever the hell. There's like so many different pieces. She could tell you how many pieces there were, but she made all these pieces to make it look like Christian Bale's Batman. So it took her a little bit. It's like a puzzle, but with really small pieces. So I finally hung that up. I was like, I've been waiting. I don't know. I just decided to I have another, you can't see it right here, but I have a Justice League, black and white Justice League poster that my brother got me for Christmas, hung up right here. But yeah, finally I was like, you know what? I'll just put it right there, So, but yeah, thank you, Mom. Love you. We got Rhea right here. Good to see you. Let's see, Kryptonian76 on Instagram. Any plans for Zack Snyder's Justice League anniversary? No, man, I don't know. Not at the moment, but when is that? It's the 18th, right? Oh, so that's like, is that the 18th? Is that when it came out? I don't know. If it's next week, I know that. I don't know. Maybe I'll hit somebody up and see if he wants to show up next Friday. Mama Film Junkie is the best. She definitely is. Any thoughts on Grant Morrison and what he has to say in regards to Snyder's comments on Batman Killing? I thought he made some really good points. Sad to see many dismiss his opinion as worthless. Yeah, I saw some of that. I mean, he did. I think even a while back, though. I mean, that's the thing, is one of the things you have to like also consider too, because I know a while back he supported like what I think he did support. I saw a screenshot. I don't know. I didn't really look into it. Maybe it'll just be something. I think it'll be something I will talk about on Monday's Film Junkie Live, because I'm kind of tired. I'm just tired of talking about the Batman kill rule. We've talked about it ad nauseum, it seems, and I'm like, let's take a break. But I know he said something, and I read it, and I went like, yeah, I mean, I totally get it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but I still, get what Snyder was doing. Like, it's like, okay, but let's put him in the situation. Put him in the situation where he doesn't have a choice. And then I understand where this Batman is at that moment. And I understand that when you get to Justice League, he is not the same Batman. He's probably he just the arc between BVS and Justice League for Bruce is just it's different, And I'm kind of curious. What I'm curious about is what would have happened in Ben Affleck's Batman script when it came to the no-kill rule. See, that's why I want somebody to leak that fucking script, please, because that could. I wonder, like, what was Ben Affleck gonna do to approach the no-kill rule? Was he gonna be like back to the no-kill rule because he lost his way and now he's back? See, that's what I wonder. But then, of course, you have somebody like Deathstroke who was supposedly killing people in his life. And I'm thinking that Alfred probably gets killed, or possibly Gordon or somebody. There's people that get killed in that story. So then you kind of go to the point of like, all right, so does he kill Deathstroke then? Does he have no choice to kill Deathstroke? It's like it's one of those questions. And I talked about this with Chris Balga when we did our podcast talking about Batman ego. That they really approached that question too about Batman killing, and they ask the questions like, well, you got Joker right here that constantly just gets let out, and people always have that question. It's like, Joker goes into Arkham, busts out, kills more people. Like, hey, maybe he should just be killed. There's always going to be that question. And I get that he shouldn't kill 100%, but sometimes he's got to get put into that situation. I'm just saying. J Fizz, can Jimmy Gunn use Zack's dark side? I mean, if they do a multiversal thing, wouldn't that be sweet? I didn't even think about that part. Jardinate on Instagram, do you think Brave and the Bold should have a Batman in his 50s, considering they're going to introduce his son? Nah, doesn't have to be 50s. When it came to the League of Shadows and Bruce and Talia, kind of first hooking up, it could be before Bruce was even Batman, and they had a night. They had a saucy night. I mean, come on. They could do it like that. He could still be in his late 30s and they have a Damien. They just, Damien has to be like 12, 13 years old, And I think they should have him as a kid. I think don't have him as a 20-year-old. Have him as a kid. Have him as a kid. And if they're, like I said, if they're going to be doing this Teen Titans movie, then they can push, he could be right there. Boom, I think it'd work. Stephanie, I still need to watch Zach's interview with Joe Rogan, even though I don't like Joe Rogan. Yeah, it's a good interview though. Joe lets him talk. I mean, I get that people don't like him. I'm a Rogan fan, but it's just like what I noticed is like Joe doesn't know much of the story of everything, so. And doesn't know a lot. And Joe loves 300 and Watchmen. So they do talk a lot about that. They talk about bodybuilding. But when Zach talks about certain things, Joe just lets him freaking talk. He doesn't really say too much, So I think you'd actually enjoy it, even if you don't like Rogan. I'm just saying. Let's see. We got Ray right there. Good to see ya. Jacob, if Joker was a real person, Batman wouldn't have to kill him because he would have gotten the death penalty. Yeah, there's that too. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. That's the suspension of disbelief right here. You have to. I mean, you can't. You got the ultimate arch nemesis. It's like, yeah, the easiest thing is just like kill him. But it's like you can't do that because then it's like, well, then you don't know. You no longer have Batman and Joker battles. You just, that's just the way it is. I mean, they could try to tie it all together. I don't know. Fortunately, the longer between movies, I know. See, we live in that world now. We live in that world where we're like, come on, let's go. What's going on? Azteca, where it is, Joker Fareadul trailer. Yeah, I think. I think Todd Phillips even said that. No matter the problems or issues with DC TV shows from CW, one of the things I always liked is all the actors and actresses were great and their fans. Yeah, it seemed like they were. What's going on, Shano? Happy Friday. Oh, yeah, that's right. St. Patrick's Day. That's right. I should have got some whiskey. Why didn't I get some freaking Jameson tonight? I even saw it too. I should have got some Jameson because St. Patrick's Day is Sunday actually, but totally missed that opportunity. Krypton 76 on Instagram says, has Zack talked about all the hidden messages of the Superman restored? No, he has not. He teased that. Might have to ask him that the next time he comes on. Be like, hey, wait a minute, buddy. What's going on, Antonio? Good to see you. Shemagic, I miss when sequels came out the year after or 2 years. Now sequels. Well, no, I mean, that's the thing, though. It's like they used to have gaps, which is a good thing, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's such a weird thing because there's so much riding on these movies now where it's like, if you keep pumping them out too quickly, they're just not going to be as good, But at the same time, it's like, what I think the new approach should be is like, I don't know. Maybe the new approach should be, I mean, I know like when it comes to the new DC, when it comes to Superman, James Gunn's Superman, it's like, obviously you want to put all the effort and make sure the first movie's good. But then of course, when it comes to now sequels, now that's where you start going like, well, maybe we should do like, the next two and have them pretty linked to each other. I don't know. I don't know what the solution for this will be. AI? No. Superman crosses damn, I'm way late. Superman crosses 500 million, you're popping the champagne. Oh yeah, totally are. You totally are. Let's see, any questions? Let's see. Kenneth, Davey, which Flash in the DCU would you see as the main DCU version? I think it would be I think if they're gonna do Teen Titans, I mean, isn't Wally a part of that? So I don't think they're gonna do a Barry. I think they're gonna do that. There it is. So yeah, that picture right there, 19,240 little diamond things, not real ones, but are they real? That would be funny. But yeah, so it took her a little time to do that. But I was like, all right, this is a good spot for it right there. So see, Jordan 8 on Instagram said, do you think James Gunn will stop Matt Reeves from using certain villains or ideas? No, because I think Matt Reeves will use like Batman villains to the point where it's like it's going to be different variations, It's like he's already used like the main four, which is Joker, Catwoman, Riddler, and Penguin, and he used them and he like made them in his form in that world. That they could still be in like the DCU world too, but different. There's so many different ways to just like show all that. So what's going on, Darren? Ahoy, ahoy. Salud, Mr. Trevino. Shane, hey, Dave, have you heard the recent news about Shazam actor playing a lead role in the upcoming? Yeah, I talked about it on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live. I like Zachary Levi, but man, he's getting typecast. It's less of a leak and more of an unofficial set photo. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So Batman kills. People need it. Yeah, I know. I get it, Jason. Red Hood calls out directly to there you go. There you go. See, we got we got some comic book action. Because in everything but the movies, except the Batman, he typically doesn't. Yeah, I don't know, but sometimes when Scott and I have been watching Batman the Animated Series, we're like, I don't know if that guy lived. Grant and Zach are both right. Grant says Batman is great because he chooses not to kill. Zach says Batman is a great character in general if you can show a Batman who kills but finds redemption. See? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and that's what he was talking about. And everybody's just kind of like, the whole thing where it's like, he compares this stuff to religion. And of course, everybody took the thing out of context when he said, like, we just called Batman a god. He was saying he was looking at it as like people look at him as a god, and it's like the comic books are the Bible, and that's what he was kind of looking at. And he even said, like, it's my religion too, because he likes that. But everybody treats it like a religion. So it's like, you're not letting your God do that. And he's going to be, don't put him in a situation where he can't kill. It's like, how does Batman not getting to a situation where he has to kill? Like the Martha situation. And I posted it earlier this week, a few days ago on YouTube, as a short of Steven talking about his perspective on the whole Batman kill. And I posted it today on Twitter just to, it's just like, you put him in that situation. It's like, what do? You don't just let Martha die because this guy, and like I said, this is a Batman that just doesn't give a shit right now. That's the thing. He just doesn't give a shit right now. But then, of course, as he moves forward, then he starts giving a shit. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Darren, when you think about the question of the Batman no kill rule regarding the Batfleck script, it really highlights the creative divide between Ben and Jeff. Ooh, interesting. That's an interesting take. I like it. I'm not into political comedies, but I loved the first 2 episodes of The Girls on the Bus, the new series on Max. Melissa Benoist. Oh, okay. I didn't even know she was. I think I did hear something about that. So that's cool. Most comic book writers and media writers today don't really acknowledge the early Batman years of him wielding a gun and killing. Yeah, because there was the whole code thing, right? They kind of just changed it up for, the whole code thing. Yeah. They did retcon it, and I totally get that. But, it's not like, Batman takes somebody's gun and then shoots the tank for the blowtorch, which blows up KGB. So he didn't shoot him in the head. He made it more dramatic. He was like, I'm just going to shoot the tank. So at least there was that. He didn't just shoot him in the head. But, like what Steven said, he's just like, he's there to save Martha because he's saving Martha, which of course is the psychological thing that is like, that broke him a little bit. So it's like he's saving his mom. And I'm sorry, but any one of us, anybody, even with any moral code, you would kill for saving your mom. You would kill a bad guy if it meant saving your mom. Come on. That's the thing. And that's the situation that Zack put him in. That's the situation right there. And all he did was kill fucking parademons in the next one. He didn't kill any dudes. I don't think. Well, he didn't have a chance. But again, that's why they got to leak. They got to leak that goddamn Ben Affleck Batman script because you're kind of wondering what's going on there. Pattinson killed. He didn't. Well, he killed indirectly. Everybody likes to talk about him chasing the penguin on the freeway. Chase sequence. It's like, he wasn't like, doing it kind of like how Batman was. He wasn't like fully killing it. But even though some of those goons, some of them are going to be really hurt and maybe they did die, Zack did the Batman killing thing the right way because it was part of the story, whereas the previous movies never really talked about it. It happened. Yeah, see? Yeah, so you get it. That's the thing. That's the thing. And RJ, I know, like when it comes to, I know you've dealt with the Snyder fandom big time, but yeah, I'm glad that you said it like that because it's like, I literally had, a back and forth, not this week, but last week about somebody was like, it was like the other Batmans, it fit the narrative. And I was like, you don't know what narrative means because Michael Keaton strapping dynamite to that big guy and punching him into the sewer where he blows up, that didn't fit any kind of narrative. It was just a dumb gag that I don't really care for. Did it ruin Batman Returns? No. But when it comes to Ben Affleck's Batman, it fits the narrative. It was just so funny. And of course the guy stopped talking because he was trying to just push back and he wanted to use narrative and he didn't even know what the fuck narrative meant. It's like, it's always funny when that happens. It's always funny when people try to push back on it, and then they try to sound all fancy with their words. It's like, no, it fit the narrative for BVS. When it came to Keaton's Batman, didn't really fit the narrative. You just accepted it. Like, nobody gave a shit back then. Maybe some people did, but there was no internet, so I don't know. It's just all crazy. The Dark Knight came out 3 years after Batman Begins. Yeah, but then 4 years after that was Dark Knight Rises. That's the thing. It's like, there was still, now we're going to get we're going to get the Batman Part 2 4 years after the first one. Yeah, don't worry. I get it. I'm a little worried too. Because I was hoping that Matt Reeves would say something by now. But yeah, but between Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, there was 4 years. So yeah, I know when it starts getting to, if it gets delayed again, then I'll be really worried, so I don't know. That's just one of those things. Jordan on Instagram said, do you think Batman would survive a jigsaw trap? Of course. He'd get out of that thing pretty easily. But then again, he'd probably take his belt. Batman puts Battinson, he won't kill them. Yeah. He chooses not to do that. Oh, boy. Hey, look at this. We got Saggy here saying I smell. How dare you? How dare you? Trying to catch up on. Do goons get... I know, right? There should be some kind of health insurance for goons or whatever the hell. So, do you expect Cyborg to be in Teen Titans roster? He should. He seems like he's pretty pivotal when it comes to that. I kind of do think he will, but hopefully I know there'll be controversy. But yeah, he has to be. And it's going to be a young Cyborg. it's got to be a young Cyborg, right? Maybe. I don't know. It's just all weird. It's just going to be interesting. Damian should be leading. There should be a Nightwing presence. I don't know. A lot of things. What's going on, Andrew? Good to see you. What else? Who else we got here? Yeah, people just want to seem like Zack was saying, yeah, no, he's not a serial killer. He wasn't going out and just killing people. Yeah, it's just so dumb. It's just really dumb. My guess is that the Teen Titans roster for the movie will be Nightwing or Damian. I think it should be Damian, but I think Nightwing should have a presence. I think Nightwing's not exactly a teen, he's not exactly a teen anymore. So I think it should be Damian. If they're already establishing Damian and Brave and the Bold, there should be, but Beast Boy, Starfire, Raven, Cyborg, Donna Troy, and a Kid Flash. Yeah. Could be even younger. Yeah. Could be even younger. Jasper on IG said, fuck Damian. First the Beast Boy. Yeah. Tim Drake. Nah, I think they're going to go Damian. Maybe there'll be a Tim Drake presence, though. Maybe Tim Drake will be out there somewhere. I don't know. The people at Full Circle did not ask the right questions when Ben... Oh, I know. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. It's like, But then again, I don't know if Ben was actually going to answer some of the questions. But yeah, that would have been a good question to ask, to be like, okay, so there's always been the Batman kill rule. Did Batman kill in your movie? That would have been a question to ask. That would have been a question to ask on there, but who knows? I also wonder too, like when it comes to the Titans movie, maybe a Supergirl presence there as well. Maybe they'll fit that in there too. She's going to be fairly young. I don't know. Parademon lives matter. That's funny. Fuck Damian, dick all the way. Never thought I'd get that comment right there, but there you go, guys. Put that on a t-shirt. Dick all the way. Welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. Reviews are very strong. Seems like the showrunner got fired. Yeah, I even said that. Jose, he's not in the chat right now, but Jose put that. If you watch the clip that I did, I read Jose's thing. He said the word on the streets was that that he had an OnlyFans account. I was like, is that true? And then all of a sudden it's like, turns out it might have been true. So, hey, trying to make your money, whatever, I'm 2 steps away from starting my OnlyFans. That's right. Just kidding. Film Junkie After Dark. There you go. I wear a robe and nothing underneath. Oh, there you go. Mom, I hope you're not watching still. What's going on, Strong Arm Flicks? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. What else we got? You agree? Fuck Damien. What's wrong with Damien? I think what I like about it is it's something different. You know, I like the fact, I think that's a good selling. See, I've always thought that it's a good selling point for a new Batman movie. It's like, oh, yeah, because the general audience only knows just, oh, he has Robin, and maybe they know it's Dick Grayson. They don't know about all the other Robins. So when it comes to Batman Brave and Bold, it's like, okay, we have a Robin now, and they could sell it as, but imagine Batman has a Robin and it's his kid. It's good marketing right there. That could be really good marketing. That's why I'm like, okay, again, just like Superman, the new Superman movie, Superman Legacy, is like, okay, we got a Superman that's already established with other heroes in there. So he has to like be, you know, try to be like, all right, how do I find my place when it comes to this? That's different. That's a different take. Just like it's a different take for, it's like, if you're going to do another Batman movie, how do you do a different take? Okay, let's bring in Damian, his kid, who plays Robin. And people are going to be like, what? And yeah, I mean, some people might not like it because they might turn the whole, like, it might be like might be more comedic when it's like you got a back and forth between Damian and Batman, or Damian and Bruce, you know. They could sell it with that whole aspect. It's good. It should be a fantastical Batman. Let it be fantastical. Let them, let it be like Batman the Animated Series. That's what I always say. Let it be like that. Oh, my battery's going dead. It's about to go out on the phone here. Jasper asks, how did I meet Zack? Well, I mean, it was just through a mutual person that reached out. The story about meeting Zack was always, during the whole Snyder Cut stuff and trying to get it out there, a mutual person in his circle reached out to me, and we were talking back and forth when it came to doing all that. And I thought the guy that reached out, I was like, oh, this has got to be fake or something like that. And then he goes, hey, what's your Vero? And I was like, well, my Vero is just my name. And then 20 minutes later, all of a sudden it said, Zack Snyder wants to connect with you on Vero. So that's how that all started. And then when it got to the point, where certain other people in the fandom were already talking to Zack. And then it was like time for like, okay, can I get Zack on the Vodka stream? Can I get Zack on the Vodka stream? And then finally that all worked out. And I remember the first phone call I had with Zack. I was driving home from work, and I was about to, because where I had to drive home, I had to go through this like canyon, and sometimes I lose reception. And right as I was driving onto the road that goes into this little canyon, I get a phone call, and I see that it's a California number, and I'm like, oh shit, so I pulled over, and I was like, this might be Zack. And we talked for like a half an hour, it was, we talked about, I'm going to appear on there. But then we talked about all kinds of stuff. And then we talked about the Snyder Cut. And then, he was telling me things about the Snyder Cut that hadn't been revealed. And I was like, holy shit. He was just telling me about all that. So he was telling me about certain things and everything. It was interesting. It was definitely an interesting first time we met. Or not met. First time I met him was at the first Snyder Con, I guess you could say. So that was when I first officially met him. So, but anyways, all right. See, love the relationship between, so that's how they could sell it. So when I saw that they were doing that with Batman Brave and the Bold, they were going to do it like that and have Damian win. I'm like, you could sell that to the general audience that doesn't know that it's a father and son type of movie, and it's Batman and Robin. People are going to be like, what the fuck? So I think that's a good way to do it, to be honest. All right. Vodka is down. The vodka is down. The shades come off. Whoa, it's bright. Ugh, now it's time to get the guests in here. But Instagram, thank you for joining in. Appreciate it. And yeah, that was fun. So see you later, Instagram. Okay. Yes, end it and share it. Vodka stream. There, put a title. Okay. Hold on. Your phone's about to die. Ah, hold on. Hold on. All right, charging. Let's move that. Sorry, I got to get situated here. All right. We good? I think we're good. All right. Yeah, we'll see what that relationship's kind of like right here. All right, what do I have here? All right, I got my wine right here. Let me pour a little drink before I bring on the guests. All right. All right, guys, let's go ahead and bring in my guests. They got a new movie to promote. We're going to talk about it a little bit. And of course, one of the people that's been on here a bunch of times, Mr. The director right here, Travis.
Hello. Happy Friday, everybody. How's it going, sir?
It's going pretty good. How you doing?
Good. It's the weekend. I have a week off coming up because of some vacation time. So it's I'm looking very forward to that. Today was super slow as far as work.
I don't know. I was like trying to figure out. I was like, why is that not working? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's pesky. Same thing I said because we tried a couple weeks ago the Instagram streaming. That's sometimes a pain on StreamYard. The way it's like you got to set up beforehand and stuff. So it's
I just use my phone and I just do a separate thing.
That's smart.
I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that when it goes on Twitter, it's like it's
it's one click done. Same click. Facebook's the same thing. One click, it's there, done. So yeah,
exactly. But we got some other people that are joining you right here. We got Kirkland and we got Taylor. What is happening, gentlemen?
Hello. Long time no talk.
Yeah,
you're gonna say C. You're gonna say C.
I know. He caught himself though. It was good.
Kirkland, you got a haircut. You look like the picture I gave Dave. It's like you saw the picture. Like, oh, I gotta look like I did in 2020.
You showed your barber.
Give me this.
Make me look like this.
Yeah.
For the release of the movie, I feel like I just had to get all sharp. I was thinking about getting
That's true.
tux steamed, ready to go for the red carpet tour.
Yeah,
I know, right? Yeah, you guys doing your press tour right now. But hey, congratulations to the movie, man.
Thank you.
I watched it this morning. I actually watched it twice. Not gonna lie.
Oh, look at that.
I watched it twice because you know what? I'm
first time shit. Second time.
Yeah, first time I was like, what the fuck is this garbage?
Listen, you guys can't come on tonight.
Yeah. No, but it was just like one of the reasons why I did, and one of the reasons why I want to give you guys praise for it is the fact that I am a sucker for non-linear storytelling. And the fact that you could have told this story just from start to finish, but you chose not to, and there's different perspectives that happen at different times. And that's what I really liked about the movie. It was like, okay, we start right here, open shot of someone eating something, and I'm like, okay. And then we get like this, vlogger type. I'm not trying to give too much away, or anything. I don't know how much.
Yeah, you're good. You're talking in the wet realm. Like we won't go full spoilers, but
I'm not going to go full spoilers, but it's like you got like this perspective right here, and then something happens, and you're just like, okay, and then another character, and then it just kind of it jumps all over the place, and that's one of the reasons why I really enjoyed the movie. So, kudos, guys.
Well, I'm glad it was fun on set when we were talking about it because we had to just be like, okay, we're gonna do this X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, okay, well, it's gonna make sense. Like eventually, at some point, because we did not shoot in order, and that's the way the script was written, but there was definitely times throughout the edit I was like, oh, do I not do it this way? Because I just worried people might want it straightforward, and I'm happy I went with it because that seems to be from you and just from everyone that's watched it. That's always the thing that comes up. They like the order of it, so I'm happy about that. I'm happy we went with our gut because I was like, oh, because some people, they don't love the jumping all over places, and it's tough because there's certain things that happen with my character that I thought, this has to be a little pizzazzier because there's a lot of, I'll just say, hiking for a little bit just to set the mood, get some good credits and stuff.
Yeah, you
'cause
got
I
to
love-
work out in this movie.
Oh, so me and Taylor, the first day that we went up the hill, there's this place, and we'll talk about it a few times, but it's called Coyote Ridge, and I've always wanted to shoot a movie there. Me and my wife used to walk our dog there all the time. I'm like, oh, it's going to happen one day. We shot it there, and then literally, I don't know, how many months was it after? We shot in like the spring? When did the fires happen in Kelowna? June, July? August?
August, yeah.
Yeah, so where we shot, majority of that all gone. So it's funny that like we wanted
Really?
to shoot there. Yeah, because it just took it all down. But the first day, that's when I started to up my cardio, because the first day was just me and Taylor out there, and we had to walk up these big hills just to get to the, so there's no people around, anything like that. And I was like, man, I'm out of shape cardio-wise. I've not done this in a long time, so I started doing the treadmill more. But there's a lot of walking and a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a special features when we do release the full version.
Yeah, I know. There was a couple of times where I went, that looked like that hurt. Like,
Kirk-
you know,
Kirkland
I mean,
looked like
I'm
hurt the
assuming
most,
you
isn't
did
it?
all your own stunts. You didn't have a
Yes.
stunt man, so
No.
yeah. But yeah, there was a couple of times where I was like, was that a real reaction? It was like, it's just like, yeah, some of the physical stuff that you guys had to do. I was like, geez. And even, you know, yeah, like I said, I won't get into spoiler territory, but yeah, there's some tumblings that happen down little hills and shit. That must have felt great.
At least the hill, we all took a turn. We all went, because I will say there's a hill that Kirkland goes down, Taylor goes down, and there's a first person point of view. I was holding the camera for that, so we at least all like, okay, we're all gonna go down this. Unfortunately for Kirkland though, one of those takes where he went down the hill, it was like a 4-taker. I remember.
How did that feel?
Not great. Not great. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I really sent it on the first go around. I'm like, I'll just do it really good the first time, and then we'll call it a day. And then it's like, it's not good enough, or it didn't turn out the way that we.
It's always out of like you're like slightly out of the camera, so it's like, oh, try again.
I don't know how many
like,
more tumbles I got in me, but
Oh,
let's
yeah.
keep going.
I felt like with the fourth one, he was ready to tell me to fuck off. He's like, all right, I'll go back up.
I
Like,
demand a
was like-
stunt double on the next film.
Yeah. No, Kirkland got hurt the most. Kirkland, you want to tell what happened? There's a tussle
Ooh.
between me and Kirkland's character. And
Yeah.
people that see it, Dave, there's a moment where he's on me. And Kirkland, I'll let you tell from your perspective and what happened with you and Taylor. Because it's, and like I said, there will be a bloopers eventually. I don't like putting bloopers on the actual like back end of the film, especially when we go to festivals and
Wait
stuff.
for it.
But
Yeah,
next
wait
year
for
when
it.
we do like a full release, we're going to release a lot of these stuff. But yeah, Kirkland, what happened to you with that rock there?
Yeah, I feel like I put way too much trust in Taylor here for my own well-being. Like I was situated in a position. I guess I can just say I was mounted on
straddling me,
Travis.
yeah.
I was
Yeah.
straddling Travis.
yeah,
And
that's
I
exciting.
didn't do the full 360 check beforehand, and then I asked Taylor, is there anything major that's going to be behind me if I shoot back? Because I kind of knew my trajectory of where I was planning on going. He's like, no, you're good. You're totally good. And then did the scene, and I fell back right onto a rock, like right on my back. Very, very just sensitive area of my back. I felt like it was just like in a kidney or something. It was like kidney shot as soon as I hit the ground. And first thing I did, I just looked at Taylor. Just, I don't even remember what I said. It was just filled with rage.
Oh, I have it. I took it out of the film because it was in the cut, but we chopped the audio and had you re-record some stuff because, you're like, Taylor, what do you do? Because the other thing I forgot, too, that when Kirkland's straddling me, because it's not a natural thing, when I'm just supposed to push him off me, but I had my knees up. So what happened at first, I look in the movie, I pushed Kirkland right into my knees, and he hit my knees, and then he fell on the rock. So, yeah, there was a couple times, and... Yeah, but we all good soldiers, all did our tasks.
What you
so.
do for art, I mean, that's
exactly.
what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And here's the poster right here, Adrenochrome. Yes. So, title. Why'd you go with this title?
Taylor, is there like a PG way you can explain this? That originally the working title is always just 2 days because the character, it's in the synopsis, he's given 2 days to survive, and then you see what kind of goes on there. But Taylor, do you remember how
PG or non-spoiler? I mean, it's not even spoiler.
No,
really.
PG,
Yeah.
PG. It's a
PG,
PG,
okay.
and not a way to
we
get
were-
Dave's channel demonetized either.
Well, we were driving out to record, and we were just talking, and I don't know how we got on the topic, but
I think it's
just
what the
started
villain
rambling.
does. I think because the villain does something similar to
that's
what
probably it. Something the villain was doing in this. plot. And so as I started to just mention Adrenochrome and how it's affiliated with that term, you're like, what is Adrenochrome? And I told you, and then you Googled it. And you're like, oh, this is quite fitting, and we should use this as the name. I thought, okay, well, yeah, cool, let's do it.
Because it's kind of like a psychological thing, right? I'm not.
It's so not this. That's where I can spoil this. This film has nothing to do with this side of what Taylor had pitched me.
Okay.
It's there's like Hollywood rumors, or there's some rumors out there that people like drink the blood of like youth and everything.
I've heard about
like
that.
Yeah. Like there's certain things where it's like endorphins that you let out with adrenaline, and that's hence adrenochrome, that people like try to take from you. And if you can kind of take that and read into it, you can kind of maybe put two and two of some things that might happen in this. And then when he told me that, and just the word adrenochrome, I was like, oh, I like that. Like it stands out. It's something different. I looked it up on IMDb. There's like some foreign film made in 2015, like perfect, like we're going to do this title, because that's the tough thing too. There's so many movies out nowadays to think of something that's unique, but also not just like you search it and something else comes up. So yeah, Taylor talking to me about like Hollywood conspiracy theories is what led to this getting the title. So
good. No, it's a good title. Like I even was like, what the hell does that mean? And I was like, and then I kind of looked it up and saw like a brief little definition, but I was like, let me ask them why they chose that title. No, it's a good title. It's a good poster too. I like the font, especially when it opens up and you're seeing like, when you actually get the opening credits, it's cool. And then speaking of that, I saw another person's name, and that was Chris Balga. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
He's in this movie too?
And they were like, no, it's terrible now. Good.
Yeah, I'm like, God, I listen to that guy every Friday. What the hell now? What's going on, Chris? Good to see you.
It was like number 20 on the call list, so
what's funny too is like it was funny when I saw your name, I was like, oh, cool, that's cool. And then I forgot. And then when you do show up, I won't say exactly how, but I was like, at first I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that voice. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ, of course. There it is.
My wife said the same thing. I said, why does that voice sound familiar? I said, I know. Really?
Well, it's got a filter on it too. So, it's like, it's right away. You're like, I hear it, but, yeah.
I saw the name and I'm like, I can't believe we can afford that guy. That's
I know how much. That's probably the most expensive person you got right there.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely. Yeah. American. We had to pay him in American dollars. That's like $1 is per $10. It's a hefty fee.
I know, because I was thinking, I was like, all right, if he's in it, it's got to be something because, and I was thinking, I was like, all right, how do they make that work? Did he fly up to Canada? Well, I was like, did something happen? Or I was like, yeah. And then I just
we don't got the money to
we covered
fly our town to Canada. One day, hopefully one day we could write it off.
When I saw some of the scenes going into it, I said, geez, I want to see some of this stuff. I want to actually be there just to be a fly on the wall.
Right?
Oh yeah, it's
a good time just to be there.
It was a good time. We always had fun. Like, luckily, I think that's why we've talked about this before, that we did our second one, and that's in post-production. Then we're filming our third one this year. I think that's just because, and to make it not sound as busy, we did kind of two back-to-back, because Taylor has recently, actually since he's last on Vodka Stream, had a child. So there you go. Yeah. So, but we knew that was coming, so we're like, let's do two very, very quickly. But no,
I put Travis under the fire for that one.
Yeah, you did. It's like this time.
You had to finish the scripts and get everything organized.
It did help, because it was always like, oh, it was like I was always working on it, but it was like, 6 months. Like, okay, I got to really crack down on this. But I think that's why we keep doing it, because we had fun the first few times. The set was good. The only, I think, bad day was the very first time me and Taylor went out to film. There was something that happened, and we lost like 4 hours of footage, and we had to go reshoot it, and it sucked because that first day was in the middle of a snowstorm, so there's lots of really good stuff, and it's just, we have behind the scenes of the day, but we don't have any of the footage. And it was like, that was like the first day I'm like, that's it, I'm done, we're not doing, like, I didn't say that, but I'm like, that's it. Like, there's a lot of hurdles, but no, we had a really good time over the past year.
Those vibes were definitely emanating off of you, because when the footage was gone, I felt like you wanted to postpone things or wait. I was so mad. Like, we had to get back out there and just get back on our footing here. That's what
never easy.
Yeah, and Kirkland hadn't filmed with us yet because his stuff was coming later. So he's just getting these updates like, great day. And then 2 days later, fuck, we've lost everything. And, what are we going to do?
You sent me like a little test footage shot of just what the environment was. I'm like, oh my gosh, like the ambiance of that shot is beautiful. You guys just killed it with this capture that you got. And then, yeah, the next update was just we lost everything.
Oh man, I know. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you can't when it comes to the weather, and and
Yeah.
what I like too is like, I mean, Jesus Christ, you could feel the elements. I mean, I'm like, geez, it looks cold. It looks cold, and especially with the story like this, it's like, yeah, I mean, it just adds to it. Again, like anytime that there's something like a thriller or something like this, if you add cold to it, it just adds something more to the whole aesthetic, I guess you could say.
Oh yeah, you can tell it's cold by anyone that watches this film. There's probably my second last scene. My nips are as hard as ever.
Oh yeah, I
this
noticed.
because it
I'm like, I was looking.
It was cold. It's a scene where I'm in a precarious situation. Kirkland gets to have a nice sweater, he's gloved up, but
I was a little warm.
and I remember that, and I'm getting covered with some substances that day, and I was fucking freezing at the end of it, and it was just, and it sucked too because that was a long one, yeah, because we had to drive out somewhere. And the tough thing too is that's where like filming our first time. When we're in the cold, it just eats through the camera batteries so quick. We have 5, but when it's cold, it drains them so fast. So we were like every time turn that camera off, and I was getting cranky because it's like it was -10 or something for us, and it was freezing out. It was a long one, and also we had some other issues, because I'll just say that you'll probably recognize what happens at the end. There was supposed to be fire, but Taylor brought the wrong propane, so we had to rewrite half the scene while we were there in the cold. We were like, hey, what do we do? And I remember we just spent like half an hour standing in one spot, like, what do we do? Like, we're like looking around, like, what can we use and everything. So it was it's always fun on learning on set because there's anything can happen. But yeah, there were some really cold ass days. So
I'm sure.
Now, I wanted to ask all three of you because I know when you originally your plan saying the big thing was putting the film out at that point. I remember you had a trailer. Now, from when you all had that, was that a completely different idea to what this became?
Oh, like the one like way back.
When you announced you're gonna do your very first GeekVerse, that was the first one.
This was always supposed to be the second movie, but yeah, because what Chris is referring to a couple of years ago, I guess it's 3 now, we announced, because this was when you guys were getting hit with COVID, but Canada wasn't. Like, we were still fine. Like, you were allowed to be out, so we were going to film that we might do one day, but it's just a larger crew, and some of our people have moved, so it's harder. But yeah, this was completely different. That was like a kind of meta Scream sort of slasher to do with podcasting. I'll say like an obsessed fan and stuff, like having some fun with that. But that was like everybody on board. And when people moved, because it was a couple of years later and we couldn't film, we were like, oh, we're going to film. And then about a month later, that's when you can't see anybody. You got to be locked up. You can't do anything. And this movie was at least 5 to 6 people together. So, and that's where you need someone to shoot the camera. So yeah, maybe one day that will see the light of day. Taylor made a really great poster for podcasting Can Be Murder, but
sitting there ready to
one day, COVID's free, but yeah, but no, completely different.
When was the first day that when would you start shooting this movie?
Oh, it was last year. It wasn't.
Yeah, your hair was way shorter.
Yeah,
it's 2022, right?
No, 2023, not 2022.
Wasn't it winter 2022?
I thought it was 2022
but I think it was
as well.
2022. We didn't shoot in December, I don't think. I thought we were shooting in like the March, February of last year. Yeah, I think we were early last year, and that was the biggest time. And then we had to do some reshoots, which that's why there's some shots that are very zoomed together because lots of those locations we couldn't use. So we had to try to make up for, hey, we don't have this location because of the fire. So let's try our best to like mimic the same thing. But yeah, so it was about that. And then because this isn't our day job, right? So we usually we get together for our once a month. We're together for the whole day and we just shoot. So yeah, it's been about a year now, pretty much.
A lot of hiding of Travis's hair growth. Like, did you always have a toque planned, or was that introduced once your hair was getting longer?
I didn't think I had planned to grow my hair, but I'm glad we put my character in a toque because, we shot a few scenes after, and I was getting mad at Taylor all the time because I'd be like, my hair's not on my toque. He's like, oh, absolutely not, don't worry. And then I watch a replay, and my hair be sticking out. I'm like, what's going on? I was like, okay, don't worry, we'll redo it. It's those cold days when you're like, okay, we got to get out of here, and then my hair's sticking out. So yeah, that's a note for everybody. If you're filming anything and it might take some time, cover up your character's hair, everything, body, and same thing. Like at least Kirkland's character, always same thing. You're in a hood as well. Like,
you're covered. So yeah, no. See, that's the thing. Is like anytime, like I mean, and I'm one of those, and I try not to nitpick when it comes to whatever I'm watching.
Oh, yeah.
But it's hard, like, because I know how editing is and I know how it kind of works. I'm always looking at hair, and I'll even point it out to people, and they'll be like, I didn't even notice that. I'm like, yeah, I know. I noticed that. It's fun, but it's also a curse because I'm like, it kind of, because I'll notice like the continuity with like hair, just hair. It's hard. It's hard, but I wasn't trying to do that with, your
Oh no, that's fine. We were the other thing for me was trying to do like watch out for the facial hair, because it's not like I'm a big beard guy, but it was supposed to like, okay, in the last year you have to have like a little dirt and growth on your face, and there's times where we'd film a scene, it's like, oh, you're supposed to be clean shaven. It's like, fuck. So I started bringing a razor to set, because then if we would film stuff I had to be clean shaven, I'd keep a little gruff, and it's like, oh, this scene you're clean. I would just shave. There's probably someone that
Like
see
in
me in
The
the
Predator?
woods.
Matt
Yeah,
is
well,
shaving
not like
over
I
there.
electric shaver, but there's times where Taylor and Kirkland are just standing there while we're in the woods, and I'm just shaving. It's like, oh, thank goodness no one's around, just watching me shave in the middle of nowhere. So
That's cool. But Kirkland, I have to ask you, how fun was it to tape up Travis's mouth?
I think that was actually the second attempt that we had made on that, because I went, I guess, in Travis's eyes, a little bit too nice and a little bit too light on the first
Oh yeah,
go-around.
because when you watch, I mean, and again, it's not spoilery, but I mean, we kind of get what the what's happening in this movie. But yeah, I got uncomfortable because
I was uncomfortable while I was doing it. I'm like,
yes,
oh no, this
you
is not
kept
gonna be good.
wrapping it around and around, and I'm like, you can't fucking breathe. I was like, oh.
Turned into a snuff film all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah.
well,
no.
I think we'd. Oh, go ahead. You go, Kirkland.
I was just gonna say, Travis told me what to do, and I'm like, all right, if that's what you want me to do, we're gonna do that. I think that's like my favorite scene now in the movie, just in hindsight, especially thinking back to the filming of that. But yeah, no, I mean, all credit to him for making that executive decision, because it definitely looks authentic, because it is authentic. It's not like it's fake tape or anything like that.
And I think we did that 3 times, because the first time the problem was you wore those big gloves the whole movie. So the first time you just couldn't get the tape. Like we kept trying, like Kate Taylor would take the tape off a little bit, and then you couldn't like fully get it off. And then the second time it was a little. So there was a couple times, and taking it off after that sucked. But the good thing, I was so cold, it was like just whatever, get a jacket on. But it was good, because it was like because the bring up the most is the tape, they bring up the time stuff, and they bring up Kirkland's voice, because I feel like no one thought Kirkland could do that voice, and I didn't alter Kirkland's voice at all. But I'm glad,
you were summoning some Ted Levine in that shit.
Yeah. I
multiple
like
attempts on that one.
At one point, and this is in the trailer, so it's not revealing anything. Like Taylor's looking out into like something rustling, and then all of a sudden you see Kirkland's little head out. It's like, oh, that's cute. but it's at the moment when you see it in the context that that's scary, and especially the other perspective when you're running after. This is also in the trailer, running after Travis, and that perspective, that long shot from seeing the whole like. But the panoramic kind of view, that was also one of my favorite shots of the movie.
Good shot.
Thank you.
That was a
we
beautiful
loved
time
it.
of day too when we did that. We got some great sun angles and all that, and I think that was actually the first day I donned the hunter gear, so we did a lot of the chase stuff that day.
Because even I'm happy the way it worked out, but the thing you wear over your face, that was not the original plan.
It was not.
Really?
Yeah.
It was.
I think the original, was it going to be a ski mask, or was it going to be
It was
something
like a
over-
balaclava or
I
something.
think
Like
I
a
was supposed to bring
full-face
it,
one,
right?
I
No, it
don't
was
know. I feel like
Kirkland.
we were
It
all
was
supposed to bring
Kirkland
it.
And when Kirkland looked at me, he was like, "Oh, well, I have this." I'm like, "Yeah, I guess it works." But
Oh,
when
I
I
was
ended
supposed
up,
to bring the eye makeup like around his eyes, right?
yeah.
The
So, but
Batman eyes.
Oh,
that's where I think it kind of worked out good, though, because we, on purpose, other than a few shots, we'd make sure that Kirkland's hood was shadowing his face, because like he's still a guy, but that's why I liked, because just like those gloves are just like Kirkland's work gloves. Like it's a off-putting look, but it's also just looks like realistic. It's not like this guy wearing a scary mask. It's not like this like really cool color coded. It's just like he could wear that out in public, this like regular jacket and these work gloves, and you wouldn't think, oh, this guy is out to do some bad shit. You know, it's just like, oh, he's just go, because that's what you literally wear at your work job, Kirkland. You know, so like,
Like
just
the hunter at work.
Now
and
we
running at people.
don't know when Kirkland's walking on the street what he really is. He going to work, or is he getting ready to do something?
something
But
bad.
that day, like Kirkland said, like you're talking about, Chris, those were our favorite because people call that like the golden hour when it's like early morning when the sun's just coming up, and we had some perfect sun, and it's the stuff where Kirkland chases me, and it's also that area where it's very there's lots of like red vines and everything like that.
Oh yeah, that looked really cool. That looked really cool.
That's my favorite part of the movie because that I've color graded a lot of the movie, and some of the stuff I still gotta there'll be like another version because Adobe and the Adobe Express and the YouTube together, the compression, man, they just like love the saturation. And Taylor he mentioned me like, what happened with these trees? I'm like, that wasn't me. That's just all like technology. So luckily when we go to festivals, they're gonna get the raw file because the compressions always just fuck us. But I color grade a lot of the movie, but that where the red vines are and everything, I barely even touched. It was like that natural blue. It was just like a perfect. The sun was going down, but it was still out there, and we loved it because it looked to us like it reminded us of like Evil Dead, like with the in that first one when she runs through those trees. Yeah, and that's where like, oh, we got to use this, and that was half the fun too because we wrote it and put it in a woods, but we like just like, hey, we had to walk around like, hey, what works and what doesn't work. Where's there's a house? Where's that? But that's my favorite portion of movies, those vines thing. And I also I won't show it on camera, but I lost a mole that day because there's a moment where Kirkland is pulling me through when he pulls me by legs and he drags me. We did that about 5 or 6 times, and my shirt kept coming up when he pulled me. So when I got home, I kept like having this pain. I showered, and I looked, and a mole was completely gone, and I have a scar there now. So Kirkland scarred me forever. Oh yeah, it just, and I have photos one day I'll post, but my stomach was just on fire. But I didn't feel in the moment because we were having fun and good adrenaline, and but Kirkland will always have a mark on me. He took a mole. So
now when you're out there, you guys write this, you put it out there. Like, how long did you take kind of doing the blocking out there? Because again, you have an idea of what's out there, but until you kind of see it, how long did you usually do for blocking scenes before you shot?
Well, Taylor, how you talk the most about, because you shot majority, like we all shot a little bit, but you shot the majority of this. What were you looking for when you were shooting this stuff?
I mean, the big thing is, for example, when Travis, this isn't a spoiler, but he's walking up along this ridge line, and you just see the whole backdrop behind him. And if you were to look the complete opposite way, it's all city. You have to really be aware of what's in the background and that sort of stuff. So that was one of the hardest things, is trying to make sure it felt like it was very remote and isolated, and not in the not like 10 feet away from the road. It was a bit of a trek, obviously, but some of the spots were still visibly visible.
We were high up, right? So you could just see everything. Yeah. Like even remember the shot. Yeah, and even remember the shot Chris talking about, like the wide chase. Taylor had to keep moving over because there was like this house lonely on a hill, and that led to like a parking lot. So every time we like go, it's like you could just see a house right there. It's like, oh, he could just get up there. So like Taylor kept moving, and me and Kirkland kept like, are we good here? We kept, and it's literally, we were hundreds of feet away from each other in that shot. We're just yelling at Taylor, like, all right, a little more. And I'm like, fuck, like how much further we gotta go? But luckily the camera, it picked it all up. But yeah, that's Taylor's credit for making sure. I didn't want like a Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring VHS where you could see like a car drive by, because that would kind of ruin the immersion. Because there is a big moment where finally you see like city life, and that's supposed to be like good, like you're getting closer to exactly. Where if you're all around that stuff, so that's credit to Taylor for looking out for
Well, just trying to use we had one little tripod on this camera, and that was our whole setup, and so just working with it, bending the camera on different angles, laying down, and this I've never had to really do this kind of thing before, so it was very fun to kind of be up close and personal right in front of Travis, to kind of film him, but then film what's going on in behind him. And this is kind of like a blooper with the red vines scene that we had to retake so many times. But I was laying down, and I'm filming Travis, and I'm right there with him on the ground. And you see this character of Kirkland in the distance and behind, and the vines were just so thick that the first take, when Kirkland like faces the camera and charges towards the camera, he ate shit. The vine tripped him, and he just tangled up. Evil Dead grabbed.
And I couldn't see what was happening.
I was dying laughing.
I just hear this huge thud, and I look up, and Taylor is dying laughing. That's what I mean. Like Kirkland got the most beat up in this film. Like I feel so bad. He gets hit with a pan at some point in this movie, and there's a sound effect. That's not a sound effect. That literally was a pan.
Shit.
Yeah. It's the very first one to Kirkland's head where you hear a boom, and it's like No, that's just
When
Kirkland's
I
skull
was watching
getting.
it and I heard that sound effect, I like felt a ghost pain, like in it like reminded me of what happened that day.
Got
I feel
some
like I forgot about it till
PTSD.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You're like, all of a sudden you got a little dazed. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, why do I have a
Yeah.
headache right now? Oh
Yeah. So
panda
yeah, like
head.
we had some stuff like that barn too. Something that same thing. That barn about maybe 25 steps. There's the
Good
campsite like right there, you know. But we didn't shoot it that way. And I've always my whole life as a kid wanted to shoot in that barn. And originally, like I can say this here, originally the finale took place in the barn, and that's why we were on location there. But it was so dark you couldn't see. I remember we shot a few scenes of the finale there, and we looked at it, it's like this just like, because I don't want that Game of Thrones like. I'm with people where I definitely want it dark, but as you can see by our film, we try to do more of the like sun going down, some blue filters, some color grading there, because I hate the stuff when it's dark and you can't see anything going on. And we were looking at the footage, it's like, it's just not going to work. And it was like public property too, so we couldn't like set like we didn't get approval for any of these places shooting. We just had to go like even well, I won't say where. There was a location we did go where we would have been fined $500, and Taylor was really worried the whole time. And I was like, "Don't worry,
I was
I'll
looking
pay."
at like the planes flying over, like surveying the land.
Who are these
But
crazy
yeah.
people going down there?
But yeah, that barn. So I hope one day we'll return to, because we had this idea. Oh, we might drive our trucks and light it, but we're like, if anyone comes by, we're just fucked. But yeah, it was this cool place. It's like deserted barn, but it was so once it got dark, like at the end, that's the most dark the film is. It was even darker than that. So we're like, you would need professional lighting, like multiple lights, multiple people. And we're like, let's go for like the morning of, and kind of get that feeling of, okay, the sun's just coming up versus nighttime, because it would have been great, but I also didn't want people to be like, I can't see shit, like what's going on. So we went with the lesser of two evils, I think. So
Well, that's, I mean, one of the things like watching and you know, being out there in the elements is like, not only do you have to deal with like lighting, but there's also the sound aspect too. I mean, because you know, you have you walking, or you know, even Kirkland, like, so you got footsteps in the snow, but you can't, but then of course there's footsteps of the cameraman. Was that a pain in the ass to like try to work around?
My way, so the three cuts this movie, there was an hour 15 one, which was just like the spaghetti, everything's there, and then there was an hour cut, and then it was the 50, which was like, okay, I think this is the best. My wake up scene was a lot longer, but it was Taylor, because I loved the idea of a shot we had, but it was Taylor, like we didn't have professional stuff. We don't have a crane, we don't have a dolly. It's Taylor, so it was Taylor walking through the snow, and not only the sound we could have got rid of, but it was also, it was tough for him just to keep us balanced, like can you get a good shot and also not slip and fall on the ice, right? So the scene of me waking up was probably about 5 minutes longer, but because I remember showing it to you, I was like, let's not use this, because it would take you out of it, because like again, we're guerrilla filmmaking, we're indie filmmaking, we're not going to always have like the most pristine press shots, because it is just us with the camera. But this was like almost egregious of like, it just takes you out, and because it's the first 5 minutes of the movie, you're like, let's kind of get rid of that. So that's where most of the stuff, it's when we got rid of it, sometimes sucks, but it's all stuff that I think was for the better. Like I think there was more of me hiking, there's a little more stuff of in the real world, the ending was like a little extended, but we went with the more, and we're in a weird spot because technically a short film's 40 minutes, and then like a longer film's past that. So when we go to festivals, technically we'll be submitting it as a film, but we're just like 10 minutes over a short film. So we're in a weird spot. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a good thing for us or a pro. If it's going to be, oh, look at this nice short film, that's refreshing. Or, oh, these guys, 50 minutes. So I'm making a 2-hour movie. You know,
these guys being all like, going an extra 10 minutes, huh?
You're
trying to submit
that's
this
a short film.
You're trying to submit this like The Martian as a comedy, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So that was in my mind, but I was like, no, make it short, like go for what's better and deal with the stuff after, you know? So
no, but I mean, that was one of the things. I mean, again, just because I've made short films myself and know how hard like this stuff could be, I'm like, damn, to try to like, you know, sound and do all that and try to like make it. I mean, it's difficult, and lighting and all that stuff. Yeah, it's absolutely very difficult, because you're again, like you said, you don't have a light crew out there. You're not preparing shots where you can get that perfect lighting, so you're just going by fucking Mother Nature, and Mother Nature doesn't go like, you know, sometimes it'll be like, hey, how about a cloud? Or you know, how about this? You know, it's like, oh, I just fucked up the shot, you know.
Which at least, and which Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say some of my favorite, like, I guess, sound effects in the movie is actually just like our footsteps, like through some of the tree areas that we went through, and it just
It adds
I don't
to
know,
it.
it adds some sort of just suspense to,
does.
especially if you're like trying to slowly creep around. You just have twigs breaking, and I mean, just so many twigs that just got snapped in the film.
And,
of
and
this-
even
of this
even
film.
even with that,
How dare you with the twigs?
I like how you kept the, like, for a while there in the beginning, you were very particular in how you all decided when you would use instrumental music versus, like you said, just keep the sounds or lack thereof at that point. And when you did have the music, it was very well put into the film.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we want to, because each of our films are going to have this. Other than one scene, it's all cello-based music. So we want that type of theme going on. And yeah, that's the thing we got, right, is like shooting on these sets, because I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to be more positive here. But like I watched Argyle today, and like it was fine. But one of the things like I really bugged me is there's so many times they're outside, but it's a CGI outside. It's like them and they're on a screen, but it's all like none of that's real. So that's where it's like, hey, we don't have the budget, we don't have this, but it's like we have this beautiful Canada, BC to use, and that's what we're gonna do. And then, like I think that worked out where the weather can be a pain, but like and that's a good thing. Lots of sound effects, like those aren't me adding them. Some of them, like it's about 50-50, where lots of them are just like I said, that pan, or like Kirkland said, the steps, twigs, everything like us. And that's why that final fight doesn't have any music, because it's a lot of us wrestling around, and I wanted it to be like as just kind of personal. So the music, I think there was good for other times, but that one I just wanted to hear all the sounds, and Kirkland's doing a lot of grunting and everything like that. There's a lot of good like just audio record of him just grunting, both him and Taylor. I have Taylor where at one point it just sounds like he's orgasming. My goodness, his dying sounds. I'm like, if anyone were to take this and doctor this, you'd get in trouble, you know? So.
I just imagine you guys when you're re-recording ADR at that point, trying to be like Hugh Jackman, trying to do the stuff in Logan.
What did you do, Kirkland? Because Taylor's at law, and like the Kirkland, it was so funny when we were talking about the voice, because the way I described it to him was when I watched when he was alive, when Heath Ledger was on Ellen DeGeneres, when he talked about Brokeback Mountain, he said the reason his character talked like that is because he felt like his character could never bring the courage to say words, so he would like talk like this, like feel like he's holding backwards, like it was so hard for him to come out. That was my motivation to Kirkland, and he's like, I don't know how to do that. Like he's like, I don't even know what that means. I was like, okay, and we tried it a little bit.
I had ever seen like any clips of Brokeback
Yes.
Mountain. I had never seen the movie or something. So I'm like,
You're
yeah, I
saying
gotta do
these
something.
things. I have
movie.
no frame of reference.
It's a good
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah,
So
but I was like,
I watched some clips,
I was like,
and I'm like, okay, I
yeah.
get it now. I get what you were trying to explain.
I was like, clench your teeth, and he was doing something. I was like, I don't know, but then no, because I wasn't there. I was like, okay, you do it, and you gave us great voice, because people have said that, have like asked me if I changed it. The only thing I changed was to try and make it not sound like an ADR, because that was a day, that cold day, a lot of the audio we had to scrap because it was windy like a motherfucker, and the audio was very like, so like let's re-record some stuff. But Kurt, like what were you doing when you got there, like as far as like your recording and everything, because we haven't even talked about that.
Yeah, no, I was really trying to like remember the intensity, I guess, of the scene, and like some of the suspense of just what was going on amongst our two characters and the tension that was there. And it's because like I literally just recorded them like in this room. I dimmed the lights. I was trying to get into that hunter mindset, and it took me like honestly like 5 tries. I felt like I was maybe being a little bit too hypercritical with it too, because I'd record it and then I'd listen to it. I'm like, gosh, this sounds so bad, and like I don't know, I've never done something
We all
like this
have that
before.
though. We all hate hearing ourselves, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
has that. You're
Even
like,
on,
oh
like
my
a
god.
podcast episode, I feel like sometimes I'll just fast forward, like if it's me talking. It's just sometimes it's hard to listen back, and that one in particular, because I'm not used to doing some sort of voice change or try and portray a different character. But the way that it was used in the movie, I'm definitely obviously you wish you could just not have to ADR it, but desperate times, and
It worked
no,
out,
I am happy
It
with
worked
how
out.
it turned out for sure.
Well, and I was happy because, like I said, a lot of people have like on our payback feedback have said like how much they like it, and I liked it when I heard it, but I was like, oh, this is definitely like a choice, because like you even were a bit more like Southern than I was expecting, like because like that's not a backstory we have.
I was trying to tone that back, yeah.
But there's some scenes where you have like a bit of a drawl. I'm like, okay, let's see how it goes. But I think it kind of helps too, because people like we try. That's why you never actually see Kirkland's face, but I think it like really separates you from that person, because I think even first day you're like like, I remember you're like trying to get, you're like, how do I do this? Because we haven't played killers and stuff before, but Kirkland's like trying like, hey, what should I do? Psych myself up. But I feel like by the last few shoots you had, like once you had your gear, you were good to go. But that first day, I think you were like a little nervous, like we all were. But I think you're like, fuck, like because you got to be like you got to be the antagonist of this and sell it. And I think you did a good job for our first time. And we're not professionally trained. We're trying our best here, folks. You know.
Definitely,
I did well.
Definitely by the end, like as you said, like I felt like when we were ready to start shooting, because we had already done multiple days, and I had been that character for like multiple days now. But like, even just watching some of the film, like obviously you learn so much in the first making of a project like this. But even just for my own character and like certain body movements, I'm like, I feel like that's just my walk. Like I feel like I should have really like tried to make it seem like a more, I don't know, intimidating power walk. I'm running most of the film, which I think that all that looks good, but just little like particular choices that you do with like a body movement or something. You don't really think about it until you're watching it on the actual film. That's something I think I would change going forward. But you know, first project, I'm happy with it.
No, first project, and it's great. Scary, go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, like, your last few lines of the movie Kirkland, I'd say were your best delivered.
I agree.
What you were saying and how you were saying and the cadence you were saying it at that point, that I felt was the most chilling.
Yeah.
So.
Kirkland was definitely laughing on set when he was trying to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And there won't be any spoilers, but it just the way that the story is, and you just like you go, oh shit, like and yeah, what you say, it is like it's chilling. It's just like, okay, all right. Okay. I mean, again, I can't say it without like spoiling.
Yeah,
too
well,
much,
we want, and that's the thing
yeah, sorry.
We try to. That's what and most projects we're trying to do is stuff that's character based or gray area, not in the sense of like, oh, we don't pick a path. But it's just like, you know, we can't deliver on huge spectacle, but what can we deliver on? And is thought thinking. And I think like especially with my character and Kirkland's character, what we want to do is I present situations where it's like, what would you do in this moment? And then when you get a moment to think about it, what would you actually do? You know, because everyone thinks that, okay, if they meet the big bad horror bad guy, they're going to get really tough and everything. And my character kind of tries that and then it just doesn't work out multiple times because like in real life, this probably wouldn't work out the way you're going to think. And that's where too, I didn't want to make the choices just full on, not that he's a bad person, but I wanted it to be, like I said, gray area as far as, okay, it's not simple, clear cut. And even with Kirkland's character, you would think that it's maybe this kind of, like I said, we won't give too much away, but he's just a savage that's going to do this one thing. And then when he kind of presents some options, you go, okay. And that's where like Chris has said that and other people said that's definitely like Saw as one of the inspirations for this movie. And that's kind of a play on those where in Saw, it's very much like, okay, it's a morality tale and, you know, there's a code to go by. And that's what we want to go by. The way if you haven't watched this, the way I describe, which is weird, it's The Gray meets Saw meets The Most Dangerous Game, which I think Scott could appreciate. I'm not sure if Chris and Dave could, because I say that to everybody, Most Dangerous Game, and no one knows the fuck I'm talking about nowadays.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. No one's ever heard of this story, the movie, and I was like, oh, this is how I'm going to sell it.
And seen it.
I'm like, oh, this is how I'm going to sell it. And every time I tell people my age, like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, okay, so don't use Most Dangerous Game as a reference, which it's a man versus man story, if that gives you some idea. So,
well, you know, when you sent me, you know, without revealing my little part in this, is that when you sent me lines, and so I never saw anything of this, like in the sense of I'd seen the trailers. You know, I heard you all talk about it. You kind of gave me kind of a little bit of the backstory, but when you send me lines, I probably spent a good hour not just like trying to do it in different ways in the sense of like where am I, because I don't know where the placement of this until I actually saw it 2 nights ago.
You did great because you're remote too, so it's like you did fantastic for like having the little knowledge, like, hey, this is, like I said, I give you like a log line of what's going on, and like I said, I wasn't there like sitting over Chris's shoulder like, no, say it like this, say it like that, like that's why
I was doing that to myself. I had like to
of course
out, like, what was exactly saying, okay, where's the motivation in this moment, things like that. So
and I think you did a good job, and I was happy you could be aboard and stuff. So
and what you do, Chris, is pivotal to Travis's character that has a unique connection to Taylor's character. Again, no spoilers, but that was like another aspect of the story that I was like, That's pretty cool. There's like a connection
Yeah.
kind of right there, which is pointed out in the movie. And I was like, okay. I was like, good job, guys. I like it. I like that you have like this little connection here. Good job. Little details. They go a long way for me.
Yeah, no, I can't really remember where the idea was, but that's where I've said before, like it does remind me, and that's where some inspiration is the Gray, because you have that situation, right, where it is like it's
Yeah.
Liam Neeson fighting wolves, but that's not the actual movie. The movie is him having this moral conundrum of what do I do with my life after my wife has passed away? Like, what's the next step? And you go through all these things because, of course, like you can make that stuff fun, but that's where we want some different dynamics there. And Taylor and his wife played that well because we'd not done anything like this before, and I was happy they had really good on-stream chemistry because they have chemistry in real life. But I was like,
That's
I
what
always
laugh about, because I told my wife this. I'm like, well, Travis is happy that we have good chemistry on screen, and like, well,
but that's
we
like
should. We're
if
married.
you weren't watching it,
You have
but
a
like
kid
back
now, so
I know, but remember that was always the hit against like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. It's like on screen they never really have the chemistry, right? So it's like, and plus you've done some acting,
Yeah.
Taylor, but Madison really hadn't. So I was like, okay, how's this gonna go? And I'm not gonna have the heart to say, but I needed them to be like a very bubbly, cute couple that you would not want to see anything bad happen
the
to.
way
and-
you had us
Which they
record
are.
those
Come on.
scenes,
yeah,
we
of
are.
course,
Thank
yeah.
you.
But like
the way you had us
sometimes you
record
get the
those
transfer on
scenes
camera,
helped.
right? You know,
That's
Well,
right.
and I think that's the state of it though, because you have your standard, like you're shooting a scene and this is your camera, you got your set, you got your actors working within the scene. That's one way. But then the other way that you had us, I'm not going to spoil it, but I think that made it a lot more reactive.
It's a vlog
and-
type for
and genu-
people
Yeah,
that- yeah,
exactly. And
yeah.
that totally changes how you respond, because you don't really have to act. You just react to it, and that
yeah.
works because it's a vlog style. So
And you guys were like, you guys ad-libbed some of that stuff, because I even hit back. I'm like, there's a moment where Taylor, it's little, but he asked like, oh, did you bring my toque? I'm like, did you mean to film that? Like, that's on the script. He's like, no. I'm like, okay, that's a cute little moment. Like, I'm going to keep that. And
because I
kudos to
lost
Madison.
the toque, and that
Yeah.
scene was filmed after I had the toque.
Yeah. And kudos
No,
to Madison,
yeah.
who provide some really great like horror scream queen screens. Like, and we were,
No,
Yeah.
she's great. Yeah.
we were like, I don't know how close that guy's house. I don't know. Like, there's a moment where I yell "fuck," and when she screams, there's this great hill that we used in the movie, but it is, I don't know, 50 feet from a guy's house, and luckily we
I was
didn't get in
nervous.
trouble. But
I was
yeah,
nervous.
they
It was,
were
like,
nervous. Yeah,
farm area too. You never know. They see some guy with a knife, all messed
Oh
up,
man, this is
stabbing a
what I
lady.
love.
I'm like,
This is why I love
I'm
like hearing the
dangerous.
behind the scenes stuff, because
we had we had
Yeah.
to park across from his house, and we snuck through his yard to get to this specific hill, and we never got caught. Madison was the most like not feared out of anybody. These
No,
two,
she's
I
not
feel
afraid.
like
She
no,
just goes
no, like,
off
oh whatever,
everywhere.
we're just gonna go. But she was filming these scenes, and yeah, if you've seen it, she like there's no editing; those aren't bot sound effects. That was her just screaming. And when I was on set, I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Because I never know when I'm like, "You gotta scream," and she's like, "How?" Like you're being murdered. Like we've never done that, so it's just like I'm like, "Hey, I'm trusting Taylor, your wife. Like, please give us, some." Because especially there's a moment where you just kind of hear stuff going on, and that's where again we don't have a big budget, we can't show these big effects, but her scream sold like, okay, something really bad's going on, and
it was perfect.
yeah,
one take too. Like it was.
yeah,
perfect.
yeah, it was
one
good. And it was,
take. Wow. That's
yeah,
good.
it was, yeah, and a bonus that she, you guys had the other situation going on, which added
Yeah.
to it. I never wrote it that way, but by the time we filmed the
Making
scene,
my wife work in this condition. Oh.
yeah, we're making her run around, and she's pregnant, and that just like, because my sick mind was like, the second we started filming and she was pregnant, I'm like, oh, that's going to add to it. Like, that's going to be a little more sinister than I thought. And like, well,
Yes.
let's do it. And she was a champ because she did have to do some running while pregnant. So kudos, shout out to Madison.
No,
so.
I mean, good on even those scenes for you to Taylor, like to act like, hey, a vlogger type YouTuber kind of thing. You did a good job because it adds to it. It was like it gave me like a VHS vibes. That whole
Oh, yeah.
anthology of movies. So I was like, oh, okay, and, because I was, when it starts off, obviously how it starts off, and then it cuts to that perspective, and then you get So that's what I really liked about your guys' movie is like you have these different perspectives and it's not linear. And I was like, all right, I'm really digging how you guys have this story play out. It's really good.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. But yeah. So what I also wanted to ask too is like, okay, so when did this story first, like who, how did it come to be, I guess you could say. I mean, obviously, it probably came from you, Travis. You sick fuck.
Yeah. It's one that's been cooking
This
for
is
a
what
little
kept
bit.
him
But
out
yeah.
of the really good schools.
Yeah, exactly. They saw this and like, oh, but
Go
yeah,
back a couple years.
I had the idea. I pitched because we were going back to the drawing board of like what we wanted to make, and I pitched this idea, and they liked it, and then they got the script and they liked it, and then we started changing some story beats here and there, and we've always like our first. And not all of them, but I feel like the first 3 films we're making all are kind of horror-esque. We really bond over that and have a good time, and there's lots of things we can pull off. So, and we were just trying to think logistically too, of like what's a cool place we can use. And again, it just that concept of Most Dangerous Game has just kind of always been with me since I saw that as a young tyke. As far as like this guy who is tired hunting animals, so he kidnaps a man, puts him somewhere, like I'm gonna hunt you. And that's not the exact plot of our movie, but there's some parallels to that, as far as it's kind of like an evolved version of that, and then it's kind of one thing led to another and changed. So yeah, that was it. And I think this was years ago. I feel like I talked to you guys about it the first time, because I feel like we talk about stuff all. Yeah, and we talk about this like all the time too. Like when we were filming our second movie, The Cabin, we made up our third movie right there, just based on like, oh, what if there was a movie that did this, and what if it did this? And Kirkland started saying something funny that I won't repeat here because it's gonna come out in a movie and stuff. But like we were just like bouncing, and that's how a lot of stuff just happens where we think of something, and then we're just all 3 of us are just spitballing ideas, and then say, okay, let's take this blender and try to sort it out, and that's where we got to
when you're trapped filming for like a full weekend with 2 grown-ass men, there's some weird just magic that kind of happens in the air. I don't know if it's positive or negative. I guess positive, because we got some creative juices flowing, but we were saying some weird things and we were laughing, and that was that was an experience for sure.
Yeah, and that's our second project coming out, where it's all I'll say is like it's not as crazy, but I'd say it's definitely inspired by The Lighthouse a little bit, and it's myself and Taylor. We're locked in a cabin for a week, and we're vying for the love of a woman, and that's all I'll say for now.
Boy.
But what we did, we went to a cabin for 3 days, and we just shot 3 days straight. All we did was eat, sleep, and that was it. And we just shot the entire time. And there were some late nights. There was one night we were up to 5 a.m. And there's a great story too, where the first night we went to, 3. And I'm somebody that usually only operates on 4 hours of sleep. And I'm like, they're like, when should we wake up, Travis? I'm like, oh, whatever, just wake up. I'm up, like we went to bed at 4. I was up at 7, ready to go. These guys, 10:30, 11, still sleeping. I'm like, you motherfuckers! Like we got so many. But I was like, oh, they'll wake up early like me, and they didn't. So I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Some of those like dialogue heavy scenes though, like I'm there, I'm reading my lines, I'm like passed out as I'm reading my lines, like, but it works, I guess, for how we were filming it.
Yeah, and if you do, it's on our GeekVerse page and my page. If you need the link, just hit me up. But at the end of the movie on the Patreon edition, there is like a 30-second tease of our next project. It ain't coming out till 2026. It's a long way, but
it got delayed like the Batman.
No. I was like
movie.
I was one that we shot it all, and there's a few reshoots, but I was like, okay, I want to edit and finish this one first and get that all done and move on. And I've joked to these guys, like, this film, for a while, I never want to see it again, because for 6 months it's just like watching the same clip over and over and like adjusting this little thing and that little thing, but it was tough to, even now when I watch, like, I should change that. And nothing major is going to change it all, but it's tough when you see it and you're like, what about this little thing there? But that one's still a little bit away, but we had lots of fun just being locked up in a cabin for 3 days, and we had a good time. So, and that was a different weird one, because like with this, it was once a month we meet at film. That was 3 days straight, and I feel like after that we were like, we need a break for a bit, because it was 3 days of just us and a camera and doing lines. And yeah, and I'll say there's some weird shit that happens in that movie. There's some nudity, there's some sex scenes. There's some weird stuff that happens. There's some thriller aspects. So that's the one that I don't want our parents to see. But of course they're like, I can't wait to see your movies you're making. It's like, I'm not making these movies for you, Mom, but I'm happy you're going to support, and head over to Patreon.
Hey, if you go full Monty, Travis, I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe not yet, but you never know. There's some questionable scenes for sure. So
it's interesting. What did you guys use for fake blood?
Oh, I have it actually right here. Hang on.
Okay. Did you actually like buy like a bottle of stuff?
Oh yeah,
this has been a part of the GeekVerse since like our formation of our podcast.
Because we bought it. Yeah, like look at this right here. All it is, literally fake
Yep.
blood.
Okay,
That's
okay.
all it is. But I
Yeah.
think the only difference was because we'd have it out for long, it would look nice and liquidy, and there's a lot of it's spread places, so it's not. We didn't want to go Evil Dead because we didn't have that budget to have so much blood, but we tried to use it sparingly. But yeah, no, we just had that because I know there's other concoctions, but we wanted something easy while we're in the woods that we could just pull out. Not to sound dirty, but something in the woods we could just pull out and just use on each other and be good, so
No, it's good. I mean, there was like one part where I was like, I actually went, that's making me feel not uncomfortable a little bit, So you did good with the gore. I will say that.
good.
Like I
Thank
said,
you.
this shit is not easy, especially when you're
Oh,
on
no.
this, But what I appreciate is for the most part, like I said, the cinematography, there's some things where I was like, geez, that's a fucking beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot that you guys put
That's all
right
Taylor
there,
there.
Yeah, I know. Taylor, you have, Jesus Christ, Mr. Greg Fraser over here.
His wife's a
Big.
photographer, so he probably cheated and stole some tips from her, It's like,
It
what-
wasn't
what-
him, it was the
Yeah.
wife.
It's always the life.
That's where the chemistry comes from.
Exactly, the shots, yeah. So, and that's the good thing about the outside. It can sometimes the weather does suck, but then it poses some really good opportunities light wise and everything. So we lucked out most of the time. There's some shots that I remember Taylor and I one day were struggling with the sun just kept moving and it kept showing Taylor's shadow everywhere, and that was a tough day. But it's better when it's not sun. If you're gonna film, if you want to do anything outside, I recommend if you're shooting in the sun, do it quickly. If not, cloudy days are perfect because it usually stays the same color, the same shade, everything. That perfect cloud day, great. If it's raining, not good. If it's sunny, not good. But has its moments. So.
True that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if anybody wants to watch it right now, it's for rent. Like you can rent or not rent, but is it rent?
Yeah, just rent for it's just $5
I have the link
USD.
down below. I posted the link down below.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So no, if you want to, it's just $5 USD. If you do rent it, when it does become back to rental, we're not going to charge you again. You'll be able to get to have it. As we've said before, the only reason we're doing this is because some festivals don't want film streaming out there. So this is just something we've been talking about for years, and especially a lot of our community is like, oh, when can we see it? And we always felt bad of like, oh, we want to do a festival run for at least a year, and you still won't see it. So it's like, well, let's do like a fun, just kind of preview weekend, and then it's going to get locked up, and then it's going to be, going to festivals, doing things. We'll see what happens there, and then it will get released. But when it gets re-released, you won't have to purchase it again. You just got to send me a receipt, and I'll just send you a link, and you'll have it for rental and stuff. There will be a different edition when we do an owner. I know, Taylor, we've talked about doing some steel books, like a limited edition run with our fans, so we're excited about that. But we're going to do like a commentary track. We're going to do bloopers. We're going to do a whole segment on all the injuries we got. We're going to do a bunch of stuff. And the bloopers are really good. There's some good flubs on there as far as the injuries go. So yeah, this is just for this weekend. So it's what is it, Tuesday? What is the March coming up here? You got till Tuesday the 19th, and then after that it'll be away for a little bit. But yeah, we'd appreciate it if you like horror and thriller stuff. I think you'll get some enjoyment out of it. And there's even like we will take all criticisms. There's a survey thing at the end, and it's anonymous, so if you have something to critique, we'd always love to hear it, because we're all new at this. We're newbies. We love film, and we talk about this, and we worked hard. We've been working on this for a year, but that still doesn't mean like we're perfect. And like Kirk was saying, when you watch stuff, like, okay, next time we do this film, we're gonna learn this. Even when I've edited many things before, but editing this with so many scenes together is like, okay, I'm never gonna do it this way again or that way. And literally, if you do support us, all this goes into just the next film. Like, that's what it does. It pays for gear, pays for time. So that's what we're doing. So we appreciate it, and let anybody come and talk to us. And Dave, thank you for us having the platform and getting it out there and whatnot, and viewing it, but also just helping us promote and stuff, because we're just a little pirate ship out there on the seas trying to make our mark.
What it is, man, and that's what I appreciate about this. And and I especially like when you hit me up and you're like, hey, I'm going to send you a screener about that. I was like, oh no. It's just like, how's it gonna be? You always get kind of worried. But when I like I said, when I started playing it, I was like, holy shit! Like, this is fucking good. Like, this is like, you guys, like, I mean, I was like, not thinking that you guys were gonna do just some kind of piece of shit fucking high school video production
puppet
project.
show, sock.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a
But, like,
TikTok,
when I-
just a really long TikTok.
yeah, exactly, or something like that. But I was like, I was like really just going. I mean, obviously, yeah, you could just be like, but I understood like some of the difficulties that I could tell, like with some of these shots and some of the stuff like that, where I'm not going like, yeah, okay, I get it, like the sound and stuff like that. That's difficult, and lighting and shit, sure. But at the same time, I was like, the way that you guys put it together, I was like, man, but again, like I said, I'm a sucker for nonlinear storytelling, and the fact that you did it like that, I was like, you sold me totally on how this jumps and it makes sense. Just make it make sense. And you did. And I was like, that's why I watched it twice. I was like, I watched it earlier this morning. I was like, okay, I have some time. Let me watch it. And I was just sitting there. I was like, holy shit. And then I wanted to watch it again just to, in preparation with talking to you guys. And I was like, yeah, it's really well done. And I'm looking forward to the next one, to be honest. I am.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you.
I'm not trying to blow you guys, from over here.
Oh yeah, no, and that's why I always like.
Actually, I am.
And there is, and like that's where you always say we have limitations. It's like when someone asks me, they're like in a nice way, like, oh, before I went out, they're like, oh, but are you? I'm like, oh, I've done it and everything. They're like, but are you happy with it? I'm like, I'm as happy as I can be with what we can do. As like like we were joking on we were talking about budgets one time on the podcast, and someone asked us, and Kirkland's like, budget, like our budget's zero, like we don't have like the budget's like we of course like we bought the camera, we bought stuff like
it's no budget.
Yeah, it's not low budget, it's no budget. That's where it's like
snack.
it's guerrilla film, and that's where it's like same thing, like it's like the stunts, like we're getting hurt and stuff like that and losing moles and everything, but we try to that always know, even whether it's this project or the other projects, if you don't like something or you don't like the overall thing, just know that like much like, and that's why we always talk about this on Vodka or GeekVerse, it's like making films is tough, and we're never not phoning it in, we're always putting as much passion. There's so many times we go over like, oh, could we do this better? There's many scenes we've reshot where we go, nah, we could make this better, and when we have it's like, this is the best that we can do with what we have, especially none of us are day jobs, like we do this, like the editing, the filming, it's all in our spare time, so it's like doing the best with the time we have. And so far the reception has been like better than I thought, because I've been waiting to get the old, like I said to Kirkland and Taylor, I'm like, the person that says you guys worked real hard, and that's all I say, I'm like, that's the person didn't like it. Luckily we haven't got any of those, but that's what it's like when oh, you guys look like you put a lot of effort into this, that's when okay. and that's where I've told people, like, you can say if you don't like it, but like luckily it's been there's been certain aspects of people specifically like, but it's been a good reception. It's been like more than I thought rental wise, which is good because you never know what we're going into. But now we'll see next year when we go into festivals, and expect that 0% Rotten Tomatoes score next year and all that stuff.
Yeah, which festival
you get a lot of? You ran a lot. Ollie ran.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna. I have a whole list that I made, and then we're gonna be just going through it. Our last one is actually gonna be the Okanagan, where we're from, so that'll be exciting. But we're just gonna be looking at kind of probably maybe not April, but May is when we'll start submitting them. But more, we're gonna start like the first half of the year horror based ones, and then maybe venture out to some ones that are not horror, but like a little more kind of sci-fi genre stuff. Like we're not going to TIFF or anything. We got to start small, ladies and gentlemen. We're like but that's where we're gonna go, is horror probably first half of the year, venture out, and then the last next year we're probably gonna do some local stuff, because I think we're gonna rent a theater here and do a screening with friends and families and everything like that. So that's kind of our game plan.
Carpet day. That's what we'll get our
oh yeah, and I've said I'm gonna introduce a film, then I'm gonna walk out, because I don't know if I can watch with a bunch of people. It's one of those things. It's like,
oh yeah, I know. See, that's one of the things. It's like when you make something like this, watching it with people, hard to do. Like I said, I've made stuff too, and I've like put it in front of people. I'm like, you just do that whole thing where you just like, I can't, even though like. But it's always funny because usually like a majority is always like, holy shit, good job, but you're still like in your own head. Ugh.
And I think it's because you see how the sausage is made. If someone says, oh, I really like that, but you're like, oh, it could have been better. It's like, we like the same thing, like some of that hiking stuff. For me, people have said like, oh, they love the beginning because of the vibe. And I always like credits in movies that are over the film, not just in the back, because you got to lay the land, get some time with the movie. But for me, it's always going to be, man, me and Taylor shot that all when it was a snowstorm, and how much better that looked. And no one knows that. But for me, when everyone's like, oh, I like the ambiance. It's like, yeah, but you know how much it could have been better. Like, and we went out there multiple times when snow was supposed to come and it never came. And we're like, God damn it. Like, why can't we get any snow? Even that final fight when we were setting up, it was starting to snow. Like, oh, we can't wait. And then like stopped. And we're like, but actually it worked out for the best because I was so fucking cold. I was happy it didn't happen. But yeah, no,
But it still would have added to the aesthetic, you know,
yeah.
Whatever.
But,
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but yeah, no, like I said, we're as passionate as can be. We're trying our best here, and hope people enjoy. And so far, it's been better received than I thought, which is nice. And yeah, speaking of like not watching it, like that's where when I'm on here tonight, my wife hasn't seen it. She's gonna be watching without me because I even said to her, I'm like, I can't watch it with you. Especially she's the opposite of you, Dave. She hates the nonlinear stories. She hates Little Women. She's like Oppenheimer, Tenet. She's like, I hate when they do this type of stuff. And
that'll be first, honey. I can tell you worked really hard on this.
Yeah,
I know I might get that from her. I know, and she does have an appearance. She is she's the voice at the very end, so she does have a little appearance there. Yeah, and she is gonna hopefully be in one of these. She has to see a script because there's some racy things she might have to do. But yeah, it's one of those that I was like, yeah, you watch it without me, and she does not like A24 stuff. So I did tell her when me, Kirkland Taylor, and the rest of people started making these, I said, you're probably not gonna like the majority of our films, but that's okay. I still love you because that's definitely our vibe and inspiration. Is the second film super weird, and the third film we can tease here. It's like an anthology trick or treat sort of. There's multiple stories going on at the same time, and yeah, lots of connective. And so yeah, that's our lay of the land. So thanks everyone if you do support us, and thanks for us hijacking Vodka Stream for these now because I know you come here, you want to hear Dave talk about the Batman. You guys want to get mad at the kill rule, but I appreciate anyone that listens and supports.
No. I mean, I love the fact that we planned this because it was just like I always appreciate because like I said, when I was, back in my day, I guess you could say, it's like just making little short films and having ideas. I have stuff that maybe one of these days I'll just put it up on YouTube of stuff I've made where you just have these ideas. You have these ideas with friends, you have no budget, you just have a camera and you're just doing it. And, and like I said, it's like sometimes does it turn out great? No, but at the same time, you appreciate that. But then, like I said, when I watched your guys' film, I was like, holy shit, this is really good. Like, you kind of, like I said, you kind of worry, but I said the cinematography and just the story and the way that you told the story, like I said, sucker for nonlinear. And I was like, shit. All right, here we go. Like, all right. Now I'm looking forward to the next one. And I'm hoping that people really jump on this one and watch and support
us, or we leave forever. We're done.
Exactly.
And luckily the support has been good where we shot the two back to back because Taylor's wife was pregnant, but it's the support where it's like, okay, people are digging this, so we're happy we're going right. I'm not saying every film's gonna be this or great and for everybody's cup of tea, but at least it's like, okay, it'd feel more depressing if we had shot majority of the second one. Everyone's like, oh yeah, it was all right, and then you're like, okay, now what's going on? So,
this gives you more confidence with like what you're doing now. Yeah, good.
And like the last point, like what you were saying with yours and anybody else too, like I think the best thing for all three of us too is like when we're done and I got to show them the screenshot of it being like uploaded, and it's like, oh man, like that feeling of being complete and over. It's like it's great, and that's what I recommend anybody is like if you're working on a script, short film, anything, if it keeps pushing back, just keep pushing forward because when it's done. And it doesn't even matter if it has to, because I feel like people always paint these goals of like you have to like have something overnight, it's a big hit, this or that. It's not that, because I always had that in mind of like, well, I gotta wait till my kids are old enough, and then I'm gonna go back to film school. I'm gonna do this and this and this, and then at one point I just like I think we had the epiphany of like I remember we went years ago, we went to get lunch together, like let's just make a fucking movie and let's do it. And whatever happens with this, it's always something that we're really enjoyed, and luckily other people are. But it's just go out there and do it because. You're never going to feel bad about doing something creative when you're achieved it. Maybe not everything will be perfect, but that kind of just serotonin dump of, oh, we did it. It's great, nice. So definitely if you're working on something, go out there, keep pushing, do it, And
I'll kind of echo what you all are saying is it's like you have an idea, whether it be like you said with a film, a show, YouTube, creator content, whatever it is. Don't worry about who's going to see it. You don't worry
and don't
about
base success off. I'm
just-
not a $10,000 YouTube channel. I'm not that.
put it out
feeling.
there. You just need to put it out there, and if you get one person at that point that even does it, just do it. I remember Kevin Smith said that exactly. He had people like trying to come up to him and saying, "Can you look at this?" No, dude, what do I need to do? Just put it out there. Just get it out there to an audience.
Dude,
That's all you need to do.
Anytime that I get somebody goes like, hey, I want to start a YouTube channel, and I've been asked before, and I'm like, just point the camera, point the microphone, and just do it. Trial and error. I'm still learning as I go, and I've been doing this for like a decade. It's like it doesn't matter. I'm still learning because it changes all the time. Same with the way that like you. With you guys putting this out there, or anybody putting out a short film, just put it out there. Just if you're passionate about something, put it out there, and you're going to get an audience, and you're going to get people that are going to appreciate it. And you don't know until you actually do. And yeah, sometimes you might fail, but sometimes you're gonna, even though you think like, it sucks, fuck this. And I've done that before. I put out videos where I'm like, this sucks, and then all of a sudden, boop, 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 boop. Wow, this was great. What do you say? I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I thought it was a shit sandwich.
And even then, take that in the next one, right? If there's something you do feel like the same thing, like Kirk was saying, there's stuff now when I watch, even like with my acting, like, I would have done that differently there. And now it's like in my mind, the next time I got a camera in front of me or I'm behind the camera, it's like, okay, let's do this way this time. Because last time we were like, this could have been better. It's all, you're always, if you're not learning, you're dying. Like it's what, not to be cheesy, but it's like what Nolan said the Oscars when he won. It's like film is not even 100 years old yet. Like think about how much that just medium can grow and achieve, and that's the same thing as you as a person. It's like if you're doing these things, the failure sometimes is the best part, because same thing even tech wise, me and Taylor, when we lost that footage the first day, we were like, okay, we know back up here, do this, check like X, Y, and Z, and that will never ever happen to me ever again unless someone steals my footage. There's gonna be and my computer was killing me because it's like you have no more space on your computer, even though I got okay, I got it saved here, I got it saved here, but you have that kind of just worry of, okay, I don't want to do this again. So anything, it's like if you fail, just take that with you the next time. Don't let it shut you down, because I was at that point where it almost did shut me down, and because it does, like you said, can sometimes be deflating. We're like, oh man, like so disappointed. You're disappointed with yourself if you made an error or something, whether it is tech, and you just like get deflated, but then just work through it because it is worth it. So
yeah, you always go through those moments where you're just like, fuck this, and then you're just like, I'm done, I don't want to do it. But then you just like have that moment where you get it out, you get all that anger out when it comes to like, and then you just realize you get back to base, and then you go, all right, this is not that bad, Yeah. And it's like, let's just fucking get it and put it out there. And no, you guys did a great job, and I congratulate you because I've because it's been a long time since I've done a short film, and I'm like, when I saw this, I was like, God damn, I want to do something like this. I mean, you guys actually inspired me. You inspired me. I was like, God damn, I want to do something like this too. I've had I have a laundry list of ideas in my.
Oh yeah, it's like a reading list. Same thing with us. There's like this. Oh, let's do this. I feel bad for these two because I'm always like, oh, we should do this one. So like, Trash, that's like idea 8. Like, let's figure that out. But no, that's the same thing too. That was the nicest message we've gotten from a couple people. It's like, oh, that's inspired me to do this. And there's like, that's the best thing, because I think that's the same thing when even myself, I always had this like, we're gonna do it at some point, like eventually, like you almost put it off, like, oh, we'll get there, and it's okay, just do it. And that's the same, like I've said, just get out there and do whatever's in the back of your mind, because again, not to sound cheesy, life is short, man. You never know what can happen, whether it is like we talk about with the fires at our place, tons of people lost their homes, like that forest we shot was gone, people pass away all the time, like you never know. So don't do the whole, I'm going to wait till the stars line up, because they usually never do. If they do, you're a fucking very lucky person, or you're from a very rich family. But if not, like just do it. Don't put it off. Go out and do that thing.
Don't put it off. Just fucking point that camera and shoot.
Yeah.
But we got some people. We got some people that are be joining right now. We got Steve, we got Phil, and we got Paul right here that want to join in.
Hello.
What up?
How's it going?
Okay, yeah, we're just been nerding out on somebody's got some echo. Who's got an echo?
Is it me?
No, I think you're test. I think it's okay.
Test.
Yeah, maybe it's all right.
Hello?
Yeah, everybody's got headphones on that just came in, but I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyways,
I just want to say I bought your movie just now, or rented it.
Oh, thank you
for
very
$5.
much.
Nice.
So congratulations. And I changed my name to represent all of you guys.
I love it.
Someone's gonna have that hat. Someone's gonna have that Twitter handle. Good lord.
Copyrighted.
Yes. But I appreciate what you said. I actually 3 years ago wrote a short film and entered it into like writing contests and stuff, and it always gets to the finals. It always gets right to the end. So I know it's a really good story. And I have a friend who was like, "Hey, I want to direct it, so let's start making it." And that was 3 years ago, because like you, even when I tell him exactly what you said, like, dude, just do it. Like, what are we waiting for? Why, if you really like it that much, why don't we just make it? And and I know real life and things like that get in the way, but I mean, it's a 12-page script. It's like we can knock this out in a week if we just dedicate a week to it. I know there's preparation leading up to that first, but the shooting of it we could probably do in a week. So I'm still blown away that all this time. So I'm glad, because I'm going to show them your movie and be like, see, these guys just did it. And their advice is just like my advice. They said, just go do it. Because like you said, the stars never align. All you do is get older and more regretful that you didn't do it sooner.
Yeah,
So, congrats, guys.
That's for anybody. Oh, thank you very much. And even just the writing too, because the same thing I like doing is that's one plan I want to do. Same thing, like you submit stuff and everything, and you got to do it because you don't want to look back and be like, oh man, I should have done that. And because there might be a time you might not be able to, right? Like same thing right now, we're in a situation where we're all living in the same spot, but something could change where one of us has to move and everything like that, right? So it just kind of stars, lined that way at least. Luckily, these two crazy guys I met at Target and have known each other almost a decade. That's crazy. Coming up next year, we've known each other for 10 years. So
it's always good when you have like when you have people that and I had that too, like I said, back when I was doing like little short films too. It was like I had friends that were like all about it as well. Maybe not so much now. It's like that I'm older, but it's like maybe it's like when you have like that core group, keep that, so then you could keep on making this stuff, because it's like, hey, let's get creative, keep going, and making the creative stuff. But like you said, Travis, the writing process is always like one of those things where it's like anytime that I have an idea, I just always think of like, what's the beginning, what's the end, and then of course then you got to fill in the fucking middle of it.
Got to work backwards sometimes.
Yeah, because anytime that I have an idea of something, I'm like, all right, here's how it starts. But I'm like always thinking about, oh, this is the twist, or this is the ending right here. This is what we have to lead to. And then of course, then you have to fill in that second act and doing all that. And it's like, that's the hard part. That's definitely the hard part. But it's the fun part too, to try to figure out, to bridge the beginning and the end. So,
True. And what's up, Phil?
What's going on, Phil? What's going on,
in the
Paul?
Batman room there.
Just living.
Yeah.
Glad you're still alive. Glad you're still with us, Paul.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
I dropped a link to your Patreon thing in the chat, just so you guys know.
Oh, thank you very much.
But I have the link below the channel too. So if anybody wants to, support it. It's only $5. Support it. This is what we're, it's all about. Just creators being creatives, and let's support it. And like I said, it's a good short film. Like I said, if you like, again, I can't express enough, if you like non-linear storytelling that makes sense, this is it. The thriller stuff and the aesthetic of it being fucking cold, and I love that too.
If you like hard nipples, if you just want that,
yes.
You got.
I'm in now.
You want to see?
You got something for everyone.
You want to see Travis's hard nipples and him getting his face taped up? This is your movie.
Yeah. If you hate me, this is the movie for you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Can you call the
beat up?
Can you call the
my
second
parents
one?
are gonna love it.
Can you call the sequel Adrenochrome? Turkey's Done.
Turkey, yeah. Well, Taylor wants to do a Takes Manhattan one. Like he wants to do the whole we get Hunter doing the whole Jason and everything like that. So We've
like
definitely
it.
talked about it because if we had our druthers, we joked about the other night. We really want to make like a action figure of Kirkland and maybe do that like next extra life for our like.
Oh, can
do
we get
that,
one
'cause,
where
like,
it's like he's got the voice box so you could pull it out and he's got
oh
the
man, I wonder how much that costs because we talked about one time. We're not doing this idea for a while, but we talked about doing a horror film with puppets, and then when we looked at how much it costs to get a puppet made like a custom one, those things are expensive. So we're like, we're gonna wait a long time before we do this one because those puppets, they are just to get the puppet, it's like $200, and then it's like you're paying for eyebrows, you're paying for everything. It's like, okay, we're gonna wait
Like
on that.
bronze
So
level. The boy.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Brahms.
Yeah. No, but yeah, support that. But yeah, we should get in some topics if we wanted to start
Yeah,
talking
sure.
about stuff of the week right here. I mean, obviously, when it comes to what happened this week, I mean, I think one of the first things, we had the Oscars that happened.
What are those?
And, a lot of things happened with that. I mean, I think we're not surprised of what won Best Picture, Best Director, Christopher Nolan. I mean, let's face it. And when we're talking about filmmaking, it's crazy how it took this long for him to get an Academy Award. And he got 2, which is great. But even going back, in talking about just ideas and non-linear storytelling, the first time that Christopher Nolan got nominated for an Academy Award was for Memento for original script. And that movie, you want to talk about non-linear storytelling, that movie has got 2 stories with the same character that is told backwards and forwards. And that's why I love that movie so much and still is my favorite Christopher Nolan movie. I mean, I know he's made he's made Batman, he's made so many great films, but I always go back to that movie, and that movie inspired me to just write things and just like, oh man. But that's why I'm such a sucker for nonlinear. Him and Tarantino really went when it comes to nonlinear storytelling, those guys are like on top of the mountain when it comes to it. And it's just crazy that he got nominated for that back in like 2002, 3. And here we are 20 years later. And he finally won an Academy Award. Christopher Nolan. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the biggest things of his career, also like the beginning of when like the superhero genre was starting, like everyone I think to this day still agrees that Dark Knight should have been nominated for Best Picture.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm glad that like Black Panther got nominated at one point, but I mean, people would have still that or Logan, I think were the ones that deserved the nominations.
Logan, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that, I'm glad that Oppenheimer won. I think it deserved it of like the pictures that were out this year for sure. It's just people have to remember too that the Oscars are still made of mostly, baby boomers, and that they're obsessed with the World War II time period, especially. Whether it be the Holocaust or saving or a war movie or whatever, and Oppenheimer is of that time. But still, it is a Nolan movie. It is done in his style. It's done in his way. It's like the black, you like doing black and white IMAX. Like that's something that only Nolan could facilitate to get done and get made. Yeah, and it deserves all the awards and nominations that it got. Biggest surprise for me was that Barbie didn't get best production design or best costume.
I'm okay with that.
No, I know. It went to Poor Things. Great movie.
Yeah, Poor Things. When I was like, when it came to, I always try to make an effort to watch all the nominated movies, but sometimes it's difficult, with things that are happening. But I was like, you know what? I have to watch Poor Things because everybody's talking about that. And when I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, this movie, I get why people. And then I immediately went from, all right, I was going for Lily Gladstone. And I was like, because I watched Killer of the Flower Moon. She did great. I didn't really watch anything else. And then when I was seeing like the back and forth with all the other awards between her and Emma Stone, I was like, oh, okay, so this is the movie I need to watch. And sure enough, I was like, yeah, Emma Stone deserves it. Lily Gladstone, she did great. Great performance. She's going to be around forever. She's a newcomer. Great. But Emma Stone took that performance to another level in Poor Things. And then production design and costume and all that stuff. And yeah, I know. I remember seeing everybody was like thinking that Barbie was going to take those certain awards, but I was like, no, it should go to Poor Things because it had such a unique aesthetic to all these other films.
Yeah.
And it was like yeah, it took place in the past, but yet it kind of had like a fantasy aspect to it. So I completely agree that and that's why I even tweeted it out. I was like, wow, all the awards that people thought Barbie thought that they were gonna get, Poor Things is taking them up, and I was like, I'm okay with that because again, Barbie is just not that movie. It was a cultural movie, and it
Yeah.
does its thing. It won. Billie Eilish, her song for Barbie, fantastic, should have won. And then the whole Gosling singing "I'm Just Ken," I was like, oh boy, how is this gonna be? He fucking killed it, and that's where Barbie sits. It sits on that level, but it doesn't sit on the level of like the filmmaking aspect, I think.
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean it had good design, it had great casting. Look, the movie made 1.4 billion. They sung "I'm Just Ken" at the Oscars. Greta Gerwig is not going to have to worry about future jobs. I think I think everyone's going to be fine, in terms of like how the movie performed. So, yeah. It's going to work out.
Look at that. Look at that. We got KC right here.
Thank you, Casey. There's my Ken.
like
Speaking of
the movie.
Barbie, So, yeah, I think when you're talking about Poor Things, I think the thing that it had over it is just that with Barbie, they made some very impressive like sets and everything, but it's still something based off something else, right? Like there's toys, things that go off. Poor Things was just imagination and based off someone's mind and everything. So I think that's where it kind of got some of the edge. And I think you could just tell the voters, it won the second most. The voters just liked that movie, right? And I had said that on Vodka where I was on the Emma bandwagon just because it was screen time. I know William was right because he brought up, Hannibal Lecter and Hopkins winning like 60 Minutes, but I think that left such an impression where Stone, she's giving this big performance. She's front and center all the time, where Lily lots of times takes a kind of a backseat to De Niro and Leo sometimes in that role, right? So
yeah, especially when she's like, she genuinely sick throughout a good middle part about that part of the movie where it's part of the character, but it really takes it out her kind of focus when like you said, we've got Emma throughout the entire thing. I think Lily did an outstanding job, but I think you could also tell that Emma Stone was very almost genuinely surprised when she got up there. I think she really thought that Lily was going to get it.
Yeah.
I think
No,
so
she
too,
looked
yeah.
like she was actually absolutely surprised when she won the award. Yeah, and it was great. That was the case, and because but at the same time, it's just like the back and forth. But it was the same thing with even Cillian Murphy and
Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti. It seemed like Oppenheimer had most of a lot of the big awards. It was like, oh yeah, it's a shoo-in. But when it came to like those, it was like it kind of went back and forth. So yeah, it was interesting, and it was that I guess it kind of made it kind of like oh, who's gonna win this? Who's gonna win this? Because you just never know. It's like, especially nowadays, it's like, okay, we have Lily Gladstone. She's a first comer. She's got a Native American background. And all that stuff. And it's like, or we can get the white girl kind of thing. So it's like but at the same time, I was glad because when I saw, I mean, in my opinion, I was like, yeah, Lily Gladstone did a fantastic job, but Emma Stone was just like on another level with her performance in Poor Things. So yeah, I mean, it's all obviously it's a subjective thing. So
Yeah, I mean, for me, my only real thing where I was like really going back and forth on it was for Best Actor, because I loved Cillian's performance in Oppenheimer. Yeah. He did a fantastic job, but I'm a huge Paul Giamatti guy, and I fucking love The Holdovers, and I thought Paul Giamatti did one of the best performances of his career, and I was like, if he got it, I would have been just as fine with that. But I'm glad that Cillian got it because he's not in the spotlight as often, and he did a fantastic performance in that movie. Like, he is the center stage performance and like the center point of that whole movie. And, when Oppenheimer as a character is just taking in what he's done while having to be, supportive of the U.S. government and like the actions that everyone's here to have made this thing, but his realization of like what he's done, like Killian shows all that emotion just through his eyes, not even just like what he says to people later in the movie. So it's just it was a very good performance.
Yeah, and even Robert Downey taking his first Oscar for Best Supporting Actor too. That was pretty well deserved. I didn't watch the Oscars at all. I just caught the highlights.
No, same.
And the clips
Yeah.
afterward. But it was well deserved all around.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw all the highlights. I mean,
Yeah.
Gosling singing "I'm Just Ken," and then of course a naked John Cena.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about that?
That was something.
That was
I've pretty much seen it all watching wrestling. So other than
I know. See, that's the
a
thing.
few
Like,
inches,
yeah, it was kind of funny because, obviously the conspiracy theorists out there, and I talked about it. I was like, oh, he's doing his humiliation ritual for the Illuminati gay gods. I don't know what it is with some of these guys when I was seeing the stuff, because I'm all about conspiracy theories, and I'll look into them, and a lot of them can be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And this one was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it's like, I don't know if he was humiliated, because like I said, it was like the dude's fucking in his mid 40s and he's still jacked. I mean, like, he's got fucking an 8-pack. He's just muscles all the way. He made Margot Robbie blush. I mean, she was like, oh my God, they zeroed in on her. It's like, I don't think there was any humiliation right there. I thought it was like a funny bit, and they planned it very well. And it's like, stop it, guys. I mean,
it's a play on his wrestling gig. He's like, you can't see me, and that's exactly what that was.
If they really wanted to humiliate him, they should have just had him go out in the Peacemaker costume. I think
if they want to humiliate him, they just put him up there with Vince at that point. That's humiliation enough at that.
But it was a bit, and it's like even in Peacemaker, there's literally a whole like dance number where he's dancing around in whitey tighties.
Yeah.
The dude does not care.
Look at the man's career. He is leaning hard into this comedy. This is completely up his alley. The behind the scenes footage of this is great in the sense of like he's wearing like a skin colored like
barely there
like Speedo.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a funny bit because what are they doing? Costumes. Well, have him do it, and then they put him in a dress at the end. It worked. It was a good bit. It worked for them.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But no, I think like it's just funny because one of the big things was like the fact that Warner Brothers, granted it's the old regime, but they passed up on Nolan and Oppenheimer when he was like, "Hey, I want to do this," and they're like, "No, we're not going to do that." And it's funny too because I was listening to a podcast and it made me upset because I like the guy who runs the podcast because Oppenheimer won for best editing. He was like, best editing? He was like, these movies were like 3 hours long. How is it best editing? I'm like, you're missing the point, man. The fact that the editing was done so well that the 3 hours didn't feel like 3 hours. That's the magic right there.
Editing's not about just reducing time.
No.
It gives a lot more to it.
He sounded like a Hollywood exec, hey, we got to cut it down, something like that. Do you want to say something, Sig?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I don't watch it. I don't watch award shows. So yeah.
Okay. But I mean, in the subject of editing, it's just like, it's not so much that, of course you got to you're going to reduce it down, but at the same time, you got to make the goddamn thing flow. And both Killers of the Flower Moon and Oppenheimer, even though they're 3+ hours, the thing fucking flowed, and that is the power of editing. So like when I was listening to them, I was like, oh man, I'm like, you're totally missing this whole thing. It's not about cutting it down. It's all about and when you watch Oppenheimer, it's like how do you make this biopic work telling this horrific story? Because it's not you walk out of there feeling gross. Both movies, movies, you walk out of there going, ugh. Good God. Like that was horrible, but great movie, but you feel like, ugh, you just feel gross,
Well, Oppenheimer just felt like we're all fucked. Like when he's looking at all those nukes, and like the last images, just the world blowing up. I'm like, Oh, that's it for us, right? We could, like we were talking about earlier, life's short. We could all just be blown up any second right now because some people don't get along. So,
And Oppenheimer's all just like, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'll finish up.
I was just gonna say, like, in Oppenheimer's just looking at everyone like, this is my fault. This is all me. The world will end, and it's my fault. What have I done?
With this, yeah,
it's that line where he's talking about Damon. There's a less than zero chance that we could, end the world at that point if it goes off. Said less than zero. Said, well, it's theoretical science. We don't know. But going back to the whole editing thing, it's you look at a movie like this and the decisions that are made, even with Nolan's writing and decisions with it. It's also kind of nonlinear storytelling with what we're going back and forth with. We're deciding what certain scenes are black and white versus others. We're also deciding like how to take a movie that everyone knows the ending to, and for the most part, bomb goes boom, it works, and a lot, but also how do you bring drama to that? How do you bring drama that you know how it's going to kind of go down in certain ways, but also a decision made in the movie in the sense of we're not going to show the actual destruction. We're not going to show body. We're not going to we'll show like a snippet, one snippet. Mm-hmm. That's a decision made during editing. That's a decision made during writing where a lot more goes into than just time.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that I love about Christopher Nolan, because anybody else who would have taken this story and, did a biopic, it probably would have not been this good. It would have been. I 100%. It would not have been this good. I remember walking out of there and just going like, oh my God. Like how did, and I even, if you watch my first reaction, I'm like, how the fuck did Christopher Nolan do that? Because he literally took something that happens that you see happen in the first act, I think. And then you finally get the reveal of that in the final scene. And it makes you go, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like he set it up for you. He was like, oh, guess what? This right here that you see from a different perspective that I'm going to plant right here. This is what I do. I'm going to plant it right here. And then the final scene, you're going to be like, I'm going to make you feel like shit. It's like, God damn it.
Especially when you hear Robert Downey talk. I can't remember either was Vanity Fair or GQ or somebody's talking about the scene where it's revealed that he lost. He didn't get the votes. And he's saying, we did that scene, he said, 5 or 6 times. I'm tired. It's the end of the day. We've done it. And he said, Chris comes over. He says, well, I'm not going to, you know what? No. We're going to need you to do one more. And Downey's just like, oh, come on. But the amount of times you do, you get to that point where it's that one he made it, you could tell, really tell the anger and stuff like that. But you didn't know at the time that it was the 7th or 8th take they've had to do that scene because he wanted to get Downey to that level of just vindictiveness.
Yeah.
Yes. God. See that? I mean, and that's just the filmmaker right there. And now the guy is just open to do everything. I mean, he's gonna be. He got a big bag. He got 2 Oscars. I mean, the guy's unstoppable now. Anything he wants to do.
Yeah.
Well, Universal was they're just a smart studio. They took on Chris. They pretty much knew that he would make a successful, whatever next he would be successful. They gave him free reign to do whatever he wanted. And then, he made them close to $1 billion in the box office and got them Oscars. So, as well as Best Picture. So,
and he did it all for $100 million.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like if a studio supports their directors, and they get profit somehow.
What a concept, right?
Yeah. It's a weird, it's crazy, but it works.
He was smart to take the points on the back end. He was real smart. That's how he got his money.
No, you figured it out for sure. I think Universal, in the last 5 years, they have shown real ingenuity in the fact that they're smart about what they do. The only thing that they haven't done that I wish they would do is collaborate more in just letting Marvel do a solo Hulk movie. But that's about it. Everything else has been.
Can I add one more thing to that?
Sure.
Jurassic Park.
Oh well, look. Here's the thing.
boy.
Here's the
I mean,
thing.
you
And
can make the same movie 20 times and people will still see it. I mean, that's basically what they're doing.
And I say this because Taylor's got the poster in the background, so I'll be very careful. I honestly believe that Jurassic Park has really just one solid good movie, and everything else has been kind of like a variation of it. Right. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Say whatever you want about the Jurassic World movies. Each one of those movies has made $1 billion+. I mean, it's been less and less each time, but they have been successful. So, whatever your opinion on those movies are, but mine of them aren't really that high. But like, they've made money. So I will say that as far as that goes.
I will say that
Nolan
the
have the new
second
one?
Jurassic World movie, like, again, it's just, I mean, it is kind of interesting because, like, when it comes to these franchises, like, especially like even with Star Wars, is like, Rise of, it was The Last Jedi, where that was very controversial. It almost seemed like Fallen Kingdom was almost controversial too. But I'm like, well, it almost followed the same trajectory. It was like the new Star Wars trilogy was like, all right, here's the first movie. Remember these things, and we got new characters. Yeah. Same with Jurassic World. It was like, remember these things, but we got new characters.
Right.
Second one had a director that went, I'm going to do something different. And they both like kind of like, with Last Jedi, they're like, hey, guess what? Luke Skywalker's kind of a dick. And, he does all this kind of shit like here. And then he like the deconstruction or whatever. Fallen Kingdom was like, hey, we're going to be talking about cloning humans. And there's going to be like this horror aspect and everybody. But it was like, whoa. And then they get to the third one and they go, we got to course correct and just jam all this shit into the last movie. And that's what they did. Like both of those trilogies just like follow the same trajectory. It was like, Jesus Christ. And it was like, so then when it came to Rise of Skywalker and where was it? Jurassic Park, Dominion. They just jammed everything that they could into it to wrap up the story. Yeah. And it just was like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird how they follow the parallel with those two reboot trilogies, I guess you could say.
And it's funny because the last film in both trilogies, one, the first Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, was initially supposed to be Duel of Fates, directed by Colin Trevorrow. Jurassic Dominion is directed by Colin Trevorrow. Yeah. Oof, right.
I'm happy with the new director. I don't know. Who knows how the film turns out, but at least I'm
Gareth Edwards. I'm game for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's Gareth, and it might be Scarlett Johansson leading it. Yeah. There's like that rumor.
Fine. Like,
I need a better source on that. I need a way better source on that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but if it happens, it makes sense. She's a star, so like she can lead a vehicle. So, and I like her enough. Like she's not like my favorite, but if she's on the post, I'm like, okay, cool. So, for me, it's all more about like the plot. It doesn't even matter who's in it. I want to know like what's the story, where are we going?
But there was those the plot details that were rumored that you were talking about, and it's supposed to be like John Wick style on the island.
John Wick style on an island.
And then you were touching upon them revisiting the idea of having dinosaur human DNA mixed again, right? Which had me freaked out. I don't. That was a
rumor going around, and I don't want them to touch anything with the human dino splicing. Like leave that part happen.
It's gonna happen.
I don't want. Oh no, I'm out.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's because they were gonna do this for part 3 originally. Jurassic Park 3. Yeah. There's concept art of it too, but then they were like, this looks like the best idea.
From Mortal Kombat,
yeah, but there's been rumors with this one, all like C-tier stuff. But there's been rumors of like, they might go back to this hybrid idea. It's like.
That might have actually been part 4 before it was Jurassic World, because I remember seeing that way back in high school.
Part 4
could have been. Was it part 4? Okay.
There's always been like this whole dino human thing. Yep. It's gonna happen, but I mean, it's like you have to do it in a way where it's like it makes sense. Like when we think about it, you just think B-roll. You just think B-roll kind of weird movie. But if you make it make sense, okay. But if you're gonna do like a Scarlett Johansson, like she goes in there and does a John Wick style, and you have a poster of her standing like this, where you see her butt, and you're just gonna like, she's standing with her, back and looking over her shoulder, and it's like, all right, we're not here.
I'm gonna order that poster.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of that poster too. I mean, I'm not. She has a nice butt. Hey, we could say that. She has a
very good-looking woman. Yes.
Yes, she's a very good-looking woman, and she does that stance well. where she does the butt pose. Yes.
I just love that you said, as long as human and dinosaur DNA blending makes sense, I'll watch it. I won't, but yeah, that's I love that. You're like, just make it make sense. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
But dinosaurs coming back to life does.
No, I never said
That's true.
I never said I was a fan of the franchise.
No,
You guys
I'm
did.
just joking.
That happens all the
Makes me-
time, right? There's so like we'll talk about crime, like any like real life movie, like oh I just don't buy this. And it's like when I look at the genre I like, it's like guy with a magical hammer and Superman. It's like oh why do I'm saying this? None of this makes sense. But
I know.
It's like the same people that come up to me and say, "Oh man, the Indiana Jones movie, they jumped the shark. I don't know about that." So what was more realistic, of the couple that give their last in life pulling
Oh, I
hearts
know,
out of
yeah.
people, or the Ark of the Covenant? Which one of them was realistic to you?
True. I think
Covenant.
the way I look at it is like it was like, all right, just if you come up with a cohesive story where it's
No,
like,
I know what you meant. I'm just
yeah, I
teasing
know,
you.
I know. But at the same time, it's like it's one of those. Yeah, but you guys are right. It's like we are judging these movies that are so like we have to suspend the disbelief already. But I think we have to like keep it in a bubble where it's like we don't want to get too B-roll. When you get B-roll territory, I don't know. It's such a weird thing, especially when it comes to the Jurassic Park franchise. It's like Jurassic Park 3. It's like I can enjoy it, but there's things in there where I'm like, what the fuck? It's like it's interesting. Alan, I know when he has the nightmare of the raptor saying Alan. I mean, that was a choice. That was a
100%.
choice.
100%.
But it turned into a meme. So
Did you guys know that the guy who directed Jurassic Park 3 is the same guy that directed The Rocketeer and Captain America?
yeah,
America.
Joe Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Johnson.
yes, I know.
Um,
Crazy.
I talked to Phil about this, I think, or I've talked to at least one of my friends about this. I'm more of like the adult mind at this point because we've gone through almost 30 years now of Jurassic Park. Like just make it R-rated. Just go nuts. Like show a dinosaur ripping a man in half. Like have fun with it. Like just go balls to the walls nuts. Like who cares? Like you bored us to death with the fucking locusts in the last movie. Like who cares?
That was weird.
Oh, the locusts. Fuck
I mean,
the-
if parents feel
More.
comfortable taking their kids to go see Deadpool and Deadpool 2, then yeah, they'd probably feel pretty comfortable taking their kids to see an R-rated Jurassic Park movie at this
You're
point.
right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. They should go
here's the
already.
thing. If the kids can't see it, like they've got 6 other movies that they can watch. It's or
See,
the
at
fucking
least
animated.
Paul, you're at least thinking of the children. I appreciate that. Well, nobody thinks of the children. You, Paul, are.
Yeah.
Thank
children-
God.
The children have dominated most of the box office for the last 20 years to a degree, if we're being quite honest. And
True.
even with Jurassic Park, didn't they come out with some animated?
Fans have been acting like children these days.
Yeah, they
so
came up
yeah.
with like a
Yeah.
Netflix.
Camp
God.
Cretaceous,
Taylor-
I think is what
And
it's
it's
called.
getting
Yeah,
a sequel.
Taylor knows
It's getting a sequel series, actually.
Taylor loves
Yeah,
that shit.
I've
Chaos
seen bits
theory.
and pieces of it. It looks fine. It looks fun, or at least in that way that like kid shows used to play around with between like the dark shit and like the lighter stuff, and just
Scared
like
the bejesus out of my daughter. She won't even watch it.
Oh wow,
Does anyone?
Yeah.
Taylor, does anyone die on that show with it being kids show? Has anyone perished?
like off screen or something.
Just get
Yeah,
ripped up.
people do die. Yeah.
My 4-year-old nephew's actually really into
Mistakes
the Lego Jurassic stuff they've got going on TV too.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
I don't
Oh
know.
yeah. True.
He's also 4, so there's that too.
But
Yeah.
So
You know.
you guys are saying you want a PG-13 Crow? That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, we gotta get to the
Oh.
Crow talk. We get into the Crow. Yeah, I know. Seek wanted to get to the Crow talk.
Let's get to the crow.
But you know what? I want to hear your thoughts, Seek. What are you thinking about the Crow?
Oh man, what a giant pile of shit it looks like.
Wow.
And I know movies are hard to
Word.
make and everything, but clearly no one put any effort in. It's
Whoa.
Wow.
honestly, I when I watched it, I was like, okay, so the original movie, take out the Brandon Lee element because obviously there's no comparing that. The guy's performance was amazing, and this you're not going to touch that, and it probably unfair to compare Eric to Eric, So I get like, okay, we're going to do a different take, all that. I'm all for stuff like that. But the movie, first of all, the whole movie's in the trailer. You can use your imagination if you know the story of the Crow to finish the plot of just watching the trailer. But on top of that, it has no style. Like the thing about the original movie was it came out in 1994, but it didn't look like other 1994 movies, while also still feeling like a movie of that era.
It also felt like the comic too.
Yeah, and it felt like the comic. They did the best they could. It's not a one-to-one translation by any means, but it's still really well done, and it connected to the audience it was aiming for. Yes. And it had, obviously we can talk about the soundtrack and the visuals, and they wanted to shoot the movie in black and white, and Miramax was like, no way, so they used filter after filter to bleed out color. Like there's so much style to that movie. It's like I talk about Blade. I go, Blade has style. That movie, Chris Norrington, the director of that movie, just amazing style in that film. And the character had style, and Eric Draven has style. And I'm watching that, and I'm like, so someone sat in a room and said, okay, let's not do style in this one. Let's have no style. Let's just have bland shots that you see in any action movie that comes out right now. Let's just mimic like locations that were in John Wick films, have them walking up a giant staircase getting shot from every direction. It's like, it looks like one of the Bad Crow sequels. It actually looks, worse than that in some degree, because this is supposed to be a reinterpretation of the original. So like for me, I mean, I know people are going to, disagree, but I posted earlier on my Instagram. I saw, I think Dave posted, or not Instagram, but on Twitter, Dave posted that it got like 53,000 dislikes and 42,000 likes.
There's a lot of people. There's more people that are going to agree with you more than
Yeah, but even that, like I don't care so much about that. But I brought that point up to just be like, this is something that would impress only 42,000 people. And so like, good luck making any money off of it. And whatever your goal was to revitalize this franchise, I think you dropped the ball with this terrible trailer with terrible music in it. And
oh god, the music was bad.
So I have nothing good to say.
I kind of like the Ozzy song.
No, it starts with Phil. Ozzy song starts off okay. Yeah. I was like, oh, Ozzy. Song. Yeah, and then it goes into some like I was like with the auto tune on it, and I'm like, kill me. Just take that sword. The vibe, take that sword and stab me with it, Eric Draven.
The trailer made it like watching the trailer, and I love The Crow. I absolutely adore that film. But the problem I have already with what I'm seeing is like there's so much shock value. Like the amount of purpose,
head blowing up,
like all the gunshots, the blood and everything, the raciness of the certain things, like it's completely unnecessary to put all that one. It's like you're saying you just want to you basically made a clickbait trailer. That's what I equate that what the trailer to is, a clickbait trailer.
Yeah, and I'm also and I want to hear everyone else's opinion. The last thing I'll say on it is I've never ever been a fan of Danny Houston as an actor. So when I saw that he's really? not once, I haven't liked him one
specific
time. He's never done. When I saw that he was in it, I was like, oh, that guy who makes the same face whether he's playing a dad or a villain. It's true. So when I saw him in this, and he's playing like he's like tapped into the supernatural world, and he's like whispering in that girl's ear. I'm like, I just like, and I do like, if I'm going to give it one compliment, the one thing that they didn't touch on a lot in the first movie was what it's like on the other side, and this trailer, it shows like, I think pretty generic imagery of him in a factory talking to, a god looking dude. And then and then at one point he's swimming, trying to get to Shelley. So they're putting a time clock, like the comic. In the comic, I think he had 2 days to come back to resurrect her, like to avenge their death. So it looks like in this one, he can keep dying and go into the afterlife, but coming back and his clock is still ticking. So I'm like, okay, those are elements that are neat that they're putting those in there, but I still don't think they're doing them well. So, but when I saw Danny Houston in the trailer too, I was just like, man, I don't like this guy at all. And he's such a generic villain, and so I don't know. I have nothing. That was the most positive I could say towards it. But I want to hear everyone else, because I've been bitching about this movie all day.
Oh, I'm sure. But I'm like,
finding random people in the street. You like Danny Houston?
Did you watch his trailer? Can you believe this shit?
Yeah, put in a microphone. Is he even a musician in this movie?
I don't know.
Who cares?
Because they show,
who cares?
They show like, hey,
he's
like
a DJ this go around.
They just show like him.
Yeah,
he was
maybe.
like, he was in prison with
Shelley, yeah.
With Shelley,
Shelley.
yeah.
In prison,
So they
yeah.
show that, but they don't show the fact that he was a musician, like I thought the character was. Which
But I think it's like to
part of
Chris'
it.
point where they might not put that in a trailer because they might be like, that's not cool. Like him with the shotgun, him killing, that's cool. Like I agree with Chris where they are. I think they're being almost uber violent trailer because that might be what they have, which some movies, of course, are rated R, but to be an uber violent movie, that's still like, that's not a broad thing, right? Not all our movies are super violent. So for me, I don't know. It didn't look like I can't say I love The Crow. I really like The Crow. I need to go back. It's been a good minute, so I don't think I've watched it and in a long time. But every time I've seen it, I liked it. But I think it's at least been close to a decade, and I don't really know why. I think it's just one of those I just haven't revisited. But this didn't look like complete. I think what sucks for me, it's not that it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it looks really bad, like Zeke's saying. For me, it's just like it looks very generic, and that's the worst. When you're, to me, I think I'm gonna see it. I won't see it in theaters. I'll see it at home, and I'll probably forget about it. And then it's gonna be like a year, be like, oh, remember when they did The Crow? And you're like, oh right, they did. Like that's almost worse than being really, really
Remember
bad.
Madam Web and The Crow?
Yeah, but
No.
I have some faith because I like Skarsgård, and I think he's looking like good, and like whatever you want to say about his look, like I think he'll bring the performance wise there. So it could also just be a shitty trailer. So I'll see it at some point, but not. There's so many great movies coming out March and April that it's like this is one that will go on the bench for a little bit. But I thought the trailer was just kind of fine. There's a few visuals that was all right. I agree that second song was not great, but I'm pulling for it because you never know. Maybe it's a surprise. It's just a shit trailer. I don't know.
I just equating it back to Jurassic Park. I feel like the Wayne Knight character. Look, I got a Crow movie. here. You see, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Come on, babe, I'm dead.
Yeah. It's interesting that you bring up the shitty Crow sequels and stuff because Phil and I were talking about this in the sense that see I never watched those, but
I've seen them all.
I've seen them all.
Yeah,
I've seen them all.
Well,
Thank you for your sacrifice.
You're welcome. Me and Phil were holding hands, going, "We got this. Wicked prayer. We're gonna get through this one."
Thelma and Louise were going over.
I forgot that the Crow can go to different people. It's like it's not just Eric's thing, or at least in these other things. And I was talking to Phil, and I was like, you know what? I mean, honestly, from just it's a generic as fuck trailer, but like, it looks like it wasn't meant to be Eric, or it looks like it was meant to be another type of Crow movie dealing with another.
That was one of the things that a lot of people were kind of wondering. Yeah.
And I think what happened was that's what their original plan was, but some executive or someone or test audience, who knows, was like, I don't care. And they're like, well, maybe if we make it an actual reboot, they will. And it's like, in terms of like, now you're comparing it to a certified classic. So now it's actually worse because they're going to be like, well, I like this. I definitely don't like whatever the new fuck this is, because it looks like there's no vibe, no authenticity, no Brandon Lee, like
no soul.
No soul. Exactly.
No soul. It doesn't look like enough in the trailer at least. Yeah.
I mean,
but like you said,
let's see what. Well, we got William.
Oh, hey, William,
right
hello.
Oh fuck.
Oh, it's a big gold Delta thing.
And you, Phil. On The Crow, somebody who bought the book right off the shelf when it came out in a comic store, and somebody
100 years ago.
Movie,
My man.
you know what? That's fine. But there's two, like I was saying last night, there's two ways I can judge this movie. If I judge it based on The Crow, then it's already failed. I don't even need to see the movie because I know what the vibe of The Crow is, and when you do a trailer like that, you're presenting the vibe going forward. When the original Crow came out and its trailer came out, I knew what I was getting into, so I can't really just say just because it's a trailer, and I can judge it enough from the trailer. It looks, now on the other end, though, as a good, gun fu, kill 'em, revenge type of ultra violent movie, I can go see this movie, no problem, and I'll have fun with it.
There it is.
But the thing is, when you call it The Crow, and people are like, well, they're doing something different. When you're doing something like this, and you're going to do something different, go ahead and do that something different. Because when there's a reason why the Crow doesn't walk in, Brandon Lee didn't walk in with a pink mohawk and a fur coat, because that's not what the Crow looks like. Brandon Lee doesn't look anything like what he looked like in The Crow until he put on that makeup. And the reason why he looks like that is because that's what J.O. Barr's character looked like. That's the look of the Crow. That's not something that can be altered, and once you alter something like that, the core essence of it, you're altering the character, and in which case, this is why most reboots fail. People don't really like to actually be realistic on it. Most reboots are mere imaginings, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Most of them fail. And this is going to add to that percentage, in my opinion, because there's a whole bunch of things when it comes to the Crow that you cannot replicate. Some of them good, some of them tragic. Obviously, you don't want. I don't want Bill Skarsgård to die. But if Brandon Lee had not passed during the making of that movie would have bombed. It would have been nondescript. It would have been one of those movies that he would talk about on, after he made a big hit. Brandon Lee, if he'd have lived on. But nobody knew what the Crow was. That was a huge risk in them making that movie. I was shocked. I remember being in my comic book store when the first concept came out, and they said they're making a Crow movie because the character was only about 6 years old.
Yeah.
And they put that movie out. I knew what it was. I read it. I got an autographed copy of it somewhere of J.L. Barr when back in a Comic-Con. I mean, but there's also the atmosphere of when the movie came out. It's like Red Dawn. Red Dawn's a Cold War movie. You try to remake Red Dawn outside the Cold War, you're just making a bunch of
they tried. They tried.
Most reboots fail.
Yeah.
That's why the word reboot, it's almost like peeing in whatever you're trying to make. So.
Well, it wasn't a successful comic either. Like when it came out, it was one publisher, and then that publisher went under. And then James sold it to another publisher, and it traveled around, and word of mouth reached an audience. And so, like you said, when that got announced to be a movie, you're like, really? What? Like such an underground comic book to be turned into something, and to get a rising star like Brandon Lee involved. So yeah, to Carrie in the chat who said like, is it that popular of a comic? It became more popular after the movie. And then also to Zack who said, if they focus less on a soundtrack driven vibe and more of a score, but that's the thing. The Crow had both. Graham Revell did an amazing score on that movie too. So it's not just that everyone remembers The Cure and Nine Inch Nails. They remember that score as well, and that guitar solo on the roof and everything. So it had both. Yeah.
What ended up happening is it was the right time. As somebody who saw it, I couldn't have told you. If you could sit the score right on my forehead right now and I wouldn't know it.
Okay.
For me, it was because every one of those bands that were there were at the height. Nine Inch Nails, that was height of Trent Reznor. The Big Empty is in that movie for literally 4 fucking seconds as they're driving around drunk in the car.
Pilots,
yeah, but when they advertised for that movie, you would think that song was everything in that Flaming Crow.
Yeah.
What ended up happening, the reason why it wasn't so popular when it first came out is because no publisher wanted to touch it. And the reason why it was able to break through was Neil Gaiman. Not directly, but because of what was going on in the late 80s and early 90s when he got licensed to do certain things, because the Crow is a coping mechanism. It was a coping mechanism for J.L. Barr to deal with the death of a friend. And the Sandman comics, if you look
not
at
just a friend, the love of his life.
Exactly. I think I don't know if it was fiance. Yeah, it was his fiance. You're right.
His fiance. She died. So if you guys know the story of the Crow, he didn't have a car, James O'Barr, and he wanted his fiance to come over and see him one night.
Right.
And she was like, "Hey, I don't feel good. I had a long day at work. Can I come see you tomorrow?" And he's like, "Please, baby, I love you. I want you to see me." On her way to go see him, she gets hit by a car and drunk driver and gets killed. And that is essentially the birth of the Crow in a way.
Now, in 1988, though, because like I said, this was still, super. If it wasn't a superhero, in most cases it wasn't breaking through. But when Gaiman broke open the door for a whole bunch of Caliber press, kitchen sink press, and all that, and that's when the Crow started to get picked up again because it was along the same audience. A lot of the stuff that that was being written by then was being written towards adolescents who had a lot of issues and had no outlet. You couldn't have, Batman, Superman, and X-Men weren't always going to be the right thing, but the Crow dealt with obviously loss, depression, coping, and then you had Neil Gaiman dealing with suicide and all kinds of stuff, and that's what a Vertigo was what opened up the door for that to get popular. Then the movie comes out, and like I said, it unfortunately, if it hadn't been for Brandon Lee dying, it would have been a movie with a really cool soundtrack, and you'd been like, wow, what's that song from? That's what the Crow would have been, and that's unfortunate because it's a really great movie.
Dude, you know what's funny is like I watched it probably about a month ago before I totally forgot we're getting this reboot, And I watched it. I mean, and it was a perfect setting. You know, it was a Saturday night. I had just like, I was like, I watched something else, and then I was like working on videos, and it was probably like, it was like 11 o'clock at night. It was raining outside. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pour a drink. I'm like, what do I want to watch? The Crow. And my God, was the aesthetic, like everything was just like perfect when it was like, watching it, and I just forgot how do they nail this atmosphere of this character? And then I kept on thinking, I'm like, man, the Spawn movie should have really taken notes right here, because if when I was thinking about, because I watched the Spawn HBO animated series,
Really great.
and I was like, that's what it felt like. I was like, man, it was like Alex, what is it, Alex Poyos?
Dark City, yes, great movie.
Yes, Dark City. Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's his movie he did after The Crow. It's so good.
That movie is so good too. I mean, like the guy knows how to build like an aesthetic when it comes to like these comic booky, graphic novel-y type of like world. It's like
he had no resistance. See, the difference between in Todd McFarlane, I love Todd McFarlane, but he is so particular with the way he wants Spawn presented. He is the resistance, whereas J.O. Barr is like, you're making a movie out of my book that I had to fight for years to get into the public. Go ahead.
Well, they had resistance on the first Crow movie. Harvey Weinstein was like constantly, he was constantly battling Alex Proyas for stuff, like because Proyas wanted to shoot the movie in black and white, and so did Brandon Lee. Ooh. And then they wanted to do all the flashback scenes with Shelley in full color, in full Technicolor.
Okay, studio interference and resistance. Okay, I guess.
I mean, it's not comic resistance like you're saying, but studio resistance. Yeah, but they still pushed through and still made a very watchable and enjoyable movie.
I mean, you're never gonna, when you watch that movie, and like I said, I can't express how to be there in 1994 and have that music scene, because like I said, I always say the best era of music for me was 1993 to 1998, right after grunge, post-alternative, and that movie captures that, and you can't get the lightning in a bottle. It's really going to be hard. And what they should have done is, to be honest with you, after the comic came out, there were sequels. The movie went the wrong way with the sequels, because Eric Draven, the Crow is the bird. The bird is the title. It is the subject. And then in the comic, the bird goes throughout 1,000 years or whatever. There's a Native American one that he resurrects. There's one where there's different eras, and the bird is the only constant. And none of those people should have Eric Draven's makeup on, because the only reason he has that makeup on is when he crawls back into his apartment, that mask is hanging, and that's in the comics as well. That mask is hanging from the mirror, and that's the first thing he sees. So that's what he adapts. Every other Crow in every comic that you see that's not Eric Draven should not look like that. They should have something distinct to what brought them back. So,
I think one of the Crow comics had a girl dip the crow in like gasoline or oil or something, and then put it on her face. Yep. So she just had the wings around her eyes, and I was like, "Oh, that's really cool looking." Yeah,
that was I think that was a Native American one. I actually have that. That was great. But when they really didn't need to reboot the Crow, they just needed to make another movie with the Crow bringing somebody back. You have a whole bunch of different horrific errors that you could have brought somebody back, but they're stuck on Eric Draven, which is like, that guy had one night. That's
something I got a whole TV show too.
That's something I was talking to Paul about.
Yeah, Mark DeCastros
did all that he could, but even he couldn't save that show. So.
That was something I was talking to Paul about. Was like, this film, I think anyway, probably would have fared a little bit better, at least from like the comic book fan in general, had it just been someone else that wasn't Eric Draven. Like, let's be real, like the bar for the Crow, as far as movies are concerned, it will never reach the heights of the Brandon Lee film, ever, period, bar none. But if you just do someone else, you might have a better chance. But the fact that they went right back to the Eric Draven they're doing Shelley again, then I can kind of appreciate they're trying to showcase a little bit more of the romance. And it's like, okay, I get that. Danny Houston, let's be real, he's probably going to be Dollar Bill, and it's not going to live up to. I forget who the actor was in the first film, but there's no way you're topping that performance.
You talking about Michael Wincott with the long hair?
Michael Wincott, thank you. Yes,
but he doesn't play. He doesn't play Top Dollar. They changed it. He plays the man. If you look in the credits of the movie,
that's true.
Says
you're right.
The man, and someone else is Top Dollar. They changed it. Yeah.
But. I think
also the scene, their death scenes is different in the comic than they are. The death scene in the comic was when the bird's talking to him,
Yeah.
as she's being raped and he's being shot up, and he's like, "Yeah, man, look at his head smoking and all that stuff." And he's like, "Don't look at him, we'll get him." That's the one thing that I thought was I wish they could have done, but I understand that they did, is had the bird sort of talk to him, because throughout the comic, the bird's pretty vulgar and fucked up. The bird's like, "Fuck these people. You got 24 hours. They need to die. I don't care how you do it." And the only way you could hurt him is through the crow. And like I said, you could have all kinds of eras. You could go from the Holocaust. Like I wrote a little story that, when I first opened up, whereas you had a death camp and you had somebody, the crow resurrecting somebody years later while one of these Nazi guys was trying to relocate somewhere else, and then the crow's on his ass, and are different, all kinds of different eras you could do. They have a literal IP that they could exploit, but they got to go back. Like I said, most reboots fail because they should never have been done. And what ends up happening is you're putting something up against the shadow of something else, and you cannot capture the things that made that thing the thing,
Well, they also try and do like the whole Eric Draven thing, like you mentioned, with the same exact kind of makeup. They did it with Alex Corbus. They did it with Eddie Furlong's version in Crow Wicked Prayer. And it's like, why? What purpose?
They're all going back to that house. They all going back to
It's just like, fucking why? Right, and it just doesn't make any sense. I kind of like Salvation a little bit.
Salvation does it different. It still has a little bit of the same face, but it's because he wears a mask that electrocutes his face.
True,
so they try to make it like it's happenstance. He has that face paint.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a horrible idea.
It's still horrible, but I'm saying they tried.
It's different, but it's not a great idea, but it's still different.
The layman, all the layman saw was, "Ooh, okay." That looks like the guy from the first.
Well, I don't think the layman saw Crow Salvation.
I saw it in the movie. They had a good soundtrack.
They had
Black Woman
up until I think Wicked Prayer. Wicked Prayer, I think, was the first one that went direct to video.
Yeah,
but City of Angels and Salvation, I think, were theater releases. Wicked Prayer was the first one that went direct to video.
Trying to catch that, man. They should take the Predator. The way the Predator's done it, and I'm counting a god-awful piece of shit, The Predator. But if you look at the constant throughout those movies, it's a bunch of different people, but the Predator itself is the content. That's why Prey is so good, and that's why Predators with Adrian Brody is so good,
Underrated. Definitely underrated. Predators is underrated.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. First off, William, check your mic. You kind of like you're a little loud. Check to see if like the volume is like on your mic, even on your mic itself. It's kind of like blasting a little bit. But I do want to get the GeekVerse guys.
I want to hear their opinion on it.
Yeah. First, Kirkland, you've been kind of quiet. What do you think?
Shut up over
watch the Crow trailer? What are you thinking?
I can preface by saying I've never seen The Crow.
You got to see the Crow.
Okay, mute his mic now. No.
Yeah. As a trailer, like, on its own, I don't know. I thought it looked okay. I like the look of Bill Skarsgård at least. He's looking pretty jacked and the overall.
He's looking jacked
outfit,
big time there. Yeah.
But like just. Obviously, I assumed it would have been pulled from some sort of source material in the past, but didn't do too much for me just on its own. But throughout your guys' conversation, I mean, it's just shown more interest on the original. So I guess that's
you got to watch the original. You do.
They've convinced you to watch the original, but not go see the new one.
It's coming out. They're re-releasing it on 4K and Steelbook on May 7th. So
Nice. Watch that release, make more money than this. No, I'm just kidding.
And yet somehow it still does better than Madam Web.
Always.
Hey, Madam Web made its money back. I can't. I mean,
okay.
Now you're too low.
William, now I mean, no. Like your microphone is like it's low now, but it's like I don't know. There's something like that.
It's bassy. It's bassy.
Yeah, it's very. I don't know what it is. It might you might need to adjust the volume on the actual mic itself. I don't know if it's that's the case.
Still bassy.
Talk. Say something.
So you love the Crow remake?
Yeah, I love the Crow remake.
You just did.
Get that sound clip it.
Yeah.
Throw it in my face in 6 months.
Yeah, it's like you're not loud, but it's like it's still like your voice is being blown out by your mic. It's weird. Yeah.
How about that?
That's decent.
Great.
Further away. Okay.
I mean, I guess I don't know. It's just weird, like because like when you're talking, it wasn't like it was like it sounded like the decibels were like, going in red, and Yeah, it's very. I don't know. It's interesting, but
Okay, well,
I don't know.
I'll sit down.
It's probably a Streamyard thing. Streamyard's always.
Oh
fucking
yeah, they're always
Yeah,
changing
you know,
shit and
Rhea-
doing stuff.
Rhea said I sounded weird the other day, and then I listened to the show and I didn't, but it made me, yeah.
That's StreamYard for you. I still don't know why it does that. I've looked at my
Oh,
settings.
It's not Streamyard. That's your
Damn it, it won't do
camera.
it for me.
That's your
But
actual
my
camera.
my
Yeah.
Canon camera doesn't just make fireworks.
No,
That didn't
no,
happen.
no, because that happens to Scott too.
Yeah,
That
it
happens to Scott too. There's like, for some reason, there's a setting with certain cameras that if you make a certain hand
Stupid.
Do
gesture,
your thumbs
like
up,
if I
too.
do it, I'm fine. But
Yeah.
yeah, there's certain ones where if you make a hand, look at,
Oh, hey, happy birthday, Chris.
yeah.
Well, he did just have a birthday, so that's pretty fitting.
No, that's
Yeah.
next week. Next week.
Oh, is that next
Oh,
week? Oh,
oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I
Next
thought it
week,
was.
yeah.
I thought it was.
Nope.
I thought
Next
okay,
week.
my bad.
There you go.
Taylor, I don't think you've seen the
Anyway,
Crow
alright.
either, have you?
I have seen The Crow. I saw
Oh
it
yeah, we've never
a long
talked
time
about
ago.
this.
My dad
Oh.
really loved that original Crow movie, and so he put it on when I was a teenager. And I remember little fragments of it, but I've not seen it since. It's something I do plan to. I want to go back and rewatch it. I've never seen the sequels. It seems like I don't.
Don't worry about those.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
If you want to torture yourself after watching the first one, by all means.
What's
Check out-
a,
I will say notoriously too, Taylor, I think
Okay.
you like a lot of sequels that people usually don't like, but you like how many Wrong Turns do you like? Like you like all those fucking movies.
One too many.
How many Final Destinations are there?
he calls
There's a
those
new one
movies
coming,
right
so-
There's
turns.
6, right? Is there 6? I think they're making the
there's
7th
sixth one.
now.
They're making the sixth, I think.
They're making the 6th now. Yeah,
think they're making the
Jeez
6th one,
Louise.
yeah. Yeah.
But as far as the trailer goes, I don't have much of a understanding of this universe to gauge, but I thought it was okay, and maybe that's because I don't have that proper understanding and that insight of that first film, and maybe I need to rewatch that film and then I can see, okay, this one really isn't doing justice. But I think some of the visuals were really cool, just him getting shot and just the way that was filmed and him just walking it off was neat. Like that was intense.
Much more bloodier than the first one. That's for
Oh
sure.
yeah, for sure.
I think they saw the scene of RoboCop getting taken down and said, "We want to
Yeah.
top that."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good point.
I know. It's just one of those things where it's like, all right, I'll give it a chance. And I know a lot of people are trying to be like, hey, let's get. But I mean, but I understand the people that are going like, what the fuck is this? Because I'm also going, yeah, I don't like the look. And I like the action looks good. I'm like, I like the John Wick style, but more bloodier, kind of like shotgun to the face, kind of, and he's walking up the stairs, he's getting shot up. It looks cool when it comes to that. But when it comes to the actual, like I said, I just watched the original movie like 4 weeks ago and just going, God damn, how did he capture this aesthetic right here? And why can't more movies capture this right here? I mean, my God, it's just,
One of the things that he had at his advantage at that time was, like I said, the Crow 1994 was a product of his time, and he was in that environment.
yeah.
In that environment. So when you're creating in that environment, it's easy to transfer that vibe over than it is 30 years later when you're doing it in retrospect. So a lot of people who don't know the Crow mythos and are looking at this in retrospect and weren't there when the movie came out or didn't have a grasp of the comic, and that's not an insult, are going to have a different view of this movie one way or another. They may be the key to its success. Whereas if you're saying something's a Crow, then that's I'm looking to see the Crow. So whereas you might lose people like me, but you might gain me on a movie that as long as I take that bird off of the title, then now I have John Wick versus basically what was Hannibal, the TV show. A lot of the visuals reminded me of Hannibal. The NBC show.
That's a good assessment. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So it's not a bad movie. I don't think it's going to be a bad movie. There's a difference, but when you do an adaptation, that's the thing. You have to adapt. What you're doing.
Right.
Otherwise, you may lose a core audience. So.
It's sandwiched in the middle between Bad Boys 4 and Mad Max, just because I was curious of what was coming out. And it's out the same days as Bad Boys 4, so it's not winning that weekend. And then it's 2 weeks after Mad Max. So I feel like that's a tough one because I feel like if people are going to go see a movie, it's going to be that, or the weekend after is Inside Out. I'm not saying the kids are going to see The Crow. I'm just saying there could be parents being like, hey, I'm going to save, we got to go to the theater and spend $100 next week. Do I want to see The Crow? Or am I going to take my kids Inside Out 2? And I feel like Inside Out 2 is probably going to win that scenario for, people that are picking, right?
It's going to be Dune Part 2 and Kung Fu Panda all over again, but on a much more extreme scale.
Yeah. Yeah.
But PVOD, like I said, we in the old ways, this would have been catastrophic to have it go up against Bad Boys, for it not to have it make a bulk of money. But once again, this is a type of movie where you can have a date night or something like that. And when you pay $29, yeah, it sounds a lot for one movie. But when you go to the movie, when you get the gas, you get the popcorn, the soda, and everything else, then you're going way above $29. So that's why a lot of these movies do so well. So The Crow, I think The Crow, if it doesn't do decent in the theaters, I don't think that means it's a failure. I think this is the kind of movie that can make tons of money on PVOD, and then
reported budget of only 52. So that's the reported budget as right now. Yeah. But that's not bad at all.
Pretty good. So pretty good.
Yeah.
And
so,
I think
so at least it's not one of those. It's like 100 million, and we're like, fuck. Like, what are they doing
Sony'd
here, right?
They Sony'd it. They basically cut their bets. They don't have to make a lot of money, because they didn't spend a lot. And I doubt that Lionsgate is going to spend a lot. But here's the thing, though, about the Crow movie: good or bad, no matter and whether I like it or not, it's going to get people talking about a 30-year-old IP that really only gets brought back to the surface, and not in the most positive ways. A lot of people remember The Crow as the movie that Brandon Lee died of. How about you go to your comic store and maybe pick up the trade paperback and take a look at it? I mean, that's the worst. The worst.
Yeah, they're reprinting all that stuff. Yeah, they're reprinting the original comic. And they're going to release it around the movie. They have the original Life and Death book that came out that had like one of the last interviews with Brandon. They're going to have that reprinted. So it's cool for us to get some of that stuff that's been out of print if we don't already own it back and in our collection. So yeah, there's positives to it for sure. And like you said, it brings that conversation back. But that's all the positives I'm going to give it.
All the positives.
So, comic book movie that might get people to pick up a comic book. I mean, mission accomplished.
I mean, that's true. Yeah. People should read the comic. The comic's a work of art. It's a cross between an actual linear storytelling and some nonlinear for you guys who like that stuff. But there's painting, there's pencil drawings, there's poetry in it, there's song lyrics. Like it's someone's heart on paper. When you read it, it's not just a comic book. It's someone's life splattered all over. It really is. It's really good.
Yeah, I got the comic I think like a year or two ago, and I went through it, and it was interesting. It was not what I expected it to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more like the movie and more of like an actual comic, but like the way it's done, it feels more like a Grant Morrison type of storytelling where it's all over the map basically. Now a few things on the comic, because you guys seem to know way more about it than I do. I'm I would say a base level fan. Like I love the movie more so. I know more about the movie than I know more about the comics. So I read the comic. I loved it. I thought it was really cool. It's in my collection and stuff. But you guys are talking about the other types of Crow iterations and stuff. Now, was James Barr involved with that? Or other people took on the idea and James Barr was like involved or like what's the process? Do you guys know?
Some of them.
Go ahead. Yeah, he was in control of the IP. This is going back, I think, until 96, 97. So the first original ones that came from Kitchen Sink Press that weren't, I think, Caliber. This is a lot. I think it was Caliber Press and Kitchen Sink Press. The Kitchen Sink Press took over for it, and they were the ones that did the sequels. I think he inspired the original ones. And then I think at some point he sold or licensed the IP out altogether, and the ones that came after that, he gets credit on them as a creator of the thing, but they are not his stories though. And you can tell the difference between his stories because his stories are based on not based on the person, but they're based on what happened to the person and vengeance. Just outright vengeance. And as you get, it's not always about romance. In fact, and here's the thing about the Crow comic book. The romance is after the fact. When he got in that flashback scene where they're in the park or the forest and they're raping her, killing her. There's no romance there. There's just violence. And I think that the only reason that there's a romantic aspect in the comic book is to show you that the connection that he had to what he once was and that he's not anymore. That's the only romance aspect. In fact, he loved Shelley. We knew all that, but I didn't need to see him dancing and them doing karaoke together, all that. Even though there are dream flashbacks and stuff in there, the raw
look at that
violence, the raw violence that is in this movie. It's like rage. It's like he's writing something that you want to do to somebody that hurt you, but you don't want to go to jail for the rest of your life. So here's Eric, and the bird is doing it for you.
Right. Yep, and that's awesome, by the way.
Is that autographed in the bottom there?
Yeah, these are all autographed.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
So
He's not an easy autograph to get anymore.
yeah, I know, and it's so I got all the when they combined the 2 issues into one when they reprinted them, Irony and Despair and all those. This is the original Caliber first issue.
Albert Press,
Yeah.
man.
That goes for a lot now, from what
Yeah.
I was looking up.
And I even have, when Kitchen Sink took over, like he was saying, like William was saying, these are from the second movie, and they did a comic book adaptation from the second movie, and they started releasing all those other ones. And look, there's the paint different. It's the actual crow on his face.
Yep.
Okay.
So there's a
Do you have
lot of
Native
cool stuff.
American one?
I do.
have-
Wild Justice. Yep, I have that one.
That was my favorite one. That was
Yeah.
my favorite for the ones that they did.
There was also one where it was a woman who was she was pregnant, and she was a cop, and she went into a building to try to save people, and the building exploded, and
wow.
then she comes back because she lost herself and her unborn child, and that was also a really good one. So yeah,
Wow.
there's a cool mythology to that. It even goes back. There's a novel that came out that James Obar wrote, where it showed where the crow actually comes from, and he goes back to Noah on the ark, and he has this thing where Noah releases a dove and a crow to go fly in different directions to find land, and the dove comes back. This is after the flood, and the dove comes back to him, and he's like, okay, so land must be this way because it brought back a twig, but the crow never came back. And so the mythology is that the crow went into the afterlife realm and became a specter, between realms. So yeah, really cool stuff. There's some of it makes no sense, but it's, like we were talking about earlier, Chris, but they do a good job of making it real.
One of the cool things that this was right around the same time that Neil Gaiman was giving you Matthew.
Yes.
And they're telling you his story. So that helped. I really think that if it wasn't for Vertigo Press, that James O'Barr would still be trying to sell Crow to someone.
That's why when Vertigo shut down, I made a video about how heartbreaking that was, because how much it was a pioneer for comic storytelling at the time.
That was as dumb. Them doing that was as dumb as Marvel shutting down Ultimates.
No.
And I remember that. Listen, the best shit that they had selling.
Not really.
I think in its own way, because judging from what the companies were,
Okay.
Vertigo sales weren't hurting. I never understood why they
no.
phased that out. Their Vertigo sales were not hurting at all.
Yeah.
I mean, more story to tell, and even without gaming. So I never understood why that Ultimate sales weren't. Some of the stories were kind of goofy, but that you can fix that. But here we are now. We got DC Black Label, which in many ways, and then you
That's
have
not the same as Vertigo.
It's not the same as Vertigo.
They
You'll
focus-
never
they
know.
focus-
Doesn't have the same vibe.
They
That's
focus
fine,
way
but
too
it-
much on their main IPs, and
Yeah,
that's not
it
what
gives you an
Vertigo
edge,
did.
though,
Vertigo's
But they
completely
absorbed
different.
it, though.
Right.
They absorbed it. So now when you reprint Sandman, or you do a Sandman, or you do a Nightmare Country, and what would have been Vertigo back in the day is
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
DC
Black
Black Label.
Right.
I'll take it, though, man. I'll take it. Shit. I mean,
Thankfully, all my Sandman Absolutes still have Vertigo label on it, so I'm happy.
Nice.
yeah.
I have-
When you get those new printings, and it's a DC Black Label.
Yeah,
Which, by the way, thank God for DC Black Label. Oof.
A lot of people say that.
Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to touch bases, like, did you guys see the first official Superman set images of the Engineer? Did you guys see this?
I
Yeah.
saw him when
I'd
you were
ask-
in your line. Yeah, I saw him.
I'd ask Chris, because I was like, is she not metal all the time? Because I know nothing about the Authority. So I wasn't, because I was like, if she's supposed to be metal all the time, then fuck. Yeah, and I understand now, so it's completely fine. But first and all, because anytime TH or anyone's talking about her, it's the metal. Her is metal, like whatever that look is, right? So
Yeah.
when I saw this, I was like, oh fuck, this is some CW stuff we're getting right here. But now I understand. Okay, it's not always like that. I get it
Yeah,
now.
it's
So.
not always like that. Yeah.
But yeah, and I know people are like, oh, they gotta release the Superman photo, which I'm sure they will, but I don't think they're gonna. I think there's. I would, if they have it leaked before official photo comes out, then I will be surprised to say they're dumb. I would feel like the other people aren't as important, but the way people are like, oh, Superman's next, I still feel like they'll post something official first before you see the red cape out there. Maybe I'm wrong.
It would be
know.
super hilarious if there were set photos of practically every other character in a costume before Superman.
Yeah, that'd be
It
good.
would be
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
hilarious. Like if you see Guy Gardner, if you see Nathan Fillion out there in a Guy Gardner vest as Green
Okay.
Lantern,
Bowl
that
cut
should
and
That would
everything.
be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Hilarious.
But what I noticed though, if you notice, like on her costume, there are like these, squares. I think those are mocap sensors.
Probably.
So there is something else that's going to be added to this costume for sure. Now, when it comes to her face, who knows? But at the same time, probably nothing. But yeah, like I said, I mean, what's her name? Angie Specca? What is her name?
Spica, something like that.
Spica, something like that. I mean, she's not always been like that. There's a reason why she ends up getting into this character. So it's like, it is interesting. I don't know. But of course, people naturally are like, "Hey, she's supposed to be fully silver." It's like, did you think that the actress was going to be just like fully in, like C-3PO? Like,
did you want them to spray paint her silver like they spray painted Will Poulter gold for Adam Warlock? Is that what you were really expecting?
That's not necessarily how that character interacts with their abilities.
Yeah. So there's like a whole different thing, but it is cool that it's like, hey, okay, we're finally getting that. But yeah, it's gonna get close to her where everybody, when these images came out, people were like, oh, James Gunn better release that Superman suit image first before it leaks out. It's like, yeah, I think they have that planned. I just have a feeling that they have it coordinated where it's like, all right, we know when we're going to release that suit, because if we're going to shoot Superman outside, guess what? We better release the official image that looks really good. They probably already have it ready. James Gunn has it on his phone, ready to go, of like Corn Sweat in the Superman suit, looking like, color palette, all, doctored, and everything looks fucking just fantastic already. I think he already has that. I don't know. Probably. What say you guys?
I say when the WB stock goes down another $1, he'll probably have to release it then and just see what happens.
And that's where we all invest.
Okay, can we not? I got that stock, dude. It's at 853. I mean, damn. I might have to buy the company if it goes any lower.
We'll do it all together. We'll invest.
We'll buy it for $1, William. We'll all go in.
I just had $17 stock not too long ago, and I'm like, okay, we're going in the right direction. I'm afraid to hit refresh on my screen now.
Yeah.
Like, hey, William. I wouldn't look in April, because then they can start doing things that you won't like.
Yeah.
Well, once it gets sold again, the merge stock. Now, if the merge stock gets bought by like an Amazon, an Apple, or a Microsoft, where the $29 billion won't hurt them, then the stock will go up. But if it's some other company that says we're the same size as you, let's merge, that stock is going to be like that's going to be like a food stamp stock. I don't want to see that. I'm getting rid of all mine because it's not going up for another 3 years. So it needs to be somebody who can absorb the debt, because the debt is what's dragging down the stock in a lot of things. And the value of their major IPs is hurting the stock right now. And the fact that you don't have any of your major IPs at a level that a layman can be like, wow, you know what? That looks like something I can buy into. So that's kind of scary. But $8.53 last time, I'm not looking again. I'm not looking in right now because I'm afraid.
I get it. But I know the GeekVerse guys have to check out right now because
we got to record something because our partner's off at 10:30. Well, he's at home at 10:30, so we got to jump in our own Streamyard room and record some stuff. So that's
there's nothing wrong with that. But I appreciate you guys coming on and talking about your movie. Like I said, really enjoyed it. Watched it twice. Really great job. Looking forward to what you guys have to do with in the future when it comes to making these movies.
No. Thank you very much, and thank you for having us on again. Thank you to people that are the weekly listeners too, and people giving us some time to talk about and everything. So we appreciate that, and I'll be back, soon. Talk about whatever soon, everything. As I always pop. People they're hoping the opposite. They're like, oh no, Travis is back, but no.
You got to see the movie just to see you get tied up and taped your mouth shut.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like me, I get beat up a lot. We just said we get hurt a lot. So there you go. But you guys have a good rest weekend. I'll be catching this on the replay, and everyone have a good one.
Sure. Take it easy, guys.
Thank
you, Kirkland. Thank you, Taylor. You guys are awesome. Good job. Good work.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Appreciate it. All right.
Then there were 6.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't have anything to say about that. I mean, she looks great, but I have because Superman's birthday was recently because he's born on a leap year. His birthday's a leap year. So I have I'm going to be doing my it's a slight self plug, but in case there's Superman fans here, I'm going to do my first Whatnot stream on Monday night, and I'm actually going to be playing with this comic book that has stickers.
Oh, I
So
remember that one.
You remember this one?
It's
so I have
Milestone, right?
this is actually it's Superman versus Lobo.
Oh,
and
that was what.
And there's a sticker sheet that comes with this,
Mm-hmm.
and you basically are recreating the fight. And it's like Superman punching Lobo and Lobo kicking Superman, and you can put the stickers all over Metropolis and decorate it. So I'm going to be giving away one of those, but I have one open that we're going to play with. And then we're going to be selling the Return of Superman trading cards. I have a box here and the Death of Superman. So yeah, when you were talking about Superman, I'm like, oh, awesome. Like, I can't wait. I love that character. And, I'm on a wait and see with the movie. I know there's like new things coming out every week, and I see Dave post them, but I've been mostly staying away from them because I wanna see things the way they're meant to be seen with this one, because I'm already hesitant with some things. So I'm like, I'd rather wait and see like official photos come out and a trailer come out at some point. So yeah, we'll see. But but she does look good. This looks fine.
Guy Gardner's in this movie. Metamorphose might be in it. It's just like, man. The long time comic book Batman to me, like I always say, when I started seeing those characters in Justice League, that was my cue to stop buying Justice League.
You stopped at International?
I cannot stand. Listen, Keith Giffen, rest in peace.
He like Dan DiDio.
Things he did that I cannot stand as a long timer. The creation of Lobo, pick and save Wolverines, complete with the cigar, and everything he did with Justice League. I mean, I try on a daily basis to unremember or forget those two things, because all I got to do is say Legion of Superheroes, Paul Levitz, and then I'm constantly reminded now that era existed, and it kind of makes me want to vomit in my mouth. And now I get to see it in live action. Oh yay! But that's not going to kill the movie for me. I'm going to go. I'm going to go see this movie. But I don't. Here's the thing about when it comes to these movies, I just don't want to talk them to death. Because, like I said, we've got too much time, and there's just too many bullshit artists out there that want to spin this thing away by the time you get to the movie, and we become a culture of shitting on movies no matter how. Like I said, I brought up Madam Web on our show. Granted, that movie was a train wreck, but it comes to a point where it doesn't matter. We already got our diapers down, and we're ready to projectile shit on whatever's coming down the pipe.
Visual images, William. My God.
Yeah, I know. Diapers down.
Did Phil? Because last time I was on here, me and Phil talked about having like hope, like a little tiny shred of hope for Madam Web. I never did see it. Did you, Phil?
Okay.
Do you have I don't know your thoughts on that.
I saw the movie.
Okay, that says it all. It gets 5 years.
I had hope too. I was like, you know what? There's a story here, but then it was like,
oh, there's a story, all right.
Yeah. Not told by those people.
All over it. They shat all over that story.
What I respect about I respect you, William, a lot, but I also respect you as a comic book reader too, because again, I love JLI, but for different reasons. Yeah. But you also like Giffen for different things. Like, it's just not your tempo in the sense of JLI. I respect that.
I like Giffen. I think is one of the greatest, especially of the '80s. He just had a vision, especially with Legion of Superheroes. What he could do at Legion of Superheroes, and I could never come to grips with this guy that would write this guy that wrote the greatest, was Paul, greatest superhero that ever lived. Oh, this guy that brought all that onto paper, created Lobo. And created and did JLI, where some of these characters, it was like Animal House, and I'm like, okay, this isn't for me,
that's
fair. But at the same time, like,
but
there is.
But you're also. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick, there is that one panel of Batman cold cocking Guy Gardner that lives rent free in my head every day, and it's great. Yeah. Like, I if there's one thing I want to see from the DCU, it's whoever they cast as Batman. Knock Guy Gardner the fuck out. I want to see that.
What they would do is they would trick you. That in one of these issues, they said, next issue, the Green Lantern. And I'm thinking, well, wow, it's the Green Lantern. And then I get fucking Guy Gardner or Nort, or both of them. Both of them for my money.
Nort.
Yeah.
Nort. That's amazing. I haven't heard that name said in so long. Nort. That's so good. That's so good.
We know how to make William shiver in disgust.
Just gonna whisper.
It's just like, he's such a great creator. Rest in peace. One of the greatest creators of my childhood growing up, because he was rolling with Legion of Superheroes in the 80s, I mean, he was not afraid to kill off character. I mean, Karate Kid got busted up and bludgeoned to death. I mean, he wasn't afraid to bring the violence. It was because he was 1,000 years in the future. They wouldn't let him do a lot of that stuff in the mainline comic, but in the future, they're like, oh, we can undo that, you know. And he was one of the writers, him, Levitz, that got completely colossally fucked by a crisis. I can't think of a group of people that got screwed. And I love John Byrne.
Again, someone
love John Byrne. John Byrne helped bend him over, man. You know, so there you go.
Help bend him over.
Yeah,
I like who said that. That's a good review right there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna say, now I only was able to read some of JLI. I had some of the smaller volumes and everything. I think they comprised it into a omnibus collection at some point.
2 of them, with the third one coming out this year.
Okay, cool. I think I didn't get those right away because I think there was a for some reason DC, I think they've gotten better lately. They've had a lot of like misprint issues and certain things happening, and they originally made the spines really like flimsy and stuff too. Like there was a lot of those issues, so I stayed away from it for a bit. But at some point, I will collect it.
Their collected editions department's a nightmare. They don't know.
And they need to come down in price too.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the whole purpose of these is to be able to circulate them. And why are you charging? You know.
Yeah.
That's just me.
But you know, that's a whole other that's a whole like thing with the comic books too. Because one of the reasons why I didn't read a lot of comics when I was a kid, other than like stuff I'd seen in the grocery store, is that you know the masterworks or the collected editions were very expensive. Like something not a 12-year-old could have afforded, you know. Yeah. But now it's been fluctuating too, because the Marvel omnibuses used to be so thick, and now they got kind of thin again. But now they've kind of tried to charge a certain amount. But I mean, depending on how they want to, like I just got all of the Peter David like Hulk collection, and those prices have kind of managed. But anyway, back to JLI. I liked what it was, but I understand Williams' complaints about it because it is so radically different from every other iteration of Justice League that I've read, and I'm talking like even modern stuff like with Scott Snyder.
You must not have read Task Force. That was a really terrible one.
Yeah, I have not read Task Force. I do like the original Suicide Squad. No, yeah. I like the original Suicide Squad by Josh Ostrander.
Ostrander? Yeah, of course. Yeah, great run. First Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
In that
very
run.
Very good stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, you look at like Grant Morrison's JLA, and you look at like JLI. Yeah, it's day and night. But yeah, no. I'm already dreading knowing that Gunn is gonna give Guy Gardner probably a bowl cut, Nathan Fillion bowl cut for the movie. So that's
I don't know about that though.
I don't know.
That's Guy Gardner. That's his signature.
Yeah, I know. But it's like,
yeah, but Patrick Gleason gave him spiky hair, which I liked.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's a recent video of Nathan Fillion like in Atlanta, and his hair looked lighter. Like it looked like it was the same color as, you know, like the almost a red, you know.
Yeah.
But it was not the bowl cut. It was.
They're gonna CGI it on, Dave. That's what's going.
You think so?
I don't know.
Is there going to be a wig? I don't know. I don't know. I think like I'm hoping that Gunn just goes like, you know what? Let's see what works, kind of thing. And I don't think he's going to have the bowl cut.
Green suit and orange hair is going to look really interesting.
Yeah, I think he's going to have like the Nathan Fillion hair of like, you know, kind of spiky, you know, whatever. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be the bowl cut.
The thing I'm more curious about than anything else, though, in terms of like what's in this movie, and I've said this to Phil as well, is the presence of the Authority. Like, what does? Because look, here's the thing, in Zack's universe and Man of Steel and stuff like that, the DC universe, as we find out and know, kind of almost from the get-go, it's been around for a while, and the way that they put it out there was that Superman coming back kind of reawakened everything, and like a lot of these superheroes come out of the mold, and the supervillains, while with Suicide Squad. But the presence here is that the Authority. I don't know how long the Authority's been around, but it looks like they're a established group and whatnot, and they've been there. So I'm just curious as to how they're functioning in this DC universe. How like if they're in place, like what would cause Superman or the Justice League to form? You know,
Yeah.
like
Well-
how do they affect everything? You know,
I
That's the
think
intriguing
they may
aspect.
be using. Well, good.
No, I was just saying that's what's intriguing to me is like with these heroes already established and the authority already there, it's like, and then you have a Superman. I'm like, all right, this is something different. Now I just want to see like how it plays out. Is it going to work? Maybe. Who knows? But it's something different. That's all I'm looking at it as it's something different from what we've seen previous. Go ahead, William.
I think the Justice League either was there before and were replaced by the Authority, kind of like because of what's the Authority. And then what happens is like Kingdom Come, they get out of hand and the Justice League has to form. So I think you're going to see, like, you'll see the goofy JLI. You'll see that in its place, right? But you'll also see the Authority making them like a number 2. Like they're no longer the premier superhero team, but they'll do something like the Authority does, and because they're kind of violent. And people, it'll be a little bit more,
little bit.
of okay,
Pretty brutal.
our protectors, kind of like Magog and Kingdom Come, our protectors have lost control now. We need the old guard back. They're no longer a fad. They're what we need now. So that's what I think he might be doing. And so that gives me hope that you might see an original JL Injustice League lineup, and that the JLI one is just kind of the current placeholder type of people. But who knows? There's not enough out there for me to form an opinion about it. Not yet, but I'm pretty sure come July or next September or so, you'll start to get trailers out. You'll get at least a teaser.
Or
Right.
it could be James Gunn doing like his kind of typical shtick where these are just a bunch of like B or C list superheroes who decide like, hey, we should put together a team, and then they see Superman like, hey, you should come join us, and the Authority is like the government issued super team, and they're like, we could be like we could be like them, and they're a bunch of goofballs, but they're the goofballs that like, because it's James Gunn, they'll win your hearts throughout the film in some way.
Well, I mean, those set images. I mean, what's her name? Maria, whatever. I mean, I think she's fucking hot. I'm just saying.
She looks great in that picture.
I've fallen in love with her like gym stuff, and I'm like, God damn. So hey, already before I've even seen the movie, I'm like already falling in love with the engineer.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm curious.
Chicken engineer me. Okay. Anyways.
No, I mean, Dave, if you want to go on for another 5 minutes about your love, it's okay.
We'll step away, and you can have a moment
in private. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. It was a G rating.
No,
Right.
I'm just really curious on all this because, like, I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I have to be accepting that Gunn is a decent filmmaker, but I also have to, be aware of his limitations and his range. And I don't see him handling. I don't see him handling this in a way. I mean, I'm assuming he's gearing towards adults and kids when he's making this movie, but like, I mean, I could see the take being that the Authority is the government-based thing, and the Justice League or the formation later of the Justice League will be a answer to the Authority of something that's not held down by the government and they're more free-spirited, they're more lovable. But I mean, also too, the thing with the creation of the Authority, or when they were created in the comic books, is that they were a more practical Justice League. Yes, they were in coordination with the government, but essentially they were the ones that like they were just more straight laced and more to the point. Whereas like they won't have problems getting rid of terrorists if they go into an area and the terrorists are shooting at them. That's it. Goodbye to those terrorists. There's no tying up the bad guys, and so I'm seeing that as like that might be the point that they're going to try to make in the case. But also too, the Authority is ultra violent, and introducing them in a Superman movie that's clearly not going to be able to be R-rated is a choice.
Yep.
So as to showing the difference between why we might need the Justice League, who doesn't just rationally go in and just kill anyone that is not on a no kill list, basically, possibly, so there's all these dynamics that they're going to have to balance out. But also Gunn may just very well just drop them in as a cameo, a very quick cameo, and then that's it.
I don't think it's going to be a cameo though.
Yeah,
I
no.
mean, just
I mean, it may not very well be, but I'm also arguing the point, if it's not, does Gunn have the chops to really tackle that issue? And for that matter, is it appropriate to tackle it in a PG-13 Superman movie where he's not going to be able to show why the Authority is not necessarily what we want to follow?
Well, I mean, like to me, it seems like Gunn is pushing the boundaries a little. He's gonna have to push the boundaries. I mean, and I hope that he does. Like he pushes that PG-13. I hope that the first cut gets an R rating. Remember when Zack was talking about he's like, yeah, I kept getting an R rating because they didn't like the fact that Superman was fighting Batman. And it was like that was like the main thing. I hope Gunn gets almost the same treatment. It was like he's like, yeah, they kept pushing back on me. It's like because I had these concepts. I hope that he actually does get some pushback from it, just because he is trying to reach that edge.
He might not want that simply because the studio will step in.
Yeah.
The problem is with the movie is accessibility.
Will they? I mean, DC Studios is its own autonomous unit now. Will Warner Brothers take it
That's
on?
That's what they're saying.
To a point.
That's
the thing.
That's
and
the
I've
thing.
even
That's
said
what
that
remains
too.
to
I'm
be
like, I've even said that too. It's like, yeah. I mean, I know James Gunn's like, hey, we are our own thing. It's like, yeah, but you still have another guy.
You're an employee.
He
just
still
like
reverts
us.
his ad
And that money came from somewhere, some investor, some rich outsider. Like it's
who now has $8.53 stock. Join me.
And I think y'all are onto something with the authority, because again, the authority is looked at as the hammer. They see the world in black and white. It's you're good or evil.
Which
that's what
could
it is.
work with the Superman movie.
No,
it
can
As a
work,
contrast,
especially if you're
Right.
looking at a formation of a Justice League, Justice Society, whatever we want to call it at this point. They don't see the world as black and white. That's not how that works. There are gray areas, and there's not necessarily, simple good and evil. There's ideas, and they don't want to be, determined where to go. They're going to go where they feel it is wrong being done.
There are two things about this movie that make me go one way and the other. James Gunn mentioned that he wants to present Superman in a world where he is kind, in a world that's not so kind. And I'm like, okay, that's a little bit of like Man of Steel to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got fucking Peter Safran going like, truth, justice, and the American way. And I'm like, nope. Big nope. That is a nope for me, my guy.
And all that other stuff.
Yep. I'm just like,
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know about. I think we've talked about this on the stream before. Like, isn't the official thing? Hasn't it been changed over to a better tomorrow, the American way?
better world.
A better world, right?
Better world.
So, like, are they gonna make that a point to be like the American way, and then like Superman, like, are they gonna even try to tackle that? Where like maybe Superman sees that and it's like, oh no, like
Getting
not
the China released. I don't know.
Yeah, right. I don't know either.
There's the word getting released. Might have a different version of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with Phil. There's a lot of stuff on the table, but like I'm being truthful. Like I don't hate James Gunn as a filmmaker, but like I don't know if he has the gravitas to really tackle what he's even trying to put out there on the issues. Like, is he going to focus enough on what's really important? Like, are we going to connect with that? I guess that's what I'm trying to. Because I mean, listen, Superman isn't Star-Lord. He's not Peacemaker.
Yep.
Like, Superman has a much higher caliber of fans and people that know this character inside and out. And that's why we still to this day debate about Henry Cavill and all the other different versions, because of a version of this character that we see. So he's not going into what?
There's corporate rules to it, because like I said, the shareholders and the investors are not going to let you make a Superman that they don't feel is accessible. And that's just the way it is. I mean, because like I said, most movies are made on borrowed money, especially in Warner Brothers cases. So whoever's is footing that money is going to have a lot of say. And like I said, even Zazoff has a boss. Whoever's footing the bill for this is the boss, and they can shape the way this stuff happens. And when it comes to Superman, whether you agree with it or not, it's always Superman's always been the one that they've always been the most accessible, of any of these superheroes. So I don't know if he can. I mean, and James Gunn doesn't necessarily make the type of movie. I still think he's brilliant, but when you're talking about dollars and cents, there's a difference between doing something within the structure of something that was already a machine, like Marvel. Guardians of the Galaxy was their 9th or 10th movie, so that machine was going. They already had $1 billion movie in the shoot. So now it's different because there's no Feige there like this. and it's you, and there's no layers between him and the stockholders in Zaslav. You know,
Right.
those are the
And
guys
it's
with a little bit more power.
and it's easier, in my opinion, and not this extends to the Suicide Squad as well, but it's easier for a creator, and I'm just saying this for anybody, it's not just James Gunn, but let's be honest, he targets C and D list characters for this sole reason of you don't have people amassing to, I mean, maybe now, but you don't have people like who are, you know, hardcore Rocket Raccoon fans. He took
Yeah.
a character that was obscure as fuck and had fun with it. And same with Peacemaker. It's just so much easier to do
He
it.
did
But
my boy Vigilante so dirty. Oh my god.
yeah, I don't want to get started on that. But regardless, like you have all this advantage of not having people that invested in the character and being able to, you know, play around with it. That's not the case with Superman. Superman has all of these things already set in place and standards, and not even just by us, but as you say, William, the studio.
It is what it is. Yeah.
And to your point, Paul, like you walk out of any Guardians movie, people are not really talking about Star-Lord. You might catch someone talking about Drax. You might catch someone talking about Gamora. More often than not, they are always talking about how much they love Rocket Raccoon and Groot.
Well, I
And
mean,
that's why they're the ones carrying the Guardians forward after Volume 3.
Well,
and
they're
Bradley Cooper,
the
Bradley
mascots.
Cooper just made his showed up in what's that show? Something.
Avid
Elementary.
Oh, yeah.
Elementary.
And then he actually did the voice to the kids in the classroom, and it's like, that just shows you right there. It's like, that's how impact. I'm just saying.
But the difference being that this is the first movie of his universe, and Guardians had all the credibility of the MCU before he was even brought up.
Well, but at the same time, it was something different, and it was a risk.
It stood out.
I'll ask you this. If I come into your office with movie number 1 of the MCU, talking about a talking raccoon in a tree, I doubt I get 5 minutes in before you throw me out, or you polite me.
No, I'm not.
But
saying,
his
I'm not
Superman
saying,
his Superman movie doesn't have a raccoon, so that's not a good comparison.
Not yet.
Here's the thing, though. But here's the
I'm
thing.
not
It's
saying.
easier to get these ideas across when you have the machine behind you.
No. Yeah, I'm not saying that the Marvel
Well, to be
machine
fair,
helps. It does help, but at the same time, you still have to make that movie be something. And that's the thing, is like when that first trailer came out, there were so many people who were like, "What the fuck is Guardians of the Galaxy? What the fuck is?"
Dude, I know the comic, and I thought that movie was going to be dog fat.
Marvel had the benefit of the doubt at that point. DC doesn't. That's the difference. That's what I mean by being movie number 9 versus being movie number 1 in a universe that's been mismanaged for 7 years.
I'm confused. Are you saying James Gunn isn't capable of, like, he had that experience though with a machine that worked? You don't think
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what your argument was. Sorry.
Is the benefit of the doubt when you're talking about audiences. They were more accepting. They were ready for whatever MCU at that point was going to give them. They were ready for it. Now you look at DC, you're kind of testing that food out. You're like, you're kind of, hey, you taste this first type of situation. So it's a difference between benefit of the doubt and
Superman.
one company out. What's
Superman, like a lot of people already would be like, "Hey, a Superman film." It's like, "Hey, the new Superman." They're gonna go see it.
It's one of the most divisive characters out there right now. Superman right now is probably the most divisive character out there because you have 8 decades. Well, why? You have 8 decades of people. Like I said, my grandfather first picked up Superman. My dad bought it. Now you have a lot of intergenerational things that people have a different perception of what Superman is, judging from where they came at it. Some people, when you're 6 years old, Christopher Reeve, that's going to be it for you. Cavill, everybody else. Very few characters like that have so many dimensions that still have people sitting in judgment of them. Whereas, when you do the unknown characters, you have more license because nobody is going to be like, well, that's not my Crow or that's not my Rocket Raccoon. Never did it before, but you got 80 years of Superman. So
I mean, like Phil just said a minute ago, someone brought up the phrase "Truth, Justice, the American Way," and he had a negative reaction to it. He goes, "It's outdated and ridiculous," and it's like, so that shows you right there that there's divisiveness with this character. Like, he just proved it.
The American Way, we were leading the way. We were
I was also explaining the evolution of what DC was literally doing with their advertising as well. Like I'm actually more a fan of A Better World because I've always seen Superman as a world superhero, not just based in America. But regardless, there's already that distinction of like different generations and what
or just what you prefer. You may have grown up with Christopher Reeve, but just like Henry Cavill's better. It doesn't, either way, it doesn't matter. Some people just draw to what they like and taste. but that because of that is why that character has become more where everyone likes to plant their flag on what their version is, of the character, and it doesn't leave wiggle room sometimes for an interpretation.
There's something about Superman that you have to have a balance in the sense of you
Yes.
you want to have the hope, the kindness, the everything is going to be sunny and rosy in the end, but that's not a Superman that's going to be accepted by everyone. It's not.
But you also need like a journey of him getting there too.
Exactly.
No, and an arc.
You have to have that. Okay, the realism at that point that the world is not sunshine and roses. The world lives in gray. So you have to find that balance, and I think that's where people who don't care for Henry Cavill's interpretation because they thought it's too doom and gloom. Then they say, well, I want Christopher Reeve. Well, then no, you get the opposite at that point. You have to find a amalgam of the two. And to your point, it has to be a journey to figure out him where that balance is, where he is accepted in this world. And where
because
he can make sense of this world.
Yeah, because this is a guy who, whether you want to look at it this way or not, and this is how I always see Superman, is he's okay with lying to people every day, to find his own balance. I want to be the best Clark Kent I can be, and I want to be the best Superman I can be, and I want to live up to the expectations of where I actually come from and my human parents. And there's like this duality there in a way that it's interesting. Like, he doesn't. Yeah, I agree. If you want to make him just a good guy, that could be boring, but it also, if done right, can do well. Zack's version, you do it right, it can be done well. It'll find its audience. So that's the thing about Superman is I'm like, well, he can't be all good because every day he's lying right to Lois and Jimmy and everyone about who he really is, but he's also not because he is Clark Kent and he's Superman. So like that like you said, that balance is what you have to look at Superman with a little bit of nuance, it can't just be one or the other.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. People look at him, like Chris mentioned, with one side of the equation where it's just all sunny roses. He's happy all the time. He's
that's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's not. But that's the thing. Like, if you want to achieve that balance, you can't just consistently focus on that side of the equation. And that's the problem with some of the fans is they cling to that side of the equation. This is how Superman needs to be all the time.
And
it's kind of an oversight in certain regards.
Biggest problem I think Gunn's going to have between Marvel and here is with most Marvel characters, like I said, they're in their first generation for the vast majority of these characters. When it comes to DC, people want the finished product that's in their head instead of letting the storyteller tell the story. You're always going to find that with more than with DC because there's always been these different iterations of these characters. Instead of allowing that character to take the journey to get to where he might be the one that you're more in line with, we want the finished product. Like right now, you got people sitting around wherever finishes this movie, or they want the finished. They don't care what James Gunn's going to give. They want the finished product that's in their head, whether it's George Reeves, they want that finished product. Whereas Marvel, there was no finished product of the talking tree and the talking raccoon. You were just ready to accept that, and that's going to be the biggest difference between the atmosphere, the benefit of the doubt that he had there, and he's in the meat grinder he's about to walk into.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing that. We're already seeing that because anytime that we see things with this, like when I tweeted out those those set images of what's her name, like doing the engineer, it's like
the girl
people are already being like, oh my god, that's what. It's not. She's supposed to be in all silver. I'm like, what'd you expect? Did you expect her to be like like we said, spray painted and all this fucking shit? I mean, who knows what the final product is going to look like? I mean, that's what's always funny.
Remember, there's a league of these engineer fans that are just everywhere.
Yeah, they were not lying. Right? Where were they at when I had this when this comic was on the show for the first time around?
See exactly my point, William.
And when it was the company, they didn't care about it with the original company that was in.
And the interesting thing about Superman is that, unlike Batman, that's kind of for the most part, post Frank Miller, has had a very kind of consistent look and demeanor and has not changed too terribly much. Superman has gone through generational shifts based around the time that we're in and the world around us.
Right.
And so that's also a thing that people have a very difficult time reconciling, because everyone has their own version of what they grew up, and that's kind of one they hold on to. Totally fine, totally okay. Guess what? They're never going to take that away from you. You know, whatever
Right.
James Gunn is going to create with this his interpretation of Superman, you're going to be like everyone else. You're either going to like it or you're not. You're going to say, like, I'm going to wait and see and keep on watching at that point. But guess
That's
what? That thing you like, they're not going to take it away from you. It's always going to be there.
Yeah, like I shat on the Crow thing earlier, but like I said, the 4K is coming out in May, and I'm going to buy it and rewatch the original because it's exactly. And I won't, and I'm not one of those fans that if the new one found an audience, like you guys said, of people who don't even know what the original one is and don't watch it or read the comic, I'm okay with that too. Everyone can have their own version of something, like I'm not that kind of fan where I want to take it away. But what Phil was saying earlier, like, yeah, some fans do get like that. They get that way where they go, well, this is my opinion of Superman. And then you give your opinion. And then it's almost like you feel attacked, like they feel attacked that you're.
I always hate it when
opinion.
people are like, nothing's going to be better than this. It's like,
yeah.
Well,
and it's like,
can't they try? Can't they try?
Yeah, sure. Like you said earlier about Nolan.
The average public, though, that's like the majority of the public is like that too. That's the thing. It's because we're branded that way. You spend so much time and credibility branding people to one thing, so that branding doesn't leave sometimes because you're doing it for what you were putting out at that moment. But that branding doesn't leave. Once you endear people to certain versions of characters, the human nature is that's what they do is they connect the moment to the feeling. Like say when a man's Chinese theater for me when I went and saw Superman 2 with my dad, that's a feeling and a moment that's going to be attached to me. And a lot of people have these movies and these versions of these characters attached to their childhood special moments, and they take it personally sometimes. It's like if I make a different version of this, then you're basically like attacking me or something. You're attacking what's special to me. Whereas with me, like The Crow, this movie could be a shitstorm. It's not going to matter. The 1994 movie is still always going to be the 1994 movie. It's not going to change. But the average person, that they don't look at it in the micro. They're looking at the macro. This Superman means this to me, and you're trying to replace what meant something to me. And that's like 80% of fans. Not even comic book movie fans, just general Joes.
Well, and then it's the whole thing. Like when it comes to the Snyderverse stuff, like we have 9.5 hours of Snyderverse awesomeness, and that's not even including Wonder Woman and even the first Aquaman that could possibly be included into that. But it's like, seriously, it's like Snyderverse has, when it comes to the trilogy, it's look at how much we have right there. And like when it gets to like to the point where like, you got Snyderverse fans that are just hating everything.
Are we that big a percentage? I wish we were the percentage that everybody thinks we were, because we would be able to move some shit.
They're just loud.
It's the Snyderverse fans. It's the Snyderverse fans. I'm like, where the fuck are we so we can go take over a building? I mean, the reality of it is that I love you all, but the reality of it is that our percentages versus the average person,
it's not
even. It's like it's
not high,
man.
It's not high. And that's the thing. It's like we think that, there are people that think that they're high, but it's not. Well, and maybe they are high.
The other
it's definitely passionate.
Well, the other group that attacks the Snyder fan base, or like the real DC fans, or whatever you want to call like the other group or whatever. But like, at the end of the day, like those people that are like, well, we need this and we need this and all these. Oh yeah, these new movies look like they're going to be great. They didn't go to the theater either, and all those movies pretty much tanked, except for maybe Aquaman 2, which I don't even think Aquaman 2 actually made a profit.
Listen,
I'm not even really
every single Snyder fan in existence times 2 could have gone to see some of these movies, and they weren't going to be anything different. We don't make up the body of this. It's like every single one of us could be there.
You need the rest of the world to go see it.
We could have 3 Daves. We could have 3 Phils. We could all be there. We're not the ones that are causing these movies to tank, because a lot of us still go to see them. It's the average fan that is like, dude, you're a fucking mess. The average fan is going to pick up the toy that looks all shiny and put together. They're not going to pick up your ball of foil. They're going to pick up the cool toy. And that's what DC is right now. They're not the cool toy yet. And it's not us. Blame it on Snyder.
And that's,
like I said, if we had this many people, we would already had all this shit, because you wouldn't be able to ignore us at this point, Yeah.
I mean, look, let's be honest though, too. Warner Brothers, I don't think Warner Brothers knows how to read the room. in my opinion. And I'm not talking just about Snyderverse. I'm talking about like
They're not even in the room.
yeah, I know.
In general,
Well, look,
$8.53. There you go.
No, and again, I mean, you have, I mean, just not even talking movies. You
Yeah.
have Hogwarts Legacy, as controversial as the game was, the game made $1 billion in 2 weeks. It
Yeah,
was
it
a
did
single
well.
player experience. It was a well-received game. You have the Suicide Squad game, which was a live service game that bombed so hard that it did worse than the Marvel's Avengers, which almost bankrupted Square Enix. So what do they announce? Oh, there's a possibility that we're going to make more AAA live service games. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's just been shown
Wait a minute,
data
you
that's
just
been
wait,
going.
a minute. You just said WB not making decisions that are
Right. But that's to my
You heard
other
it here
point.
first, kids.
No, but that's to my other point too. However you feel about Gunn, however you feel about Superman, however you feel about this movie coming out, the real truth of it is Gunn is already like fucked before he's even going to get there, because it's like we're just talking right now. There's divisive among the fans, divisive among the characters. There is no built trust. Like, say whatever you want how Marvel Studios is functioning and how those movies and shows are coming out. There is somewhat of a trust that they can get back on track to where they're going. And that's the difference. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I understand what William's trying to say too. Is and I agree with it. Is that there's no trust here. There's no 8 movies before. There's nothing except just this guy who's going to be flinging out a movie that we're not even sure how he's going to fit everything into it. You know,
And I'm a comic book guy. I went until I started Blue Beetling these movies. I went to all these movies. I went to every comic movie. I went to all these movies. It got to the point where, like I said, you don't care about my time enough for me to pull this money out of my pocket. Let me wait. And now everything that's being said to me is going to be, there's going to be another talking head saying something else different to me in about 3 years. It's like, it's just too much of a mess.
Yeah,
man. I want
there's too many cooks. There's too many mergers. There's too many. Look, even within the products themselves, I being of the Snyderverse fandom, I still enjoyed Shazam 1, and I enjoyed Aquaman 1, which, depending on who you ask, is part of the Snyderverse continuity or not. But I liked those movies. But I can tell you right now, without any any reservations, that Shazam 2 and Aquaman 2 were some of my least favorite comic book movies that I've seen in the last decade. Like, without a doubt.
Shouldn't even been, like I said, I love Shazam, right? I love Shazam, but based on the kind of money it made, when you're being fiscally responsible, that's not sequel money like that. Not when you basically what they were doing is like, hey kids, look over here at this other thing while I hide these other characters that we done fucked up so much that we can't even touch them anymore. It's like we shit on these characters and we don't want to touch them without gloves. So we're going to give you these other characters. And then that didn't work. And like I said, most of the stuff that they didn't justify, anything. And like I said, with James Gunn's Suicide Squad, I liked the movie. I enjoyed the Suicide Squad. But that movie lost money, and it wasn't just because of COVID, because Godzilla vs. Kong came out a lot earlier, and we promoted both movies. That movie came out with no vaccine, with people terrified to go to the theaters at that time. Suicide Squad came out in August of 2008, or not 2000, August 8th of 2021. So it wasn't just COVID. It was because the movie, as much as I liked it, you can't, when you're trying to build brand loyalty, you can't give me characters that are literally getting killed as their names are going across the credit scenes, the opening credit scenes. People want to make a connection, and you're giving me throwaway characters and other characters that nobody recognized. And the same thing with The Rock. Everybody wants to blame Black Adam. Listen, it doesn't matter. If Black Adam, there's knowing who The Rock is and knowing who that character is. You're pulling your money out of your pocket for who that character is, whose symbol is on that S. So, and if it ain't the right guy, why are you making these movies?
There was also no one in charge to really coordinate how things were going to go too, because honestly, and I understand why Peacemaker happened, because John Cena is this big character and this big actor in this type of stuff, But I've talked
on stage. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I've talked to people that actually enjoyed the Suicide Squad. I mean, I was kind of indifferent to it, honestly, but
I like it.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
You don't want to hear me talk about that movie.
Oh, okay, yeah, and that's fair.
One day I do.
But I think most people would have agreed that Peacemaker wasn't even the most interesting character. You have the Ratcatcher girl, you had the Polka Dot Man. Even Idris Elba was somewhat more interesting to me than the Peacemaker
Bloodsport,
character
yeah.
was, who
Rick
was a
Flag, the guy
cartoon.
who died, spoiler
his,
alert, was
his
more
nerf,
interesting.
his Nerf guns were like fucking dope as shit. Like
Yeah.
that's one of my favorite characters in that movie because number one, I love Idris Elba. I think he's a fantastic actor through and through. I get that they kind of wanted to do like allegedly he wanted Deadshot. He was going to try and recast Deadshot, but he's like, nah, fuck it, I'm just going to do Bloodsport. I was like, okay, do that, please, because I actually kind of like Will Smith as Deadshot too. But you know, again, like Bloodsport, that whole thing with his daughter, I was like, okay, this is interesting. But the fact that he was just so just like, fuck it throughout the whole movie, I was like, yeah, that's a character I like. But then, to William's point, you open up the movie with you kill how many characters in the first 5 minutes? It's like, oh, see, we're playing on the name, the Suicide Squad. It's like, but that's not what John Ostrander was trying to accomplish with his run of the comics. And that's
my biggest issue with the movie too, is that, like, you know, James Gunn goes on and on and on about what a big fan he was of the comic book, and what does he do? He kills Boomerang within the first 5 minutes. It's like, if you read the comic, you wouldn't have killed Boomerang because
and
that
arms fall off, boy.
I don't. Yeah, but even like Black Adam, right? You have The Rock wanting to do Black Adam. He's come to you, and you know for a fact he doesn't want to see Zachary Levi or deal with him at the time. I would have been like, okay, so Shazam 2 should be about Mr. Mind and about the Society of Evil. Like, that's what you do. You don't do two random villains that no one has ever heard of within that fan. I don't know, the Daughters of Atlas. I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I was completely thrown off.
I think that's what they also said when they read the script.
Yeah, I mean, they got paid, so good for them. But, like, the rest of us had to suffer for it, you know?
Under good management, he would have gotten more of Superman in there instead of having to just win that last battle at the end. You got to realize, though, the product of Bad Adam was a product of horrible management. And once again, there shouldn't have been a Shazam 2. All right. And to be honest with you, as much as I like Black Adam, you have to have a strategy in place to give yourself the momentum and, what, like I said before, the benefit of the doubt. If you're just throwing some cereal out on the table and want me to just eat it without milk in a bowl, then, you know, your audience is going to respond that way. You know, your audience
like Shazam should have reappeared when it came to Black Adam.
You don't eat cereal when you're hungover.
The thing is,
I've never been hungover, but marketability though, I wouldn't have had Shazam anywhere near Black Adam at this point. Because that movie wasn't a draw. Superman, the character in a movie, would have been, for me, just business wise, would have been more of a draw than that. You can't have a movie that did, you know, like I said, that barely drew and is a substitute hero, and then you have them. You got to get, at some point they needed to use their A-listers, and they were too disorganized to do it, and they never built that momentum. And then you want to judge these movies. Oh, well, this movie failed, so this happened, or that movie failed. No, you got to look at the context of things. Why did the movie not because you did something, because you didn't do it right. That's the different things. DC did shit, but they didn't do it right. There's two different ways of doing it, and like I said, that hurt them a lot, because now you're telling people, hey, let's come back to the same people who just pretty much wasted your time. And even if you're not a hardcore guy on YouTube, the average person is simplistic. What's the easiest, most convenient, shiniest thing that looks like it's organized, looks like it's managed right? I'm going to go there. When you go to Walmart, you go to any supermarket, all right, or any store, are you going to go to the one where there's shit smeared on the walls in the bathroom and the food's cantaloupe on the ground? Or if for the same price, are you going to go? You're going to go, that's the one that's closer to your house where everybody's nice, you know, the food is, everything is right. Most people will go for that perception of something that looks successful, and they just never had it. Well, especially in the last 5 to 7 years.
Adding to what you're saying, William, in the sense of like DC just kept on what they did, what WB did wrong to begin with, is you don't like try to imitate another brand. You don't try to imitate something else. You pivot. You see exactly okay. You make slight changes in the sense of, and try to continue to stick with the plan and commit to it. You know, yes, there is a lot riding on Superman. There's a lot riding on this, but even if it gets, you know, mid-level reception, things like that, You don't just say, okay, we obviously failed. You have to push on. And so it's to everyone's benefit that Superman does as well as it can do to give it a shot to see exactly what's going to happen, because it's going to lift up everything if it's even marginally successful.
And I, as a fan, need to know that you're going to do that. I need to know, especially
I understand
given,
that. I get that.
I need to know that you're going to be like, you're not going to be like, well, wow, it only pulled in 500 million, so now we got to make this and adjust. And I'm like, there's a lot more to it. You're building your credibility back up, man. You know, that's why I'm way back here. I'm the guy, like I said, I'm the wrestling fan that when I was on board, I'm the dude at ringside with my sign. Now I'm still on board, right? I'm still on board, but I'm at home now watching that same pay-per-view with my remote. And, you know, and if it goes south, I'm not going to get burned again because I'm not as close to the situation, because I just don't trust. I don't trust the situation. And like I said, it's just too much. You are what your resume says you are. Yeah. You know, and nobody cares about the names. Nobody cares about it. Zazoff or Hamada or anybody. You know, the Joe Average does not give two flying fucks about who's running shit. They care about the shit that's being run.
They have to make people want to come to the theater because, again, this is the age we're living in right now. People are going to make a choice. I'm not saying it has to be the world ending, but they have to get people. Just saying it's a Superman movie is not going to get people in the theater. They have to make it so that you want to see this in this theater. You want to see it in this format. You want to see it in 4DX, IMAX, whatever.
And over again. You want to invest. Money's tight, man. Money's tight. You know?
Of course it is. Of course it is. But I know, Seek, you have to take off right now.
I do. Thank you guys so much for having us on, man. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad I made another new friend. Every time I come on here, I feel like I connect with someone. So, William, pleasure to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you too as well, man.
All right.
Glad
you guys have
issues. You know?
I have them all. Yeah, no problem.
Autograph too. I'm a man of my own heart, man.
All right. I love you too. All right. You guys have a good night. Bye-bye.
So, I mean, when it comes to all this, I mean, obviously the Batman Part 2 being delayed, a lot of people are kind of worried.
Yeah.
You know,
don't be worried.
You know.
Why are they worried?
I don't know.
It's gonna go into James Gunn's universe. It's gonna ruin it. No, it's not. Stop it.
No, he'll walk first. He'll walk first. He'll do something with James Gunn, but
because now we're 4 years. They're gonna be 4 years. You know,
I'm gonna say two things, because at this point, especially as William has tested this whole night, I agree with most of William's thoughts on Warner Brothers. So I'm gonna go with best case scenario. Best case scenario is that Matt Reeves, because I mean, again, we have to see how Penguin fares. I think Penguin will do well. I have a lot of faith in Colin Farrell. I love that version of that character that he's done for Penguin.
Take it easy, sweetheart.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential for that to be good, and I'd be very surprised if they were to pull a plug or something like that. But I think best case scenario, Matt's going to get more time to work on this movie. I think the strikes did fuck up some stuff for sure. It's weird that he was able to, or he wasn't able to work on his thing for Batman, yet James was able to work on Superman, and Superman's being filmed right now. But that's
that was a different thing, because like James finished his Superman script before the strike happened. He even posted about it. So a lot of people were like doing that whole thing. Was like, well, why didn't? It was like he worked on like the only thing that that was worked on when it came to his Superman was casting and doing all that, which was not against the rules. His script was already, like he said, 99% done, and it was already like pretty much done prior to the writer's strike. There was nothing that was mentioned when it came to Matt Reeves. I mean, and
Matt Reeves works. He doesn't work very fast.
No, he does not.
This is not the Flash we're talking about here. So.
Yeah.
Phil seems to have a question.
I don't have a question.
Thanks for raising our hands. That's something that's new.
So I looked into this because a lot of people are hemming and hawing that, Matt Reeves should have had a script done by now. Okay, let's turn the clock back to when Matt Reeves first got fucking hired for the Batman. He came on in February of 2017. 2017. Okay. He was working on the script from, as early as I can research, March of 2017. The script wasn't even finalized and ready to shoot until February 9th, 2020. He cast Robert Pattinson in May of 2019. So it takes him a while. It took him a long while. And that's also including the fact that he had to finish out, what was the last one? War of the Planet of the Apes. Okay.
Yeah.
So James Gunn can finish a fucking Superman script from August to May or June, whenever the fuck the strike started. That's clearly that was where he invested a lot of his time while also becoming DC head of studios. good for him, right? Matt Reeves does not operate the same way, in the same way that Zack Snyder does not operate the same way that Chris Terrio does not operate in the same way. And let's also not forget, Batman v Superman notoriously also got pushed back from July 2015 to May 2016, and then again to March 2016. But the big reason why they pushed it back was to retool the script with Chris Terrio. Matt Reeves, on the other hand, took him fucking 2 years to crank out the script for the Batman. And then you factor in part 2 now. He announced it in April or May, something like that, of 2022, right after the first movie came out. And then him and Matt Tomlin got cracking on the script later on that year, and then the strikes happened. Then they couldn't fucking write anything. And now you've got all these rumors, oh, Hush, oh, Clayface, okay, that's fine. Here's the thing. Things change. To quote fucking Batman from Batman Returns, things always change. When it comes to writing these big budget films, fucking one day you can have one villain, the next day, maybe you're going down a different route for a different villain. We saw that with Batman versus Superman. It was going to be Mattel, but then ultimately Zack was like, no, I want to do fucking Doomsday. Shit happens. Real world ramifications implicate how these films get made. And on top of that, when the strikes happened, everyone's schedules, bam, gets pushed back. Everything gets fucked up. So whether or not he had a script ready to go by year, exactly. Yeah. So whether or not he was ready to go, I don't think he might have been ready to go by the time.
No.
And you're not going to rush someone like Matt Reeves. He's going to put out a quality product. Everything he has done for the most part has been a quality and well received. Why? He has time to write. He has time to think. He uses time. Yeah, he may not be writing anything down during the strike, but I guarantee you he's thinking about it. I guarantee you he's 100% making mental notes. And so what's the harm in saying, yes, would I like to see the Batman Part 2 next year? Yes, sure. Definitely. Or excuse me, this year. Guess what? Not going to happen. That's okay, because you know what I'm going to get? More than likely, a better product, a well-polished script, and I'm not worried. It's not going to fold into the DCU. It's still going to be its own thing, because guess what happened when they were trying to get Matt Reeves the first time? He walked away, and then they got him back at that point and let him do what he needs to do. So let's all get off the crazy train and say.
It was more than crazy. It was
more than crazy. It's insanity at that point. And just like,
I'm so glad you brought that up, Chris, because people are like, oh, well, what if James Gunn tries? Why the fuck would James Gunn do that when he hired Andy Muschietti to make another fucking Batman movie? What the fuck are we really thinking here?
I'm just excited that we're going to get 2 Batman movies and the world is not falling apart.
Big same, right? But then you've got other people like, oh, I want to see Robert Pattinson next to David Cornswet. What the fuck?
No,
get a poster and put the 2 posters right next to each other. Do that.
I want to see World's Finest.
The thing that I laughed at is my favorite excuse that they use. Well, they're going to cancel the Batman because they don't want it to be confused with James Gunn Batman. And I'm like, I want to choke the shit out of people when I hear that.
And you know what?
We are not really funny, fucking stupid.
You know what's really funny? You actually brought up a really good point on one of your earlier shows about how the fact we had fucking Godzilla -1 4 months ago, and we've got
there it is. Yes,
Godzilla X Kong coming out at the end of this month. 2 with the same fucking character, 4 months apart.
Yeah.
This is not
whether we actually just saw this. Someone posted this on Blue Sky. It's really funny. We all didn't realize we got a original movie and a sequel in the same thing when we got Oppenheimer followed by Godzilla -1. Who knew we got a sequel?
Godzilla -1 is technically the sequel to
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Zing. It was just crazy. It's like, well, and I always, like I said, I don't want to physically choke somebody. I don't want to go to jail. But I always want to like shake your head and be like, is there something in there? Yeah. How come all these other fans can figure this shit out, but the comic book movies fans are stupid to where if you give me a couple of Supermans on a different platforms, I need scratch and snip to figure shit out? I mean, I'm literally reading comic books. I can read, and I'm not a fool. So that excuse that people bring up just drives me fucking crazy. Oh, there's too many. No, there's not. You got a problem when you start putting out bad Batman or bad Superman movie. That's when you're going to have a problem with saturation. But if you give me a Reeves movie or you give me some other top tier director movie, I'm not going to be confused. You stagger the release dates and I'll be okay. I don't need a coloring book to figure this out.
William, I will need you to hold. William, can you hold my hand during it because I need reassurance?
Yes. The competing against we're not going to make something that competes against itself. The competing against itself excuse too makes you want to just grab you and spin you around to see if you can find your way back to straight up again, because that's just as dumb. The dumbest thing that you will ever hear come out of smart human beings' mouth is they'll be confused, or they're not going to do something that'll compete with themselves. Who the fuck is collecting the money? It's all going to the Godfather. So come on now. And like I said, the two lizards from where you think Toho would have been concerned about Legendary competing with their lizard and no, they're sitting there collecting money. And I mean, it's just the silliest thing. And that's when I saw the Batman thing. I'm like, oh, here we go again. Here we go on the on the short bus with this confusion and competing shit, man. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the only time they should worry about the actual competing is if it's released at the exact same time, and that's
which they would never do. Now Godzilla said, "Fuck it, 4 months. Here you go. One lizard here, one lizard there. We're doing okay."
They don't care. It's gonna make money. Yeah,
exactly.
And I think Dave even brought up a great point. There was a 3-year gap in between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, and then there was a
there's a 4-year gap between Rises and Dark Knight. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, hey, you know what? We're spoiled now because we want these movies so quickly. Yeah. So
I want a variety. Personally, I grew up with variety. I grew up with the Batman doing this thing over here with the Justice League, and then Detective Comics where there was not even a Robin in there for a good year and a half, and it was just Batman going one-on-one with whatever criminal, and he was using forensic science and everything up. That's what I want. Like I said, I love Matt Reeves' Batman, but I would have loved Ben Affleck's Batman. And I think I'm not on board with the Muschietti version because there's the whole Bat family. My only purpose for the Batman family is for them to die. That's all they're there for to me.
Wow.
Wow. I take great pride in the fact that I dialed that damn 900 number and killed Jason Todd. I was so happy when those results came in because I was such a razor thin.
Oh, God, I love you, William.
It was razor thin, too.
I was watching.
I will never not know what William feels at that point. You, my friend, are very passionate, and I appreciate your perspective.
Killing joke.
Fuck him up. I was watching an interview with Jim Starlin, who was the one that wrote the
Death of the Family.
Yeah, well,
Chris and I talked about this.
Yeah. Well, granted, it was a vote by fans, and it was a very marginal win to kill him, but he did it, and it was only, the book sold, it did very well, but it was only after then that DC realized that they had all these Robin pajamas and all these other things, and so Jim Starlin said they got mad at him and blamed him, and then let him go. But then he went over to Marvel and wrote the Infinity Gauntlet, so it all worked out pretty much. But I just think that's funny. Of course, now we have all the Red Hood merchandise, so really.
Black Label Comics that have Red Hood in them. Go read that. And Three Jokers. Which
we're not big on Three.
I love that comic. And Wonder Woman Dead Earth, by the way. It's a two best things.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, Dead Earth is good. But no, I agree that Black Label is very good. I think that they need to reestablish Elseworlds as an actual label. They are.
It's coming this
year. Because it should have never went away.
Good. I have fallen off of the individual comics this past year. I've had to save money for renovating the house and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, you can ask Phil. I sent him a photo. I have enough. Actually, it looks pretty much like the back of your wall there, Chris. I have too many books at this point.
It's all right. They'll be read eventually.
Paul's collection is, I shit you not, fucking out of this world. It is insane and beautiful all at the same time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's a lot of piles of books that I have to go through. I'll say that much. But
one day, right? One day.
Good problem to have,
Well, if you guys care, because like you said, I got Instagram. Sunday, I'm gonna have all my collection together in storage, and so I'll have all the bookcases up in the piles, and I'll do like a video and pictures and stuff. So I'll post that as a post. If you guys want to check that out, you can. So, yeah, it'll be fun. You guys can see how much time I've wasted in my life.
No, that's not a waste of time.
No,
don't say that.
No, I've been telling jokes because I told my friends that I'm on this and stuff, and I've sent them videos and everything. But it's like, how'd you get on the stream? I was like, Dave and his buddy were arguing about stuff, and then I interjected, and they were like, "Who are you? What do you do?" And I'm like, "I'm just a guy.
I'm just a guy who reads a lot of comics."
You just say, "I'm a friend."
Yes.
Yeah. No,
you're a friend.
I have a great story about that because I went to the 40th anniversary of Superman the movie with my buddy and his dad, and they're huge Superman fans. They love that movie. They've seen it a million times, but we hadn't seen it on the big screen, and because we were both born in '88, so we weren't alive to see it when it came out and everything. Wow. And
There are people born in '88.
I was born in '88. Yeah,
I was born in '84.
oh,
92.
Okay,
It's all
92.
good.
All right.
Quiet,
Okay.
Joe. Go
I
back
know.
to the corner. Go back
I
in the
know.
corner.
There's not.
I
There's
know.
not a couple.
William is like, oh, I don't even want to.
He's
Yeah.
already pieced out.
But
Yeah.
but like, there's the iconic scene where, Superman saves Lois and brings the helicopter back down, and this is where Lois comes up with the name Superman and everything like that. But she's like, "Who are you?" And he goes, "A friend," and he flies off. And it just hit my brain. I didn't even think about it, and I lean over into my friend and I was like, "He's friend man." And it like ruined his experience watching the rest of the movie. Like he was like, yeah, it's like, because it's like a lot. It's like, why wasn't he just called friend man? But like, it like ruined his time watching the rest of the movie.
That's
'cause
funny.
Just yeah, but we both love that. I love the Chris Reeve iteration. I love the Henry Cavill version. They're both relevant for their time and for what they're doing and stuff like that. But yeah,
And that's when it comes to Gunn, he needs to find the balance in between it, like I always say. And I think Superman the animated series is kind of
it's perfect. Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah.
And the fact that he posted that on social media of like inspirations, like his Superman inspirations, he posted a little like collage, and it had Superman the animated series, and I was like, "Thank you, all right, please."
Did he have My Adventures of Superman on that collage? I don't remember if he did or
No,
not.
he did not.
No.
He did not.
Oh,
Yeah.
I quite like that one. I think it's
Well, no,
actually
it's good.
nice.
It's good.
It's good. Like it.
Yeah.
I find it really funny that the anime aspect kind of lends itself pretty well with Superman. Like
It really does, and it's a unique spin and everything, and I'm sure he's probably enjoyed it too. But he's just talking about, his inspirations. You got the Fleischer, of course, All Star Superman, and then of course. But I was just like, oh man, if he's inspired by Superman the animated series, I'm like, that's a good balance because, I mean, it just has that Donner aspect, but it also has darker elements, and it is like that Snyder-esque. There's a little bit of Snyder in there too. I mean, the last one that we talked about on DC Fanimated with it was the Hand of Fate. It was Dr. Fate showing up, so it had to do with fucking demons and shit. It was dark. It's a dark episode. I'm like, they went there. I mean, like you're seeing Jimmy and fucking Lois get possessed by demons, and stuff like that. It's like it's dark. It's dark, so it's like that's a look at that, when you're trying to figure out, and I think that's what I'm hoping that James Gunn is like going like, I got to find that balance because so many people love Donner, so many people love Superman or Snyder, so let's find that balance in between. That's where I got to sit. So hopefully, it does.
The only strength I see with Superman and Gunn's type of direction and like what he does, especially his trauma background, is like, and again, don't get funny with it. I preface that.
Yeah.
But if he can get weird with it and make it a negative on Superman, like something that he's not familiar with, that's where I think a real big strength would prove itself good. Because like, I mean, like you're talking about animated series, a lot of those episodes just deal with weird things that weren't based in Metropolis or Lex Luthor. It was like him dealing with other types of aliens, or I don't know if it's too early to do it, but Mr. Mixapitolate, certain things that you wouldn't think about. Like you'd be like, oh yeah, because like what can we throw against this guy that can take anything? What is he not gonna what is gonna make the ground shift under his feet, basically.
So, I mean, like a couple episodes. I mean, like Bizarro's World episode, where it's like Bizarro just happens to come back, and then he's just like, "I'm going to make Krypton," and he just decides to like try to make Krypton in like a museum, and he like and he's just doing shit, and like Superman's like, all right, let me try to figure this out, and then he shows up. Hey, here's some kryptonite, but Bizarro doesn't get affected by kryptonite, and it's like, oh shit. It's like, it's just weird shit like that where it's like, Bizarro trying to redo Krypton, and then he goes, well, now it's got to be destroyed, so I'm going to go over here, throw a missile at it. It's like, what the fuck?
Logical.
It's so weird.
Yeah. The thing I've always liked about that show, I'm assuming that on the show and everything, like discussed it and stuff. But I like the idea that Bizarro is never seen necessarily as evil. He's
Yeah.
just misunderstood. I always appreciated that about the show. I always liked that because
Yeah.
every other iteration of Bizarro, he's always like a possessed, like fucked up version of Superman, and I'm always just like, no, it's like Bizarro's he's just a goof. He doesn't understand because it's his logic, you know.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's so much to the point where like the S is not even backwards on his chest. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like misconstrued or something.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
It looks wonky, but it's not backwards like normally, you know. It's
Right.
it's interesting.
Yeah.
But,
He's a half baked. He didn't come out. He didn't come out of the oven correctly.
What happened when you
I mean,
clone a clone at that point? You know, you get that kind of version.
Yeah. No, and I like that. I like that too. I thought that was really cool. I liked because I think even the original Bizarro, it was like the weirdest thing. It was like a Superboy comic, and it was like Luthor invents a ray to replicate anything, except when he hits Superman, the Kryptonian DNA creates Bizarro. It's just like Silver Age logic.
As it was, man. That Adventure Comics type of model, man. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Dude.
Wow, shit.
Man, I got into Bizarro when like there was like a run that happened in the late 90s where I was like collecting. It was I forget. Yeah, it started off with Superman. This is when he had the mullet, like the big mullet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a whole run where they decided to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a Bizarro timeline kind of thing. And yeah, I mean it had to do with Lex Luthor trying to clone Superman, and it was that whole thing. It was beautifully drawn too. I remember in like that Superman comic, maybe was it? No, it wasn't Action. It was Superman. But I remember like I was collecting that, and then of course you have to do the thing where it's like, all right, now I gotta get Action Comics, whatever the fuck, and
the coolest thing about that though, remember they had the triangles with the numbers so that when you bought one, you knew it to the sequences, so it would have number 6 in the triangle. And I thought that was cool. So
you knew exactly. That was before. I mean, that's when you were at the grocery store and you had that fucking, you had the comic book rack that turned, and it was like
7-Eleven. Like Hey Kids Comics. I still got one of those.
God damn it! Yeah. I know. I want to get one of those. Like that'd be cool to have, like to put like comic books in. Just to have that because it was always by the cash register because it was like, hey,
comic book stores weren't a thing, and even though they were around, they weren't in abundance. As most people until 1986 got the majority of their comics from places like that. Especially I got mine at 7-Eleven, and you could tell because the ones at 7-Eleven had the barcodes, and when you finally started buying them at the comic store, they had the Spider-Man logo. So they had the direct one, and then you had the other one. The price was still the same, but it was still kind of cool for me. I felt so important when I first started going to comic stores.
Yeah, and that's been a collector thing too. If you can get like the direct market version of this book, it's worth more than the barcode version or something like that. But that's like for crazy collectors and shit.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
I mean, was exactly the same. That's what always got me. It was like the same amount of man.
But my favorite Bizarro thing is how it was using a sort of a cameo, which was in Seinfeld, because you guys know Jerry has the Superman figure, and they do the Bizarro episode where
Bizarro Jerry.
And sure enough, you go into his apartment, he's got a Bizarro #1 figure, like on the thing. I always thought,
and it's like totally like his apartment's revert to what Jerry's is.
Mm-hmm.
And like Kramer knocks on the door as opposed to barging in. Yeah. There's like this whole thing. Elaine is like, oh my god, Bizarro Jerry, like Bizarro, like But then of course they go like, what are you doing? Like, because she's like so like off the cuff and is like, hey, we don't do this. We didn't. And they just sit there and read. It's like
Or they go to the library for fun. They have the Newman character Feldman, and then they just shake hands and they're like, how you doing, buddy? Like, just
good to see you. And it's like, everything's so opposite. Yeah, they did that. I love that episode of Seinfeld when they do the Bizarro version, but I mean, this could be a good place to end it right here when it comes to the stream. But we talked a lot. I mean, there was other things too, or nothing. I mean, Patty Jenkins coming back. Who knows if that's actually a thing?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go with that.
Rogue Squadron, right? Or Rogue?
Yeah, Rogue Squadron. Yeah.
I want to see it. I want to see Top Gun in space. Whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. But
I want to see just a Star Wars movie.
Yes.
Do those exist? Because until I see things, those don't exist right now.
Well, the Mandalorian Grogu movie is definitely happening. We know that. The Rey movie seems to be happening.
Which I cannot.
Until,
Look,
until I see start dates at that point, I'm not
Yeah.
going that far yet.
I'm not trying to throw Patty Jenkins under the bus, but could I just recommend that we just get the guy that did Top Gun Maverick and just have him film Rogue Squadron and
Kaczynski. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just-
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
But
I
they're not
mean,
gonna
listen,
put
Give me
people
a
in
movie then.
space.
Give me Tom Cruise. I want Tom Cruise in the next wing.
That would be
honestly,
pretty cool.
fuck it. I'm fine with that. Like whatever.
Yeah.
Like have him be like.
But
the
he would
mysterious,
want to go
like-
to space. He would
He
want to
wants
go
to
to
do it in
Yeah.
space. I want Glenn Powell with him.
Well, he already-
I'm all
it's
for
already
them
been
building
said
a
that he wants
fully
to go to
functional
space.
X-wing. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
get nuts.
Kathleen Kennedy's like, yeah, let me go talk to Bob Iger real quick. Let me get that budget a little bit higher for you, Tom Cruise. I got
Don't
you.
worry, we'll just cancel Eternals. It'll be fun.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. Like if you're gonna use a CGI budget and you're gonna make a good CGI budget to show that Disney can actually do the effects without killing their VFX workers, like just film jets and then you just CGI over like the X-wings, but you
With
film
an
everything like real, like where they're flying over like space places and whatnot. Not in space, obviously, but
No,
I don't
I'll,
know.
I'll even save
would
you
be
more
pretty
money. Just go to the people who did Godzilla -1 and work them to death, and just don't have labor laws at that
Yeah.
point.
Absolutely.
They won an Academy Award for
Yeah,
God's sake.
they won the Creators Academy Award. Congratulations.
Oh, shut up.
Godzilla -1 was the better movie, no
Yeah.
hands down. But
Yeah.
that's not what the award was. I mean, I'm sorry.
You know what? I would have been fine. I was okay with like either I went with I was like the creator or Godzilla -1 winning. Godzilla -1 just felt a little bit more uplifting because the director of that movie is a VFX artist, and I remember because I went to the premiere, the LA premiere, and he even said that he would mock up like on his laptop when they would shoot, and then they'd be done with shooting. He'd go on and he'd be like, he would like mock up and do like these renders that were, of course not that good, but he would be like, this is what we're going for right here. So he was like working all day and just making sure like this is what the scene's gonna be, and he would show people. So I think there's a little bit more like the creator, the creator and what Gareth Edwards did with that movie. I mean,
that should have won.
Yeah, I mean the VFX were so fucking seamless, but same thing with Godzilla -1 and just with everything that I don't know.
I love both movies, so objectively speaking, there were times in that movie where I could see Godzilla -1's budget. Godzilla -1 had a better argument for a Best Picture nomination than it ever did for Best Visual Effects. But that's fine. Like I said, that's what the Academy does. What is your criteria? Is it how I feel? Is it the best budget, what you did for the money award, or is it the Best Visual Effects award? And if you go by the criteria that they've been using, then it's not even close. It's not even close. But I'm not knocking Godzilla. I love Godzilla -1, but it was a better movie, but that wasn't what the award was. That's not the criteria.
Yeah, it was, but I was happy for them. Doing that. But let's go around the horn and promote our, whatever we got going on right now. I mean, obviously, thank you to the GeekVerse guys for coming on, and please rent their movie. I have the link provided down below. Below. Oh man, that wine's kicking in.
How much vodka was there?
Oh yeah, no. It's mainly wine. That's what's happening. But yeah, exactly. And of course, Mr. Chris Balga was in the movie and has make some appearance in it. And it was, like I said, it's you always kind of go like, all right, we got a movie that's independent and stuff like that. What's this going to be like? You always get a little nervous when it comes to that, but I tell you what, I really enjoyed it, and and I expressed how much I enjoyed the movie and the way that it played out and the storytelling of it all. And it was just like, oh yeah, I'm a sucker for non-linear storytelling if you make it work. And Travis and Taylor and Kirkland definitely did it. I mean, obviously it's mainly Travis because he's director and co-writer and stuff like that. But yeah, make sure you support that. But yeah, let's go around the horn. Chris.
Yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga. My shows on the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network are World's Finest True Believers and Marvel Alliance. You can check those out by just simply searching Geek Ultimate Alliance on all your podcatchers of choice.
There it is. Phil.
Thank you again for always inviting me on the show. It's always a pleasure getting to chat with everyone here, as always. If anyone wants to check my shit out, it's just at Unfiltered pretty much everywhere, except Twitter, because that place sucks. I actually just dropped a new episode of The Eternal Night a couple hours ago, detailing, like, well, not really detailing, but it's just kind of breaking down, like, why it's kind of ridiculous to get all bent out of shape over the whole Batman Part 2 getting a release date shift change. So also congratulations to Chris and Brent on getting their first exclusive from Marvel Alliance, confirming that John Bernthal's back as the Punisher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Nice,
John.
very
Yeah,
nice.
Brent actually went to a con with met John Bernthal, and he said, hopefully these rumors of you possibly coming to the Daredevil Born Again. He leans in and he says, "I just shot footage last night, so I am in it." So
Nice.
you hear it from the man
He's
himself. We don't need to worry about leaks and trades.
Yarp.
He's officially back.
There it is. All right, William.
You can Google the Sci-Fi Center or go to my website, which is right below my fat head, thescifightcenter.com, and all my social media is there. Or you can just come to Vegas and buy some shit.
There you go. Go to Vegas. I know. I'm gonna make my way out there sometime this year for sure. And then of course Paul.
Yeah, I'm just me, and
I'm just Paul.
I'm just Paul. Yeah,
I'm just Ken.
Anyway, you guys can find me at Instagram at pmickey1988, or you can find me at Paul Panhook on Vero. I'm always around. Just feel free to DM or message, and I'll most likely respond. So yeah,
there it is. Love it. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. Thank you everybody, and of course, thank you to GeekVerse guys. Thank you to the panel, and yeah, guys, we love you. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all that, and we will talk to you guys later.